The city was destroyed, cars were smashed to pieces everywhere, bullets and smoke, as if a meteorite had crashed here. There was a man sitting in that destroyed car whose silhouette looked like a teenager or student. The salon, like everything around it, was destroyed. Devastation was sown everywhere. Everything resembled the apocalypse. Our hero's name was Perry, and as it turned out, he was a history student, which could be proven by his student ID. His hands started showing signs of life. They were moving, which meant that he would wake up soon. And so his eyes opened. He clearly did not understand anything that was happening around him. How he ended up here, everything was a mystery to him. A picture appeared before his eyes. The broken glass of the car he was sitting in. He began to look around. What was going on here? How he got here? And most importantly, why? All these questions were circling in his foggy head. Here's a sign of the apocalypse. The dead filled the cities, which became the cause of destruction. The city was empty because the dead evicted the people. Zombies were commonplace for our hero. He saw nothing unique in them and wasn't even afraid of them. He understood that he had ended up here completely by accident. He had no memory of suddenly falling asleep in the car and seeing crowds of dead people in front of him. The student began to suspect the one who may have previously bullied him, and it was she who pushed him into this car. Suddenly, he denied everything in his memory. That offender was throwing him into trouble with a weapon. Suddenly, he decided to look back at the back seats to make sure he didn't have a weapon. As expected, there was a blade in a sheath lying on the back seats, which the offender had left for our student for self-defense. The sword was not sharpened, which seemed strange to Perry, since during the apocalypse, there should not have been any unsharpened weapons left. Moreover, the sword even turned out to be familiar to our hero, as if he could have fought with it before. And this suggests that the blade is precisely the weapon that his offender threw at him. The sound of gunfire outside the car scared Perry to the point where his jaw dropped. He decided to get out of the car the fastest way for himself, kick down the door, and prepare to defend himself from the gunfire, as it could soon be aimed at him. He is a student and knows a lot about weapons. But one thing is strange. How did he understand that the shots were coming from an old rifle? In the midst of the destruction, cold monsters roamed, who had already died but continued to annoy with their presence. There was a large attack of dead people in the direction of the shots. It was not for nothing that they were being shot at. And so, one of the creatures got what he deserved. One bullet deprived him of part of his head and his second life. It turns out that the police were carrying out an evacuation, and the fire was directed at the monsters to protect them and take them to a safe place. The captain asked the lieutenant to report on the situation, and she said that the evacuation was in full swing. But the situation was not so colorful. The ammunition was running out, and soon it would be impossible to defend ourselves. The captain realized that the situation was getting worse. There were more and more zombies, and there was less and less equipment. Perry sat behind cover and looked at all the details of the situation. Everything was very strange to him. Who is our student, really? Why does modern weapons and police uniforms seem old to him? As if a minute ago, he was in a completely different time. The zombies were overwhelming in their numbers, and sooner or later, their volume would swallow up the police officers, which Perry understood well. He assessed the situation in a way that would be beneficial to him, but he could not help but save them. There were many contradictions in his head, but he could not think for long. That's it, the last bullets are exhausted. The monsters were becoming more and more numerous, which means that death overtook them at the most inconvenient moment. The captain was despondent. His subordinate had used up his last ammunition, and they had no choice but to die a heroic death, like the Vikings. Suddenly, he shouted loudly to his lieutenant to voice a new order. At least one good news: the evacuation of people was successful and everyone is safe. Now the captain is determined, the order has been given, and they can sacrifice themselves to protect civilians. He ordered Lieutenant Gloria to provide fire support with her pistol, while everyone else grabbed their knives and charged at the zombies with all their fury. Their fearlessness was the envy of everyone. They went to certain death. Now the Valkyries will send them to a paradise for warriors. Gloria fired at the dead, providing support to her staff behind her. She finally began to understand that all her comrades would die, and she would be left alone with a crowd of dead people. It was a real horror for her. The streets were filled with dead people. Her comrades turned out to be food, and there was nowhere to run. Everything was terrible. There's only one bullet left in the magazine. There are tens and hundreds of times more zombies. All that remains is to finish yourself off, so as not to become a wandering dead man. Initially, the battle was not equal. Even if they killed 2 dead people with 1 bullet, the equipment would not be enough. They were all once human, but now they are just sacks of rotten meat that are thirsty for murder. Gloria couldn't allow herself to become infected and become one of them and eat people. She had already put the gun to her temple. It was unlikely that anyone would help her. Gloria was left alone with death. which was still standing nearby. Still, it seems that our hero decided to help, even if it might be too late. He did not stand aside. He had drawn attention to himself well. Even the dead had noticed him, and Gloria had taken her finger off the trigger. Now our heroine was afraid that someone had not evacuated, that he was acting recklessly. Perry took all the zombies on himself. What caused them to be so aggressive? Gloria had already decided to die. Nothing could stop her decision. But death turned away from her and left for good. But suddenly she realized that she had been afraid for him in vain. He had probably shown her a new level of strength that she had not seen before. Everything turned out to be true. He easily puts the heads of these creatures on the asphalt with just a blunt sword. He had no intention of retreating. Every step he took brought with it many deaths of the dead, which could not mean anything bad. Perry did incredible things. He was definitely not an ordinary student. Even a military man couldn't do that. He was probably not in his time now. Gloria couldn't believe that he was an ordinary person. Her mouth dropped and her eyes became wider. She looked at all this with complete misunderstanding. Corpses fell onto the asphalt. Earlier, she thought that death was inevitable, but now the monsters were destined to die. She understood that even the elite fighters had a hard time fighting too, and an ordinary student could handle hundreds alone. He chopped off the heads of these dead men over and over again. They couldn't even make out the silhouette of their enemy. Gloria couldn't understand who he was, how he fought like that, and how much power was in his hands. Perry gave him a sharp look that cut as sharp as his blade. His gaze pierced her. There was boundless rage and a desire to kill in it, as if she was his next victim. While he was thinking and pondering the benefits of protecting the police, only Gloria remained. Once he could have saved them, but the desire for profit killed everyone else, even if it was possible to save everyone. Our hero only needed a blade from the police, since his sword was poorly sharpened, but he thanked them for that. Suddenly, he decided to use long-range combat against zombies. Even a thrown knife would be stronger and faster than a bullet. The dead man could not expect such a powerful throw. The blade would pierce him through and through at any moment, or send him flying for a long time. Even the mindless dead man knew by instinct that his death was inevitable, since everything told him that his opponent was too strong for him. Perry brings a lot of pain to the zombies. His agility is amazing, like a butterfly gracefully fluttering across the battlefield, evading every attack. He deals with enemies with great effect, and his mobility is too great for anyone to keep up with. He still needs the knife. He grabs it to increase the blade's usefulness to the maximum and kill many more dead people with the blade. The cost of the knife is justified. With a couple of swings, the heads of many dead people flew off. Everyone got what they deserved. Even a blunt sword can be used like a blade that cuts steel. And that is proof that it doesn't matter what kind of sword it is. It's who holds the handle that matters. Our heroine's legs gave way and she fell to her knees, as the surprise was especially pressing on her. The rage shining in the eyes of the dead began to fade. Perry blew out that fire. Their desire to kill was extinguished by the influence of our hero. For him, it was as if he had already seen it all. He justified their weakness by saying that they seemed to have only recently become infected. Gloria didn't think they were weak. She was more amazed by his strength, since she and all her comrades had used up all their ammunition but had suffered heavy losses. She was still on her knees in shock. Perry finally decided to look at her, which surprised her greatly. The policewoman rose from her knees and reported her rank and assignment. Perry conducted a professional dialogue with her and asked her to report all the information to him, including the location. She listened to his requests and remained silent, as she did not fully understand who he was. She was asked to report on everything, but she only asks a lot of other questions about how she was even hired for such a job if she is so emotional. The mysterious student nevertheless decided to give his new partner a helping hand to help her get up. She thanked him for saving her, but she was haunted by who he was and where he got so much power from. Gloria did not understand what kind of support our hero was talking about. At this time, he seemed strange to them, even if he spoke in business language. He also didn't understand why she asked such a question, since supporting him was a healthy decision. Here she decided to show our hero her place, since she is a police officer. And she also showed him her ID. She was a senior lieutenant and a police officer of this city, and her ID did not appear to be fake. Even an ordinary ID card greatly surprised our ordinary student. His gaze was full of distrust, since, in his opinion, no one had used such certificates for a long time. How long ago they had been abandoned and why they were used here. The uniform was also not the same as before or in the future from which our Perry came. He looked around again. Everything around him was the same as before. Old, something that had not been used for a long time. He had seen the apocalypse before, and it was exactly the same. Plus the zombies were just like at the beginning of the disaster, and there was not a single strong one. Gloria thought Perry's behavior was strange, but then he suddenly asked for the year, month, and day. which indicated his suspicion that she was in the wrong time. She too was confused by such a strange question. Or rather, she did not understand why he, having such power, was asking about the time. The guesses turned out to be true. He tried to pretend that everything was normal, but he understood that he had returned 10 years ago, when the apocalypse had just begun. After all, he was not just a student. This day was a real coincidence. A hail of meteorites of destruction, a zombie infestation, and an overall apocalypse. The virus infected more than half of the population, but was defeated after a while. But this does not mean that all the bad weather is over. Suddenly, extraterrestrial technologies appeared, which created a number of evolution zones. These technologies allowed humanity to evolve. But unlike everyone else, Perry did not receive abilities, only physical strength. But one thing was revealed only now, and that was precisely his ability to return in time 10 years back. It was as if fate itself had given him such power, since he was able to get to the beginning of the apocalypse in order to help the remaining people with his knowledge. He clenched his fingers into a fist. Now he decides the fate of all these people, since his former powers were with him. Perry had power, knowledge, and strength that everyone else would have to work very hard to achieve. Suddenly, Gloria didn't let the student from the future finish his sentence and pointed out something more important to him. The sky was filled with an emerald glow, the beauty of which he had never seen before, even in the Arctic. And so everything that he predicted began. The zones of evolution began to appear, and their green glow was a consequence of a small amount of time. This zone should be one of the first, and it was the only one in Asia, so they should hurry up so as not to be late. She thought this glow was very beautiful, but before she could express her thoughts, Perry began to point out her rank to her. But suddenly he told our Gloria something that he could not possibly know, and what he knew was that she was also a second-year student. Only now did he decide to get to know her better and tell her about himself. She was infinitely surprised that he was a student with such abilities, but she no longer trusted him, as if he was hiding something. Suddenly she asked him to show his student card, which, in her opinion, would refute everything he said. He pointed out that he had the ticket in his car, which would make him less trustworthy, since it would seem like a real lie. As expected, she began to trust him even less, since he too obviously refused to show his student card. The image of a second-year student in her eyes was completely different, since it was rare to see a student driving a car with a weapon and with such strength. She pointed her finger at him and told him that he was not a student at all, but she was partly right, since you are unlikely to meet such students of the future. Gloria was absolutely sure that he was a high-ranking military officer who had come on a secret mission, but all her confidence disappeared in an instant, as he nevertheless showed that ill-fated student card. Now she was speechless. She could not believe her eyes because she was sure that they were lying to her. He snatched the ticket from her hands and pointed out that time was of the essence and that they should hurry. Gloria was completely humiliated in front of him, but he was not interested in this. It was important for him to get out of here, and he decided to find out if they had a car in which he and the team were supposed to come here. Still, he approached the car and began to take his seat to head to the evolution zone. Even here he makes her worry, because he is going to go out alone and leave Gloria all alone. She was not happy with this decision, since it was her car, and without it she could not go back. Perry points out to her that the northern part of the city, where he is heading, can be very dangerous, since there are a large number of infected there, and everything follows that it is better for her to stay, because everything around has been cleared of zombies. The policewoman did not understand why an ordinary student would go to the infected area. What attracted him there so much? She suspected that the ticket was a cover, and he was an elite military man. She even came to terms with the fact that he didn't want to confess. Even though she was wrong, he was definitely not an ordinary student. She is sure that she has found a reproach for going with him, but no matter what, he will surely find a reason himself or refuse, whoever it may be. The sergeant constantly points out his rank and points out that she is obliged to go with him. There is no other way. All her confidence instantly evaporated when he said goodbye and closed the window without even listening to her to the end. He is good at humiliating people. Even the authorities in police uniform are no match for him. He didn't care about anything she said to him. He was silent, and this really upset Gloria. Suddenly she had hoped that she would be able to go with him after all, since Perry had the courage to open the window for her. It turns out that he doesn't know how to drive this car, which is exactly what our heroine should be able to do. It's not for nothing that she's the owner of the car. Here they are already on the way. It is not known why, of course. Those showdowns were necessary. But our beauty in a police uniform was behind the wheel. She became more and more convinced that he was an important person. Since he didn't even have to sit at the helm, his subordinates would do everything for him. She fixed him with her evil gaze. Her cunning was revealed only by her face. She felt as if she had revealed every secret of his. In response to her treacherous gaze, Perry looked into her eyes with complete cold-bloodedness and indifference. Such pressure could only be exerted by him, similar to the pressure at the bottom of the oceans. She sensed this cold and would have sensed it on the other side of the world, literally becoming covered in frost herself as she sat nearby. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was constantly staring at her. Even when she tried to throw a discreet glance, his eyes were already drilling new holes. Every clash of glances sent shivers down her spine. Whether it was a monster looking at her or the entire salon was in his eyes. But suddenly this strange silence ended when Perry ordered her to stop. The car stopped, but why would he suddenly need to stop if they so urgently needed to get to the creation of the zone? Whether they really arrived, and for what purpose they could get out halfway, is known only to our hero. Apparently his mercy has run out. Either he finds it hard to bear the insidious glances on himself, or he's worried about the fragile beauty and wants to take care of her safety. She was terribly afraid of him. Every word instilled in her a great fear that she could not control. He took the wheel because, during such a period of time watching her, our student from the future learned to drive a car, which Gloria did not believe. The student understood that at this rate, they might be late and they should hurry, the sooner the better. Gloria was confused, as she did not understand why they could be late. Earlier, he also pointed out that there was quite little time. Before she had time to receive an answer to her question, our hero set off at full speed towards his goal, as if there were no obstacles in front of him. The speed at which he was driving was astonishing. The air around him was heating up from the fact that he was rushing. It was now clear that he was in a great hurry to the northern part of the city. You can't believe this the first time. He drove better than the masters who had been driving for decades, and he had literally just learned to drive a car a second ago. But it was as if he was already speaking the same language with it. The city was already on the horizon. Being late is not about our hero. He will arrive at his destination in the shortest possible time. The speed caused the leaves to fall down. The wind remained behind and did not offer any competition to the car, driven by an ordinary student. There was still some ammunition left, which Gloria is now using to replenish her magazine. She regretted that she and her team had not been able to get to the vehicle with equipment. Then they all would have been able to survive. Meanwhile, near the city, the number of zombies was increasing, and Perry was effectively crushing them with the power of this machine. She can't even collect her ammo before Perry runs over another dead man with gusto. He assessed the situation well, and understood just as well that with every meter he traveled, it became more and more dangerous. Now Gloria treated our hero with respect, even putting him above herself, only because she suspected him. The policewoman decided to make sure why he was heading to the northern region, and whether his parents were really staying there. But his answer was very simple. He had lost his parents a long time ago and would not be able to bring them back. She probably felt guilty for what she said, but you can't blame her, because she was in no way guilty of it. Still, she told the reason for their stop and why they decided to evacuate them. But their original task was to explore the northern region. But along the way, they met people and priorities changed. The glow appeared 2 hours after the virus appeared. The authorities sensed something was wrong and decided to send people to investigate. And our police team turned out to be them. Previously, he did not have time to get into the evolution zone, but now he must have time. Here he became interested in time, and he decided to ask Gloria to find out how many moments they had left so as not to be late. There was no signal, but the time was accurate, which seemed strange to our beauty. Time was running out. Only 10 minutes and a few kilometers would separate them from the zone. According to his memory, the zone should appear at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, Perry makes the quickest decision of the day and considers changing the route to cut the distance and get to the north of the area faster. Each time he gave food for thought to our heroine, she could not understand what route he could be talking about, since from such a madman, you can expect anything in the world. As expected, he makes a knight's move. No one could have expected this. He turns the steering wheel, and this sharpness proves that the route has already changed. He is so serious about his intentions that he thinks in an instant. His decisions are lightning fast, and he calculates 10 steps in advance to achieve his goal. There was something in front of the car that made my heart beat faster, adrenaline rush out, and my skin get goosebumps. The new route was occupied by monsters that could greatly slow down travel to the zone. She understood that the zombies could hinder them, but Perry thought faster. He remembered the machine gun that stood on the roof, and it would be the key to entering the zone. Suddenly, she calmed down. She finally understood that she could rely on an ordinary student from the future, since he knew what to do. But fear did not leave her even now. She wanted her thoughts not to come true, but all the craziest things were already in the mind of our hero. So the machine gun was needed. They poured a hail of lead on the dead. Each one became like a sieve. They couldn't have expected such precipitation, and Perry brings their worst nightmares to life. Everyone envied such shooting. Each bullet took many lives. He left them no chance of survival. Now no one could stand in their way. All the monsters fell down and leveled themselves with the asphalt, becoming its covering. Gloria couldn't believe her eyes. The whole time she hadn't hit a single monster. The road was perfectly clear and no one stood in her way. In order to achieve maximum speed, Perry ordered her not to steer the wheel, but to press the gas pedal to the floor. Her look said it all. She was afraid of such madness, but she understood that she could trust this student. Perry knew there was a turn ahead, but he still asked not to stop and not to steer. After all, he was not so stupid as to miss such a detail of the plan. Meanwhile, the stone in the sky was shining brighter and brighter. The sky was turning emerald. The zone should appear any minute now. The city was covered in a light green fog, as if the matrix had malfunctioned and a code of green numbers appeared on a black screen. Our heroes had almost arrived in time for the zone to appear. They literally flew into its borders so as not to be late. The green haze around the car was a result of our friends making it in time. Now all the options were open for Perry. The impact with the surface was not at all soft. The car was initially very battered. Now it will not be easy for it to get back on its wheels. Fortunately, the passengers were alive. But the sand that appeared in the middle of the city softened the landing, and our heroes survived. Perry outdid himself. They arrived right in time for the zone to be created. Yet Perry's short route paid off in full. Gloria couldn't believe that the northern region had become a complete desert. Everything around was incredibly strange. The student rejoiced that they had made it in time, as if he had already known in advance the time of the creation of the zone. But Gloria did not understand this, since she could not even imagine that Perry knew the future 10 years in advance. Everything around was as in Perry's imagination, as if he saw what he expected. And Gloria herself was thrilled by what she saw. But it's true that in Asia, in the northern part of the city, statues of the Sphinx and ancient pyramids appeared. It's not for nothing that a desert appeared here. She definitely suspected something was wrong. Everything around was incredibly strange, and Perry stood calmly and looked at it, as if he knew all this in advance. Here they are, the manifestations of the zone. Everything was like a matrix enveloping this area. All those who did not know about this were very scared. People heard voices in their heads. They claimed about a certain zone. The territory that was chosen turned out to be Egypt. It is not for nothing that the first zone of evolution became the first wonder of the world. The Sphinx, a lover of riddles, became the keeper of the crystals of evolution. He asked travelers questions. Those who did not answer would be eaten by God. This voice was broadcast into the heads of every person as it was said, this zone appeared by an unknown force so that people could take the crystals of evolution while they were isolated from the rest of the world. Even when she was full of fear, she thought clearly, realizing that they had 3 ways to get out of the zone, and her heart calmed down. Fulfilling one of the conditions will result in the disappearance of the zone. Otherwise, all people will remain in captivity forever. There was some discontent. People from other areas found themselves far from their families, and they didn't care about the zones. Getting out of there was their first priority. The dead also entered the zone and were already taking over a bus, which clearly had people in it. The transport was attacked by a large-scale attack of the dead. They were hungry for fresh flesh, which was located in the passenger seats. The bus was a treasure chest for zombies. Inside, there was a pleasant surprise waiting for them, which they made their way to with all their might. The driver pressed the pedal to the floor, but in the sand, the speed would not be great, and if no one helped them, death would be inevitable. Having gained great speed, they still ran into the limits. Apparently, their fate will be known. The collision was painful. The driver should have lost his life instantly. He only had a one-way ticket. The evolution zone was truly impregnable. Even a bus at high speed could not pass beyond its boundaries. The passengers begged for salvation. The zombies did not give the survivors any peace and drove them into a corner. Gloria understood that the situation was getting tense. Those people were in mortal danger, and a sense of duty prompted her to save these defenseless people. Perry warned Gloria that they would only be able to save her if she gave it her all. They ran along a sandy path, the driver driving all the passengers into even greater danger when he decided to drive away from the monsters. Everything around resembled some kind of miracles. Concrete forests against the backdrop of ancient statues and pyramids. The strangest was the Sphinx. His gaze drilled into every inhabitant of the evolution zone. It was not for nothing that he became the keeper of the crystals. His eyes shone like candles in a temple. No one could deny his divine power. It was not for nothing that he became the keeper of the ancient pyramids. Incredibly, the Sphinx was definitely not a simple statue. The zone awakened a hidden power in him, and he will again ask riddles to stupid travelers, which will be a test. The driver made his own tomb in the wreckage of the car, his fear leaving him forever without a sky above his head. The creatures were more terrible than any nightmare. They were all exhausted. They went wherever their legs carried them, wherever their instinct told them. There was not a drop of reason in them. The passengers were in mortal danger. The monsters' eyes were shining with the flames of rage. They were hungry, which forced them to constantly hunt for fresh flesh. Sometimes people can be much more terrible than any monster, because they are ready to throw their neighbor into the crowds of monsters for the sake of salvation. True to form, this impudent woman did not display any cowardice, but stood behind her while the girl saved her life, putting her own on the line. On top of everything else, she reproached the brave beauty for the fact that it was she who was to blame for them getting into the bus. There was no combat strategy in that dead man. He went into battle head-on. You couldn't expect a treacherous blow in the back from him. The girls huddled in the back seats. Their fear knew no bounds, their teeth clenched, tears streaming from their eyes, and their screams and shouts could be heard on the other side of the zone. The heroine was not a simple girl who was afraid of death. The beauty had enough courage to stop the zombie with an ordinary pipe, thereby saving the passengers. However, her strength is not enough to push the walking corpse, and Rose asks her friends for help. Together they were much stronger in any case. Against the crowd, everyone would be defeated, even the walking dead. They have a chance to escape from the monsters. The girl turned out to be smarter and braver than everyone, and used the collective power against the impending death. Even at such a moment, that impudent girl decides to run away first and casts her gaze towards the exit. Such impudence is incomparable to anyone. She abandons all her friends to their fate when she took advantage of them. But suddenly, her plan is thwarted by another monster at the entrance. Do they have a chance to escape against two dead men? Or will Perry and Gloria have time to come to the rescue? The impudent woman began to lose hope for survival. They were surrounded on all sides, which meant that the chances of survival became significantly less. It was clear from her face that she was ready to do anything to survive, and she would use any opportunity to her advantage. She still manages to escape, leaving all her friends in rows with two corpses that will mercilessly devour them. No shame, she ran and didn't even turn around. The death of her friends would be a momentary sadness for her, which she would forget after a few knocks. With each passing second, the situation became more tense. The first dead man had already snatched the pipe into his hands. Another dead man was nearby. Everything was terrible for the heroines. The monsters made their way into the bus. It was unlikely that anyone would save them, since they were locked in a steel tomb, the ticket to which was for the last journey. That willpower evaporated the moment the second dead man appeared. The fragile beauty saw no way to get off the bus alive. Her last hopes left her, and everything else with it. Her eyes, empty of hope, suddenly change. A sparkle appears on her pupils. Shards of glass break right in front of her, which means that the rescuers arrived in time. Here he is, our hero, the savior. Just a student, a fighter against evil, came at the very last moment. Now the zombies must change their route. Now they need to run. A couple of moments and the beauty could have lost her beautiful face. A couple more seconds and the girls could not avoid death. A master at saving beauties, Perry, as always, demonstrates the effectiveness of his fight against the dead. They do not pose any danger to him. This is what a real hero looked like to her. In an instant, she forgot about fear. The monster did not have time to touch her, since her savior was much faster. She understood that the battle was not over yet, and her savior was still in great danger. Her fears were justified. The zombie instantly appeared behind Perry, but he didn't care about the danger behind him. Such opponents weren't even fit to hold a candle to him. He just escapes the attack, literally disappears from the dead man's horizon. The monster will never be able to cope with such speed. He was calm, his movements were smooth, like an ordinary student, but he was capable of performing miracles that inspire faith in the future. Such a hero can be trusted with fate, since his strength alone can make every enemy kneel before him. And again, he decapitated a couple of dead people. They are like a glass of water for him, invigorating him at the beginning of the day. Rose fully appreciated the strength of our hero. By her standards, it was amazing. He easily dealt with two dead men in a matter of seconds and sent them to rest. Perry looked at Rose as if he had seen her before, or rather, they would meet in the future. She looked at him sweetly in response. The beauty still could not recover from what she saw, since everything happened too quickly. Her eyes could not even follow the movements. It turned out that way he recognized someone in her. Apparently she played an important role in the future, that even Perry managed to remember her. Rose was embarrassed by him. Such strength and charisma clouded her head. Her tongue was twisted as if the one she had loved all her life was standing in front of her. Before Rose can thank Perry for saving her, Gloria jumps into the conversation and points out that everything is clear outside the bus. The corpse of the dead man confirmed the safety inside the transport, and Rose was able to learn the name of her new idol. Gloria inspired confidence in all the passengers and indicated to them that they should follow her. However, the rescue was not without bad news. That impudent girl ran away and put herself in danger. Right now, she is not with them, and being alone in the middle of the apocalypse is terribly dangerous. The policewoman was horrified by what she heard, and her joy instantly turned into fear that the defenseless girl was in mortal danger. Perry was well aware of how badly things were changing, with literally every rescue not being without losses. The impudent woman was already very far away. She ran and did not even think about the fact that everyone was saved, and she was running towards death. Suddenly, she was covered by a strange shadow. But there was not a cloud in the sky. The clouds could not block her view. What was above her was just falling on her. Finally, she noticed this oddity above her head. Apparently, her own fear had betrayed her. The betrayal cost her much more, so to speak. A miser pays twice. Now saving her was pointless. She would die. Even if she had sacrificed her friends earlier, her greed had destroyed her. But what kind of giant creature crushed the impudent girl? Incredible dangers approaching the bus. The situation has only gotten worse. She died in front of everyone's eyes. The sand giant crushed her and didn't even notice because of its size. Gloria could already sense this horror outside the bus. An unprecedented danger, comparable to a catastrophe, was looming. However, the keeper woke up after a long sleep, and from his gaze, it was clear that he was heading towards our heroes. The ground beneath his feet was shaking, and only Perry could know what to do when meeting the sand god Sphinx. The living statue is frightening to the point of shuddering bones. His gaze presses on the victim like the mythical mountain on the back of the Titan Atlas. Once an ordinary statue, now a terrifying guardian who will kill anyone who displeases him. That is our Sphinx. That scream deafened all the passengers. Fear enveloped them, and not without reason. This catastrophe was a real horror in the real world. Perry recognizes him from 1,000 others. A lone guardian who is stronger than all the other guardians of the evolution crystals. The girl has lost hope in life so many times that it's easy to lose count. Perry, as always, is calm, and he continues to reassure everyone else with his unwavering spirit and willpower. At that moment, he orders everyone to sit down in their places and start reading. He was behaving strangely, and Gloria noticed it. There was no time to explain. If Perry knew what he was doing, then you could trust him. Otherwise, the claw that had broken through the roof of the bus would break through you. Nobody made any unnecessary movements. Everyone quietly read books without any fear for their lives. But in that case, everyone would be scared. The silhouette of a giant god looked down on them all, through a hole in the ceiling. His eyes shone with the fury of the gods, and he alone could bring down the heavens on all mortals. But something in his behavior was strange. The sand god did not kill his victims instantly. He looked at what they were doing. Apparently, it was not for nothing that Perry ordered them to read. There was some kind of catch in this. The onlookers on the rooftops were already sure that our travelers were dead. But if Perry was in control of the situation, then their success was guaranteed. Even the history textbook managed to attract Perry's attention, or rather, he considered it very interesting. It was not for nothing that he studied at the history department. Incredibly, our student has outdone himself again. The Sphinx noticed that everyone was reading and decided not to distract them from the important matter. Perry had a real ace up his sleeve. His knowledge was capable of doing incredible things. He knew much more and used it to the fullest. All the onlookers were speechless. Everyone was sure of their death. But now they did not doubt the knowledge of our hero, since it was he who prevented the attack of the Sphinx. Why did the statue leave them alone? How did they manage to do it? What kind of trick did the boy use to deflect the wrath of the great god? These were the questions that swirled in the minds of those people. When the Sphinx left, Perry slammed the book shut with complete confidence. Everything was exactly as he intended. Everyone was still afraid, but Perry, as always, knew how to calm people down, after all. Even the most absurd solutions to problems saved their lives, like some kind of grotesque. They can breathe a sigh of relief. Gloria was watching the Sphinx. Their life was on the verge of collapse. But the student of the future saves everyone again with his mind. At first, the policewoman couldn't believe such nonsense, but now she was jubilant. Her eyes were shining with admiration. Perry was incredible to her. He was absolutely calm. Everything went as it should, and Gloria could not believe what was happening before her eyes, and how our hero managed to know everything in advance. However, everything was as simple as possible. They only had to remember the very advice that was being broadcast in people's heads, and it said that they needed to understand the character of God. Gloria had already completely forgotten about it, but Rose remembered the entire piece of advice word for word. But no one could even imagine that this was the answer. The Sphinx was precisely that sand god, and it was necessary to remember the associations about him. Not a single traveler could pass by the Sphinx without listening to its riddle. It was always the same, and the answer was also no different. But those who answered incorrectly were killed by the sand god. He was very cruel to fools who could not answer the riddle correctly, but he treated smart and wise people with respect. One day, a wise man appeared who was able to give the correct answer, as a result of which the Sphinx threw himself off a cliff, which means that he treats smart people with respect and therefore feels fear for them. Reading books was an excellent demonstration of wisdom and good mentality, which Perry took advantage of. But suddenly something disturbed his peace. Some thought awakened a strange surprise in him. But it turned out that they all initially had a chance to survive without our student, since they already had books. Suddenly, it dawned on him twice at once. It wasn't just like that he recognized Rosa. She could become the savior of the zone, since only she remembered the advice. She had different books, and only she could help all the inhabitants of the zone. The beauty reminded him of someone he could remember from the future. She was probably very influential. Rosa was very shy in front of our hero, but still decided to thank him and get to know him better. He made her feel even more insecure and even found similarities between them. Incredibly, in the future, our Rose was one of the most influential people in China, possessed several elements, and could create storms and cataclysms. He thought clearly and understood well that she received those powers through the evolution crystal, since it was one of the most powerful. They even managed to find a common language, and it's not for nothing that he is a student at the same institution. Gloria interrupted their sweet heart-to-heart talk by saying that they should take care of some rams, and also that they needed to deal with the Sphinx itself. Still, it's not that colorful. This method only worked until the moment when they attacked the Sphinx in order to extract the crystal. The girls began to notice the darkness outside and decided that they would rather spend the night on the bus. But Perry thought completely differently. There were too many factors that went against the girls' decision, as the large amount of blood could have summoned many dead. There was not enough food, and they also became a target for those onlookers. Perry had long known about those who were watching them. He counted about 5 people who were constantly watching them. This information put a lot of pressure on Gloria. She was already afraid that they could not only be following them, but also plotting something. The student understood that those people were not just doing surveillance. Since the conditions of the zone and the release from it contradicted this, those onlookers had to come up with something to get the crystal or fulfill the other conditions. One of the conditions was that they had to kill a few people to be freed, which meant that our heroines shouldn't get into trouble if they weren't ready to kill. Rosa and Gloria finally began to understand the seriousness of the situation. The zone is not grotesque, and every mistake can cost a lot. It was already quite dark. Perry points out to them that they should follow him and get it into their heads that in the current situation, people can be more dangerous than zombies. The main character completely forgot about the 2 girls. They had already completely lost hope that the heroes would take them. The student realized that he had forgotten about the others while he was talking with Gloria and Rosa. Everyone followed the path that Perry had blazed for them, killing the monsters one by one. He hoped that the sandy wind would dull the zombies' senses and they would be safe. Gloria didn't know where they were going, but Perry knew in advance where to go, and his knowledge of the city is amazing, as he found the most optimal place to survive this night. The policewoman didn't just end up at her job. She also knows the city well and suggested the supermarket as a place to survive. But not everything is so clear-cut. Perry knew about that option too, it was good. But the supermarket is the epicenter of the dead, yes, there is a lot of what you need there, but a small store around the corner would be much safer. The resources of the shop are quite enough for 5 people, but dying in a giant supermarket from greedy people or hungry monsters is not the best solution. The store was very convenient in case they could be attacked, since the mere understanding that an attack from the main entrance would be useless, since there was an opposite black exit. In order for our heroes to fall into the trap, both entrances must be occupied, meaning that the enemy forces will be weaker than if they block one exit with all their forces. Rose greatly admired her idol, because he was both smart and strong. But Gloria knew that she did not fully understand his strength, and then she started praising him. How he chopped up dozens and hundreds of dead people. This really doesn't please Perry, since he's trying to protect them, and all they do is praise him. Suddenly, he stopped on a sandy road. Apparently, they had already arrived at a place where they could spend the night. It was very quiet outside, which was strange since there should have been at least echoes of enemies here. But there was only deathly silence nearby. Gloria noticed the store, it was right in front of them, but she didn't notice that it was too quiet here, which is why Perry stopped. In this quarter, there were only old people, who should be the easiest to get infected. But there were no zombies anywhere. The student suspected something. For now, he decided to explore the situation alone, since there was an obvious trap here that only Perry could disarm. So he stopped, sensed something, and prepared to attack. The wind was blowing the sand, and the silence around gave some anxiety. Perry knew that danger was right under his nose, and it was precisely this danger that was supposed to scare away all the monsters in the area. This entity was nearby. The student had already smelled it. He was on the trail of a mortal enemy. This enemy was truly strong and could compete with our hero. The entity was terrifying in its appearance, sat in a trap and waited for the victim to fall into the trap. Now, Perry knew who was in front of him, and most importantly, where he was. Such a victim would be the most dangerous enemy for this entity. Something about this car was wrong. Everything about it was scary, as if it was she who was hiding some incredible danger behind it. Perry already understood what this car was hiding and indicated to the one who was located under it to get out quickly. The student found himself a good enemy. If it weren't for him, all the travelers would have fallen into the clutches of that creature. Gloria imagined the strength of the creature that lifted the car with ease. Fear enveloped her, and she was no longer so confident in Perry's strength. Rose saw before her a real horror that no one should have to see. So this creature came out into the light. In comparison with the others, it was much more terrible, stronger. However, it surpassed all the dead and everything. Gloria saw this danger and asked Perry to run away from this monster quickly. It was not for nothing that Perry, after the time jump, said that all long-range weapons were obsolete, since no bullet could penetrate such enemies with such durability. The creature attacks. It throws the car with such ease, as if a child is playing racing. But Perry's not so simple. His agility is enough to dodge every attack. The student of the future warned his friends to be on guard, as the noise could attract more zombies. Where did such a creature suddenly appear from? Can they really mutate and become stronger? If so, then the threat has become much more dangerous. Perry called the monster mutated, but not completely. They arrived at the moment of its mutation. While it was still weak, they have a chance to kill this creature. But no matter how he was distinguished by his special strength and speed, durability and size, he was literally the strongest of his kind. It could destroy cars with its power. The monster can only be defeated if you find its weak points. Otherwise, you will be a corpse. The girls were very worried about Perry's life, since it was no longer possible to find a loophole, as in the case of the Sphinx. All their worries were a waste of time, as Perry dodges the attacks like a hare, running away from yet another forest predator. Perry's not so simple as to not dodge such an easy attack from such a monster. Such a monster, our hero, was equal to a mosquito. Still, the monster was furious. Hunger forced him to hunt for the weaker ones. But right now he was unlucky with his opponent. This creature will not give him any peace. But our hero was not going to die either. Such monsters should already be commonplace in the future. What is more frightening is what these creatures will mutate into next and how quickly. The monster fails to catch Perry and goes into a fiery rage that makes it fight even more bloodthirsty. Perry even manages to mock the monster in his hopelessness, since if he were to attack, the student would easily escape from all the enemy's onslaught. Gloria had already imagined what would happen to Perry if he got hit by this monster that destroyed cars with one attack. But Perry never fails, and he doesn't attack as if he's waiting for the right moment, since this creature has very few weak points. The monster's already at the limit of emotions. Anger's already bulging out. It wants to quickly absorb this impudent fellow, who does not even attack in response. The lieutenant noticed that there were no more escape options around Perry, meaning he had to attack or his death was inevitable. Perry didn't expect such pressure from the monster. Now it was much faster than before, which means the strength had also increased. The creature's appearance frightened everyone in the area. Among the zombies, no one was equal to him, which pushed him to the top. Now Perry did not run away from the monster, although it was already nearby and could break off a tasty morsel. But for the monster, everything would not be so simple, since the enemy in front of him was much more dangerous than all the previous ones. Here it is, a furious look that cuts enemies into pieces. The student no longer intends to dodge. Now he will chop from the shoulder. As expected from our hero, one swing of the blade, like a halberd, cuts off the monster's hand. Perry's behavior in the fight was strange. Why didn't he cut off the monster's hand earlier? What was on his mind, Gloria wondered. The fight continued, and the student decided to look at his sword, although behind him was a furious monster who became even more angry, since his hand was cut off. The fears were confirmed. The monster screamed in pain. Now it cannot fight with all its strength, but with great bloodthirstiness. The furious monster was already rushing at full speed towards Perry, preparing to cut off his head. Incredibly, the monster was already on his heels, but our hero had prepared a pose for a powerful attack. Apparently, death had already come for the dead man. This pose meant a sudden counterattack. As expected, he left no chance for this monster to further mutate. Now he is another zombie who fell at the hands of the hero of the future. He didn't even manage to understand what happened. The hero disappeared from sight and cut him. Brains flew out. Perry again proved stronger than every monster and exceeded all expectations. The strongest monster on the block, the one who scared all the weak zombies and people away from here, fell in front of the tiny man, his head smeared down. The bigger the cabinet, the louder it falls. The girls were amazed. He killed them with one swing of a blunt sword, leaving no hope for life. Incredibly, after death, the monster began to emit energy that flowed into Perry. But he had not noticed this before. His strength was replenished. He became even stronger, as if he had increased his level. This is the crystal's ability. It is capable of this too. At this rate, he will easily increase his rank even in a year. After all, his strength is amazing. The friends were very worried about that fight, but it turned out that Perry could chop down every enemy in a matter of seconds, which seemed strange, since the hero of the future always just dodged attacks. Everything was obvious. The whole secret was hidden in the monster's body. They only had to look at the monster closer. Not everyone liked looking at this creature, which was also dead and had its brains fuzzy all over the ground. Gloria thought that Rose was not afraid since she did not show it. But there was horror in her. Nevertheless, she was determined to examine a potential enemy in the future, since the enemy must be known by sight. Perry saw potential in his girls, as both were uncomfortable with the sight of blood and flesh, but were able to overcome their fears, meaning that they would become very important people in this world. He grabbed Rose by the hand. She immediately blushed with shame, but Perry wanted to calm her down so that she could see the whole monster properly. Rose began to study the monster's body, while Perry called Sergeant Gloria to join her. He asked them what they saw. There were bones on the body. They served as armor, and it was impossible to pierce it with an ordinary sword. Bullets would not even scratch the creature. The exoskeleton was too strong to cut the creature in half, which is why Perry didn't attack it for a long time. What was more frightening was that such mutations appeared in just one day, and what will happen next can only be guessed at the worst. The bones not only covered the entire body, but also strengthened. Such an advantage makes this creature immortal in the area, since no bullet can penetrate such a frame. She compared the strength of these bones to metal. In front of them was a tank on 2 legs, which could only be penetrated by other military equipment. This is exactly what was bothering Perry. Thoughtless attacks would lead to the destruction of the blade, and shots would only waste ammunition. As the hero of the future discovered, it is best to hit the joints, ignoring the exoskeleton. This is how it was possible to kill the monster, chopping off its head with just one swing of the blade. Gloria immediately decided to report all this to headquarters. But she didn't think at all about the fact that she first needed to get out of here. Because this big guy was the strongest in the area, the path here was clear. But now weak zombies will fill the entire space here, and they should quickly run away from here. As expected, they arrived at the store just in time, just as the zombies were gathering in the alleys. There were candles in the shop, and our heroes decided to use them. There were only 50 candles, and one lasted only an hour, which meant they had to be used wisely. Food is also a valuable resource that should be used wisely. Gloria agreed with this, and also planned to use canned goods and products with sugar later, as they have the longest shelf life. Incredibly, Perry was very lucky with his partners, as they promised him that they would take over the cooking and let him go on vacation. The hero of the future tried to offer to help, but even Rose agreed with the lieutenant. Perry's pressure immediately dropped. He finally agreed to help and can rest thanks to the care of such beauties. These are craftswomen. Both tried their best and prepared a royal dinner. Perry was very lucky with them. I will never tire of repeating. The hero praised this dinner without trying it, because it initially looked very appetizing. The first attempt at a masterpiece from the fragile and delicate hands of beauties should be promising. The reaction was amazing. He recognized this taste from 1,000, as if lightning struck, so to speak. The hands of these sorceresses conjured up a work of art. Rose already thought that Perry didn't like it, but he was more surprised because it was magical. The spices, which were the best in China, were to blame for everything, but the girl's merits cannot be denied. These spices would become a luxury in the future and the most valuable product on the black market, something he hadn't eaten for 10 years. The taste was a memory he could only retrieve by jumping back in time 10 years. Gloria took care of Perry and tried to get him to eat meat, since he was focusing all his attention on vegetables. He refused such care because he loved vegetables very much. And besides, he wanted to leave them some meat too. But what he really wanted was to eat vegetables, which were in short supply after the apocalypse, which was precisely the reason for his love of growing produce. The sergeant thought that he was taking care of them and showing his kindness to them so that they would be well fed. These thoughts moved her feelings. She admired his kindness and began to cry like a child. Rose increasingly did not understand the reason for the strange behavior of the children, since one was crying for no reason, and the other was reacting to food as if he did not like it. The candle has almost gone out, which means it's time to get ready for bed and wait for a new day. The plates were empty, everyone had finished dinner just as one candle went out. Even here, his concern knew no bounds. He decided to share the blankets with everyone, but did not take a single one for himself. He decided to sleep separately from everyone in the corner and let them bask together, but Gloria stopped him for some unknown reason. She asked him to stay with them because they had a lot of questions that they needed answers to. The lieutenant wanted to know why Perry was so strong and where he got so much knowledge, which was also interesting to Rose. The hero scratched his head and was finally able to understand what they wanted from him. The crescent moon had already taken its place in the sky and was lighting everyone's path. The girls were shocked by what they heard. They were surprised by the evolution that the zombies had, which became stronger due to it. For one reason only, everyone around became stronger and adapted to the world around them through evolution. Rodents acquired strong front teeth to crack nuts. Zombies became stronger to stab people. Overall, with each stage of evolution, zombies can be divided into as many as 5 classes. The wandering zombies were the weakest, not particularly strong or fast, and their strength and size had not changed either. The mutated dead were already much stronger, more durable and faster. They became giants among their own and could pose a danger to an ordinary person. The frightening corpses were a nightmare incarnate. It was not for nothing that they received such a name. Only the 4th stage, and they are already disasters capable of bringing many problems to humanity. And here are the catastrophes. The highest level of power among the dead. They cannot even come close to falling to the power of the descending, the highest stage of evolution. The strays did not have any special strength and did not show any obvious changes for a long time. But suddenly, they acquired fangs and claws instead of teeth and hands. And literally over time, they became the most terrible creatures. Among the evolved, there are rare species, and that giant was just the kind that is found only in the desert sands. The girls understood that the dead were becoming stronger, and what about ordinary survivors who could not evolve? But there was good news too, and the evolution zones allowed people to become stronger. By that time, the sun had already taken its place at the zenith and provided an incredible view of its sunrise. Finally, they started to get out. It's worth exploring the situation so that there are no unnecessary problems in the future. Gloria walked unsteadily. That conversation was constantly on her mind as the situation was getting worse and worse with each passing minute. Rose was also restless, keeping her weapon ready to stop any sudden attack. But what haunted them was the very good news that people were also becoming stronger. Every person could and can evolve, even including our girls. They have already noticed that it is difficult for ordinary people to survive here, even for a day. It is for this reason that tomorrow they are heading out for the evolution crystal, and then the girls will practice fighting against the dead. Such good news never made the heroines happy. They were more afraid for their lives. The other girls did not want to gain new skills and become stronger, as they were very afraid of the danger outside. He forgot about them again, although he initially didn't even want to take them with him. The morning was approaching. The sunlight should have scared away the dead, but the strongest and bravest remained. And so they came across a dead man on their way, who could have become training for the girls. But no matter, Perry decided to take him on himself, since he was stronger than the usual strays. It didn't take long for our hero to deal with such a weakling and plunged his sword into his head. The blood of the fallen monster flowed from the sword, and he was unable to do anything to our hero, since the difference in strength was too great. Still, that zombie didn't live up to Perry's expectations, since he was weak, but the girls in their heads praised him again. Suddenly, something appeared to the side. The hero cast his gaze and waited for a new attack. There were dead people on that side who were weaker than the last one, which would be just right for training. Finally, they will be able to train. Perry considered these dead men weaklings, which will be just right for our beauties. Gloria was already fully prepared, but Rose didn't like killing anyone at all, or she was afraid of these creatures. He thought that his overprotectiveness had a bad influence, but his fears disappeared when he realized that she was only a high school student, and it was normal for her to be afraid. Suddenly, she woke up. Perry promised her that in any case, he would be there and help in an emergency. Rose gathered her courage, and now fire was visible in her eyes. It shone brighter than any flame. After all, Perry knows how to raise the fighting spirit of even such a beauty. She was very sensible, realizing that the elder could become the leader of the entire apocalypse. She could not get lost in his shadow. The dead did not wait for them to stop chatting pleasantly. They did not care about honor and pride. They had only killing and killing on their minds. The sergeant took on the first one and gave him a good fight. It was not for nothing that she was hired. She did not waste time on it. Her actions were lightning fast. The dead man did not have time to respond with anything, as his hands were twisted and prepared for death. Zombies attack mindlessly, which is why their actions are easy to predict and take action against. Unless, of course, they are fighting against a rational being. The monster only had to utter his cries, which no one would ever understand. Gloria can breathe a sigh of relief. Defeating the monster with close combat was not easy for her. Now it was Rose's turn. The monster was already rushing after her. She was looking straight at it. Fear was present, but her intentions were higher than that. Here comes the first zombie attack. She easily avoids it, realizing that it is too early to counterattack. Time after time, the monster misses Rose. There's no use in his thoughtless blows. Her gaze shone brighter than all the stars. Beautiful in everything. Two opposites in one beauty. Unearthly sweetness and incredible strength of spirit. A flame of rage in her eyes and fear of murder in her heart. The best time to counterattack is when she pierces the monster with her spear, like Odin with the spear Gungnir. Now her hands are stained with blood up to the elbows. The harsh world did not give her a peaceful life, marking her with the mark of a killer. But fate gifted her with the skill of survival. Now she is a real hunter. This time, she is a killer, a victim, and a witness. A killer of a monster, a victim of conscience, and a witness of death. But she was able to cleanse the world of a monster that could have killed many more people. Rose experienced the greatest fear in her life and overcame it. The strength of spirit of such a beauty is amazing. It will be difficult for her to recover from this. Support will be simply essential for her, since it is quite difficult to accept the first kill. Here it is. Worthy support, Perry, as promised, came to the aid of his fan in a difficult moment for her. The world was no longer the same for her. Everything around her was collapsing. The first murder, even of a dead person, would be difficult for her to accept. But suddenly her gray world is painted with the brightest colors, and all Perry needed was to stroke her head, because her beloved can warm her warmer than any sun. He made it clear to her that there was no longer any moral standard in this world, and that it was absolutely impossible to regret the death of a dead person, to which she immediately agreed. An incredible dawn broke over the sand dunes. The second day of the apocalypse began. The zone was still not deactivated. Perry noticed that it was dawn and he could move on to meet his goal. Gloria suggested that for the purpose of reconnaissance, they go higher and look at the situation from a different angle. Perry agreed with her and pointed to the building that was the best option for reconnaissance. It was not without reason that he chose this particular high-rise building. It was abandoned, which meant that there would be few zombies who had previously been residents here. Gloria wondered why they chose an unfinished building. Perry stated the obvious. Where there used to be a lot of people, there are a lot of zombies. Where there are no people at all, you can meet at most a lonely couple. It was precisely this kind of thinking that Gloria could not get used to. The student pointed to something very important in that direction. Gloria immediately had to look at it. She couldn't understand at all what Perry was talking about. She looked at the pyramids, at the Sphinx, but nothing was visible. She still managed to notice a familiar car that was burning. Could it really have been set on fire by the scorching sun? It turns out that this was the same bus that Rosa was on. Something was clearly wrong about this. Everything turned out as Perry said. They were already being hunted, but they were not found, and the bus was set on fire. The act of hot-tempered people. Gloria was glad she listened to him, but they didn't know who these hunters were. But Perry was sure that they would find out very soon. Suddenly, he pointed again to the place where something was happening, not far from the bus. A group of radicals were passing by. Their goal was the evolution crystal, which they were going to get without thinking about the consequences. The crystal shone brighter than the sun in the sky and attracted the attention of magpies, who climbed higher and watched our heroes, and also set the bus on fire. People found no place to survive and lay under piles of garbage, plastic bottles, and food packaging. Even Rose's friends noticed the glow, and it was very difficult not to notice it. This light raised many questions for Gloria, but the biggest impact it had on Perry's crystal, which began to glow strangely. He noticed this influence. The crystal resonated, and that light only made the condition worse. The radicals were real madmen. They rode on iron horses into the arms of danger without even thinking through a plan of action. It is unknown how they planned to defeat the Great Sphinx, a mythical god. But their intentions were definitely serious. The bandits were confident of their luck, and because the statue did not move, they thought that even God was on their side. So far his wheels were moving confidently, but when the Sphinx wakes up, this bandit will be the first to suffer. He promises himself that with the help of the crystal, he will be able to take over the whole world, becoming the absolute ruler. Gloria was senselessly afraid that such a dangerous thing as the evolution crystal would fall into the hands of these people. Still, Perry was right about people being more dangerous than zombies. as such people are ready to enslave the entire world and create a living hell in the world. The lieutenant wanted to move out and deal with these bandits as soon as possible, but Perry wanted to watch them even more. The hero said an important quote about how in a game where life is at stake, you absolutely cannot believe in luck. Suddenly, a sandy hill appeared under his wheels, from which he would take off like on a ramp, but this would be his last jump. A strange silhouette was formed from the sand, into whose clutches the bandit was flying at full speed. Where are his loud and promising words that came out of his mouth with much more confidence? To stumble on his first steps and die the death of another fool, that is his fate. The bandit was squeezed between the giant hands of the Sphinx, as divine punishment fell on this fool, whom the sand god did not like very much. The radicals are no longer so confident of their victory. Soon their heads will fly from their shoulders at the hands of God. This will be very low on their part, since he will die the punishment of the killer of fools. They did not understand what was happening before their eyes. It turns out there are two sphinxes here, and no one could have expected this. The first statue also stood motionless. Something was wrong with it. It didn't have that look that pierced everyone's hearts. It was unbelievable. The statue was crumbling before our eyes. What was happening? It was a fake. These were the questions that were swirling in everyone's heads. They began to understand the situation they were in. The bandits were hunting for the crystal and had fallen into a trap. The Sphinx was a treacherous enemy. It was not for nothing that he was the god of riddles. He smiled maliciously in response to these impudent fellows. There was no point in running. They simply wouldn't have had enough speed to escape from such a giant. All that was left was to fire at it. The shots were also of no use. Each time the situation became worse and worse, and the Sphinx, from a god in appearance, turned into a treacherous god. Gloria was surprised that these people had weapons, as it gave them an advantage in long-range combat. In addition to weapons, they have plenty of explosives, which they use against the sand god. The explosion occurred, but Perry was right to suggest observing the bandits' actions and coming up with a plan at the expense of their victim. It's incredible they were able to injure this giant, which means he is not immortal, and could have been attacked somehow. The pain made him howl at the top of his lungs. They had done at least some harm to God and some good to Perry, but suddenly a sand whirlwind appeared nearby. What is this? A new ability of the Sphinx? There is something wrong with the Sphinx's behavior. Why does he need to put up a new statue? His trick has already been exposed, and no one will be surprised by it anymore. They understood that the explosives worked, which meant they had to be used to their full potential, and then they would definitely win over God himself. A couple more sticks of dynamite, and our treacherous God will crumble and be scattered by the wind. Now the second explosion has sounded a little more, and there will be anarchy in the world, where the throne will be occupied by a bandit and tyrant who will shed rivers of blood, but will take the place of the ruler of this world. A successful future had already flashed before them, where an apocalypse would come after the recent one. Now he didn't scream in pain as much. The Sphinx shook himself off and was ready to vent his divine rage on his enemies. Things got much worse. He recovered with a couple of head shakes. That was his secret. The old wounds have healed. The explosives no longer work. Something is wrong with that statue. There was some strangeness in it that was able to restore the Sphinx. The bandits were no longer so joyful. It seemed to them that the sand god was immortal, and they would never see victory again. They were already harnessing their iron horses and preparing to escape, but it was unlikely that the insidious god would let them go after such an intervention. The Sphinx won't tolerate this. They definitely won't be able to escape from God's punishment. The speed won't be enough. As expected from the god himself, he will not let them escape, even if they guess his riddles. The onlookers felt the horror that emanated from the monster. They understood that they would not be able to overcome such a large size, even with immortality. Gloria herself was not sure of our hero's success. Even she thought that there would be no way out after this. The enemy was too strong. But she never received an answer. Perry had already slipped away and left the horizon in an attempt to steal the crystal straight from the clutches of the god. The student conquered the sand dunes and quickly drove towards the pyramid. Now he has observed enough and will be able to come up with a good plan against God. The speed was astonishing. He was in front of everyone, attracting the attention of all the onlookers of the clouds of sand. One day the Sphinx itself will notice him. There were no unnecessary words coming out of his mouth. His riding was more confident, because now he knows everyone is waiting for every devious trick from the god of riddles. Fear is not his thing at all. It is unbridled rage and strength that gives him fearlessness in front of any enemy. The onlookers did not recognize Perry at first sight, and even considered his behavior reckless, since this had happened a minute ago. It was those bandits who gave him a good opportunity. He received enough information and can avoid every surprise. The pyramid here is not without reason. Even if there is a crystal of evolution at the top, there is some secret at its base. She definitely didn't give Perry any peace. Something was wrong with her, and he could clearly see it. The student suspected the pyramid that it could become the second guardian. It is not for nothing that in other zones the guardians protect the crystal in pairs. His hand gripped the steering wheel tighter and tighter. His intentions were more serious than ever. Victory would be guaranteed. The Sphinx himself noticed him. He could not expect such pressure from the enemies. Everyone wanted to get the crystal and become much stronger. The hero stood in front of the Sphinx. The keeper understood his intentions. He was definitely not here to observe the views of the pyramids. Perry exceeded the very impudence. He dared to call God a cat and called him closer to him. A small light burned in his eyes. With immortality, no one can interfere with him. But this does not bother our hero at all. The Sphinx followed Perry's lead. He was able to win his attention and become a worthy enemy, and a madman who decided to attack the immortal god of riddles. The bandits were sure that our hero's behavior was insane. They considered him an idiot for going into battle with such danger without coming up with a plan. Sergeant Gloria understood that if Perry decided to do something, it meant he was doing the right thing. He would never run where his feet carried him. Meanwhile, the sandcat was preparing a strong attack. Its silhouette was terrible. There was nothing good in it. But Perry's not so simple. It is not for nothing that he is the hero of the future. It is on his shoulders that the salvation of all mankind lies, and it is he who will obtain this crystal. Incredibly, he used the blade as a spring to propel himself into the air in order to avoid the blow. And he does it best. His skill is amazing. He uses every consumable to the maximum. Owning a motorcycle is like being one with a whole person, as if he was born on wheels, demonstrating his incredible skill to everyone around him. The Sphinx is disgraced time after time. No matter how fast he is, Perry will always escape from all sudden blows. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. They thought that everything would be so simple, and the hero would kneel at the beginning of the battle. But no, he would destroy their expectations until they died. Could it be that the Sphinx's eyes shone with a golden light, a new ability of the god that no one had seen before? Perhaps he recognized our hero as a worthy opponent. The sand was collected into silhouettes. The sand god assembled new statues, which consisted of golden sand, and the Sphinx itself was a jeweler. Incredibly, these statues turned out to be clones of the great god. The danger was increasing with every second. The furious warriors under the wing of the god were racing at full speed towards our hero in order to bite into his neck and gnaw him to the bone. Perry noticed new enemies, and they would soon catch up with him, which he understood very well. Rose saw how the situation changed. The number of abilities was amazing, and also the summoning of clones that surpassed anyone in speed. The onlookers themselves were also surprised and glad that our hero was able to expose his new ability, but they were most certain of his death. They were sure that the clones would catch up with him, that he wouldn't be able to escape from them for long, and that he would die for the sake of the bandits' success. But something changed. Perry realized that those creatures were much faster than him, and he decided to stop to protect himself from them. It was not they who attacked him, but he who waited for the right moment to take their lives and chop each one up. The bandits thought that our hero had despaired and realized that there was no point in running. Rose and Gloria did not understand the reason for the stop, but they completely forgot that he would never do anything without thinking. The chase continued. The sand lions were on their tail and did not give their victims a chance to escape. Perry quickly changes the course of events, making a sudden U-turn towards the clones and preparing to once again destroy the expectations of the radicals. There was never any fear in his eyes. He rode forward towards death. Everything in his behavior was unshakable. The two opponents met face to face. Every moment was exciting, like a gladiator in the Roman Colosseum fighting for victory. Again and again, Perry did the impossible. Literally, everyone saw that his life was inevitable, but he didn't care what they said about him. There was not a drop of fear or constraint in him, only the thirst for murder. Now the bandits were not so sure of his death. They were even surprised by his skill. None of them were capable of such a thing and would hardly dare to do such a thing. The girls also couldn't believe their eyes. Everything happened too quickly. In one moment, he chopped down every lion and once again demonstrated the impossible. But suddenly something went wrong. The top of the pyramid shone like the sun in the sky. It's incredible. That pyramid must have been hiding something inside, since the Sphinx received a great boost from the pyramid. It was as if lightning had struck Perry, and he himself suspected that something was wrong. It was not for nothing that there was only one keeper here, or rather, there could be two of them. The closer Perry was to this light, the more influence it had on his crystal, as if someone was looking at him, burning into his soul. Yes, there was still something wrong here. Perry wanted to solve the riddle of the Sphinx, what he was hiding in this ill-fated pyramid. After its empowerment, the Sphinx became much more agile and powerful than before. The pyramid was a stronger guardian than the Sphinx, and remained in constant secrecy to guard the crystal until the very end. Now, a giant cat was chasing Perry. It was faster and could easily catch up with the hero of the future. The girls noticed this oddity with the pyramid. It was no wonder that the Sphinx became as fast as his maneuverable clones. Suddenly, dynamite was found under Perry's wheels. Will he really use it against the Sphinx? After all, he shouldn't be able to act against it anymore. Perhaps he had a more insidious idea in his head and needed the stick of dynamite for a more important purpose. The onlookers understood that they were playing against a genius and that they had better watch his decisions, since he always destroyed their expectations. The fuse was already sparkling. A little more and there would be a loud explosion that everyone in the area would hear. The sand god smiled evilly, as he was sure that he was just another fool who would waste explosives on him. But something didn't go according to Sphinx's plan. The saber flew in a completely different direction, but Perry had a more interesting plan. The Sphinx's insidious look changed to fear. He was frightened, as if someone had guessed his secret. Perry's reconnaissance had gone better than just successfully. A powerful explosion thundered throughout the entire area. Perry learned everything he wanted and could begin to think about further actions. The student of the future discovered a way to escape from this sandy hell. He saw and learned everything he needed. All that was left was to easily take the evolution crystal and leave here as winners. The girls did not expect such a move at all. Perry knew the northern region too well and used his knowledge to the fullest. The bandits didn't expect this either, or rather, they were perplexed in such situations. No one would remember that there could be a subway under their feet, but Perry was much smarter than everyone here. In every situation, he was one step ahead of his enemy. The situation with the bus, the store, and the building, if he hadn't been here, a lot of people would have died. Here, he can already say goodbye to the monster and leave his desert, since he has revealed too many of his trump cards to him. And so the trail disappeared from our hero. Everything was according to his incredible plan. First to observe the madman, and then to go and reliably study the monster's behavior himself. Rose and Gloria could breathe a sigh of relief that their beloved Perry was safe. But Gloria was haunted by the fact that he had not given them any place to meet. The beauty confirmed her words and believed that it would be better for them to wait for him here. But Lieutenant Gloria did not like this decision. The policewoman makes great strides in her progress, now thinking like Perry as she believes they need to think about their next steps. Someone was tracking them from the bandits' high-rise. Gloria managed to notice this, which meant that they had been tracked down, and the hunt for them would soon begin. The main thing is that these people could have set the bus on fire, which means that they have been hunted since yesterday and they should find a secluded place. Radicals will likely notice Perry's skill and want to use it for their own purposes. If he disobeys, the girls will be taken hostage, which will be very convenient for them. It was worth leaving before it was too late, as they could become a burden for him. The screams of the radicals could be heard everywhere. Their plan was clear to everyone. Even the girls guessed their intentions. One of the observers was already running to report to the chief about the discovery of those who were on the bus yesterday. The commander of these sixes liked to toss a coin, which may indicate his passion for their activities. The radical commander was covered in scars, had clearly been through many battles, and had become a professional madman warrior. The Observer 6 reported everything he had. Apparently they really liked Perry. It's not for nothing that they're chasing him like that. As expected from the radicals, using something that was still working, they understood that the hero knew a lot, and his knowledge could be used to obtain the evolution crystal. They were already setting out to hunt, gathering all their forces to catch the two girls. The commander was definitely a madman. It was getting on towards evening. The second day of the apocalypse was coming to an end, but the danger had not gone away. The girls ran at full speed to avoid falling into the hands of the treacherous bandits who had never spoken to a woman in their lives. The sergeant decided to leave through the alley because they might be noticed. But Rose thought that there were a lot of zombies there, which would be a reason not to go there. Gloria had learned Perry's lesson well, that humans were far more dangerous than the infected in recent days. Here it is, that very alley. Nothing tempted me to go through it, but there was no other way. A dark room just right for hiding in it, and no one will ever find them. That darkness still haunted Rose. She was sure that there should be plenty of dead people here, but it was empty around. Gloria was worried about something completely different. The sounds of an engine from the side, which meant only one thing. The bandits were very close. As expected, those radicals were looking for our girls with great interest, but they couldn't find out for how long. They passed only a short distance until they knew that their goal was very close. The lieutenant listened carefully to their every word. Her fears were confirmed. She now also thinks one step ahead of her enemies. The radical commander was confident that the target was very close, since they had no transport. The girls understood that they had to hurry, but they were at a loss as to where to go. The policewoman knew her way around the area well. It wasn't for nothing that she was given such a position. She kept looking back to make sure that the enemy didn't pick up their trail, and the wind was covering their tracks as they moved through loose sand, where it would never be possible to track a person. Gloria told Rose to keep a low profile. They walked slowly without a single unnecessary movement, gracefully like ballerinas. What was worrying was that not a single zombie appeared on their way. Whether it was luck or not was not clear at all. The atmosphere was very tense. Any wrong move could lead to their death or make them a burden for Perry. Everything is terrible. It is unknown why there was a sudden creaking sound coming from the door. There was definitely something behind it, but this is not so important, since the radicals could have heard it. Still, they kept their ears open and definitely heard this creaking from the side. Gloria was confused. It was unlikely that anything would help them now, since predators were already on their trail. Rose insisted that it wasn't her, that the creaking came out of nowhere. But did that really matter? Now they are trapped. They managed to while away the time. But the radicals still found a trace on the tail of these beauties. What awaits them now? One can only hope for a hero with an iron horse. What horror awaits them? No one knows. The escape plan did not work. Perry was very far away, and the radicals could use them as hostages to take advantage of his strength and knowledge. Last time Perry did the impossible, teased God himself, and escaped from his clutches alive. Only our hero could do that. He was thinking about how to defeat this giant monster. The god of riddles and simply the Sphinx, his head was full of thoughts. But it seemed strange to him that the sand god had suddenly received incredible power. Something was definitely not right here. According to the memory of our hero of the future, such a level of complexity is not at all typical for evolution zones. Immortal guardians also receive power from nowhere. What was even more disturbing was that in her past life, Rose was able to overcome these guardians and take the evolution crystals for herself. But suddenly it dawned on him that it wasn't about the high school girl at all. It was connected with something completely different. Here's the solution. Perry himself was to blame for everything. That strange reaction, that terrifying look. All the red threads led to one thing. To our hero, the power of his crystal was that he could absorb the power of the dead he killed. But in return, he became like them. Suddenly it dawned on him that he was able to unravel the most important secret of the Sphinx and the Guardians. He was already very close to solving the mystery of why there was only one keeper in this zone. Everything was not as it seemed to all the inhabitants of the zone. There were truly two guardians, and it was the second, stronger one, who was hiding inside the pyramid, summoning zombies and giving strength to the Sphinx. Perry decided to find an entrance to the subway to get out, and then, together with the girls, discuss a plan to defeat the Guardians. It's incredible. Even in the destroyed metro, there was still electricity, which means it will be possible to leave here somewhere far away or come up with something better. Perry was so lost in his thoughts that he even forgot to look around and did not notice the giant crowds of dead people. Well, now he has enough information about the enemy, and he can say that he knows the enemy by sight like the back of his hand. Here we are transported to the coin-tossing lover, the boss of the local area, who is hunting for our heroines. It should be a holiday for the bandits today if they manage to catch Rose and Gloria. Then it will not be difficult for them to use Perry for their dirty purposes. The radicals were truly insane. Their faces showed only the symptoms of a psychopath. They went crazy because the boss imposed unheard of wealth and power on them. Even if they get it, the world will experience a second apocalypse. But suddenly something interrupted their zeal. A couple of bullets wiped the smile from their faces. All the evil that they did here had no meaning for them, since they were now dead. The lieutenant does not hold her position for nothing. She can easily stand up for herself and the defenseless. Understanding that they need them alive, she can take advantage of their helplessness. A couple of criminals have already fallen. It is unlikely that this will scare the bandits to come closer, but it certainly will not last long. The girls were in a trap they had gotten themselves into. All they could do was fight off the enemies with their last strength and wait for Perry to arrive. Still, the boss doesn't care at all who Gloria is, even though she is the commander-in-chief of the army. Now there is no law before him, and its representatives for him are only men and beauties in uniform. Here are the first shots from the bandits. They are clearly serious, even ready to wound the girl. Not a single bullet hit them, as if they weren't being targeted, but they had to run, otherwise they would not escape death. The heroines decided to hide around the corner between the houses. While they had strength, their legs were still moving, and their heads were still thinking. They could always escape. But the biggest problem was the ammunition. It ran out at the most opportune moment for them. They were at a dead end, The bandits were nearby, they were out of ammo. Everything was worse than ever. The situation was getting worse. They would have to wait a long time for Perry. For the bandits, everything was perfect. The main enemy, Perry, was distracted by the Sphinx. The girls ran out of ammunition and he could easily grab them, torturing them to death. Their temper was terrible. They laughed at the fact that the crowd was able to corner two fragile beauties, real weaklings. The girls understood that the situation was very bad. Gloria was thinking about the next steps, but apparently nothing came to mind. But suddenly panic broke out in the group of bandits. What was that? They were talking about a certain sound of an engine, which was similar to a motorcycle rushing behind them. Suddenly, the six was struck by lightning. It turned out that the sound was coming from above, and it was getting closer and closer. Incredibly, the student of the future arrived just in time. Oh, our savior. How magnificently he flies over the heads of the girls. So he crushed the smartest one, salvation is now guaranteed, and the girls have nothing more to fear. The screams came from another alley, which greatly intrigued the boss of the gang of bandits. Someone unknown was driving the bandits out of the alley. He was clearly strong, as he was able to clear the street of the crowd of enemies. They were very frightened. Little by little, the radicals' immense confidence left them. Their enemy was able to show them their place. Here he is. Perry will not spare anyone now. Every enemy will fall at his hands because they dared to attack his beauties. As it turned out, they did recognize him. But the strange thing is that they called our hero eccentrics, even if he was a local genius. The girls warned him to be careful, as they wanted to use his power and knowledge against the Guardians. Perry will not do long negotiations. First, he will ask a question, and after receiving an answer, he will decide how to deal with the enemy and what he deserves. The boss told all the truth that he wanted from him. All that the head of the district needed was our hero and his capabilities. The student is good at being cheeky to his elders, but he has enough strength to take the lives of the entire gang. The boss won't tolerate such impudence. He comes to him with a business proposal, and the kid is rude to him. That's all he thinks about. It is precisely because of people like these that the catastrophe only worsened and turned into an apocalypse, Perry believes. The boss bandit does not believe that good people are destined to survive in this world. If he makes a mistake, he will die. Only scoundrels survive here. Perry made a simple but true point. Hard times breed terrible people, bringing out their worst character traits and hidden intentions. The existence of such people can pose a threat to the entire civilization, namely those people who want only wealth for themselves and destruction around them, who do not care what happens to a loved one, those who have no values. The bandits were perplexed by the fact that Perry suddenly began to glow with a red flame, and even thought he was infected. By that time, the student rushed into the attack. His enhancements brought our hero to a new level of strength. He literally became lightning and disappeared in front of his enemies. The radicals should already be accustomed to the fact that an eccentric can do the impossible, but they were ready for this, or rather, for this speed. Only a moment had passed, and almost the entire gang was already dead. They had been pierced by an unknown force, and the hope of victory had left them. It was a real horror for the bandits. Their whole life flashed before their eyes, but they were supposed to become worthy opponents for our hero. The boss was already in despair. He ordered everyone to shoot every inch of this alley. Bullets are no obstacle for Perry. He is much faster than them. His sword cuts off more heads than bullets come out of their barrels. Everyone called him a madman, a freak, and a suicide bomber. But now each of them is dying at his hands. His hands are chopping off their chests and heads, and they can't do anything. A few moments and each bandit says goodbye to his thieving, criminal life. All their joys became momentary happiness. After all, the gang boss saw the reality before his eyes. At this rate, Perry would only chop everyone up, and their kidnapping operation would be a complete failure. Rose saw that the elder one was becoming stronger again and again. Literally, with every second, his strength was doubling. Suddenly, her gaze changed. She was scared. Something was in front of her and made her shake in a cold sweat. Still, the cunning boss will always be cunning. He has no moral standards, and moreover, there's only one way left for him to survive: to capture the girls, threatening them with death. Rose and Gloria could have hoped for Perry, but he was too far away. They could only rely on themselves and their strength. Everything was not so colorful. The last way out of such a situation will not be successful for the bandit boss, or rather, he will die even earlier. All his drive disappeared as soon as he got his bullet in the back. Now he can't do anything, his whole gang is dead, and he will be next. This criminal was unlucky to get against our hero. If someone else were in his place, he would have had some chance of winning. But here he is not destined to win. Still, one partner remained alive, but something was clearly wrong with him. It was as if he was pretending to have a weapon. He looked truly ridiculous, and it was probably from him that Perry snatched the gun in order to stop the impudent boss. And now the last minute has come for him, his head has burst, and he doesn't even understand anything. Surprising is already commonplace for Perry. In addition to the fact that he is a master of close combat, he is also quite good at long-range weapons, which his enemies could not expect. The hero thought he was imagining things, but the boss was still alive. He was lucky, and the bullet did not hit vital organs. Since Perry is a skilled shooter, the cunning boss was very impudent. Even now he hoped for his luck, so that his coin would decide whether he would live or die. The elder knows how to inspire hope in enemies. He said that he was interested. But can this be considered true? Of course not. But the bandit was already completely sure of his words. But he didn't know at all what Perry was. Nothing prevented him from asking for a coin. As expected from our Perry, there will be no mercy. He wants to hope for luck. Let him hope for it in the next life. Perry's greatest joy is that his beauties are safe and sound, a real luxury these days. In this battle, they had acquired large supplies of equipment. All that was left was to collect all their weapons and go to the shop for negotiations. It's incredible. The inside of the building was filled with monsters. What will happen when they all get used to the daylight and get out? Gloria was finally able to understand what caused the creaking sound that had ruined their entire escape. After all, it wasn't Rose's fault. Now they could return. They had a lot of equipment. Victory over the Guardians was guaranteed. Gloria clearly remembered the remaining bandits who needed to be finished off, so that no one else would dare to interfere with the peaceful and surviving people. But all the circumstances had long ago turned against the bandits. Those zombies from the metro had already gotten used to daylight and had probably already encountered their group. The remaining radicals waited for the last search party, but they did not return, and instead, they would be accompanied by walking corpses. There were no zombies here until recently, but fate is clearly not on the side of the bastards who should survive the most. The screams, shouts, and attempts spread throughout the entire northern region. Today, another problem in the form of bandits has been solved. The second day of the apocalypse was coming to an end. The day did not pass without success. Now, with a calm soul, you can return to your home store. Our heroes returned with bags full of weapons. The day was not wasted. They cut off the life of the threat to humanity and got a lot of equipment from them. Those cowards were very happy about their arrival. It seems they really missed them, because when they saw the heroes, they simply beamed. For the hero, this day was not a difficulty, the little things in life. But the cowards were worried about the weapons behind their backs. There were too many of them. The girls were on the verge of death. He fought with God. But for him, everything was a trifle, as if nothing had happened. Such fearlessness drove the heroines crazy. This day was not easy by any means, but now he can drink soda and enjoy his rest to the fullest. Gloria recognized this weapon. It was from prisons and police stations. Anything could be done to her colleagues, which she sadly understood. Still, it was not in vain. We managed to get rid of the bandits, who were a big threat to civilians. But no one canceled out the zombies, and they still posed a danger. There were definitely advantages to the death of the radicals. If they had acted differently, they would have suffered far more losses and problems. Gloria definitely agreed with Perry's thoughts, but it was just one word from his mouth that disturbed him. When we first met, Perry called himself a cleaner, which could mean that he had been getting rid of problems for a long time. But at that time, he did not realize that he was in the past. Suddenly, Rose became interested in what our hero had learned during the battle with the Sphinx. This is where things should get very interesting. What Perry will tell in a few moments should leave the girls perplexed, since they would not expect this from an ordinary keeper. As is known, their main enemy was the Guardian Sphinx, which he depicted as a soda can, for the sake of completeness of the picture. The high school girl understood very well how strong the Sphinx was. In addition to his size, strength, and speed, he was also immortal. It was just a nightmare. Perry suggested focusing not only on the Sphinx itself. There was another statue on the side of the pyramid that also needed to be destroyed. That same Sphinx trick that the first crazy bandits fell for, hoped for luck, and died. Getting the evolution crystal is like a kill or die contest. To achieve such luxury, you have to sacrifice everything, kill the god, or die at his hands. Suddenly, he hinted at the fake body of the Sphinx, pointing to a green soda can. What could he have meant? I think, girls. They understood that something was wrong here. The fake Sphinx definitely had some secret, which Perry knew about. The first time the bandits managed to injure the Sphinx with an explosion, they dealt quite a lot of damage to it, which was initially a success. The sand god didn't like this. Ordinary people were able to hurt him. For him, it was the worst humiliation. But in one moment, everything became useless, as the student hinted. What influenced that damage? Why did he suddenly become immortal? The beauty finally figured out that the statue contained the main secret of the Sphinx's immortality. As long as it was intact, it was impossible to hurt the god. The problem was too big. With the information that the god was not immortal, it became easier. But the issue with the second statue had to be resolved. It took Gloria longer to get there, but she was close, since the second Sphinx played the role of a totem that granted immortality. Both Sphinxes are containers. The motionless statue contains the life of a god. Because of this, it stands in the rear under the protection of the attacking guardian, who cannot be wounded. Once the rear Sphinx is destroyed, life will flow into the attacker, and that's when it can be attacked. The policewoman was perplexed. She couldn't understand how this was possible, even if it wasn't very important. The main thing here was to defeat the Keeper. Rose, however, absorbed all the information in the best possible way. She realized that it was necessary to destroy the second statue, and only then would it be possible to defeat the Sphinx. But that's not all. There's not much time left after the statue is destroyed, so you should hurry up to finish off the monster before it recovers. The plan was hard for Lieutenant Gloria. Her brain was boiling in her blood, but it didn't produce any results. Suddenly, an idea comes into her head to blow up the statue along with the pyramid. But Perry is unlikely to like it. As expected, with this explosion, they will bring themselves even more problems, and even an extra enemy that the girls did not know about. The heroines did not understand why this idea was so bad, that such a thing could happen from the explosion of the pyramid. But now the curtain has been opened for them. Inside the pyramid, there is a creature hiding much more terrible than the Sphinx. Not that it was frightening, but that it was much stronger and more dangerous, which could not mean anything good. It was hard for them to imagine that something stronger than the Sphinx was hiding in the pyramid and not showing itself. The cowards also lost their power of speech. They were unable to eavesdrop quietly, but they clearly succeeded in getting new nightmares for the night. The loyalty of that keeper was amazing, but in many ways it would have been much worse if he had gotten out and terrorized the people who wanted the crystal. That guardian was strong, but he didn't care about anyone until someone took the crystal. And when the evolution stone was taken, the zone would subside, and the guardians would disappear. Everything was as expected. The girls were in complete shock. Such information plunged them into misunderstanding and fear, since they cannot overcome one guardian, and then the second one is even stronger. Perry knew that there were 3 evolution crystals, which meant that there would be enough for all the girls and for him, that everyone had received their power. The cowards dared to come out to the heroes and wish them luck, but it is unlikely that anyone remembered them. Gloria and Rosa were definitely shocked when they saw these two, because before there was not even a breath of wind coming from them, and here they are wishing good luck. Perry explained clearly that no one was going to die. They just needed to come up with a smart plan that could overcome the Sphinx's cunning. The policewoman suspected that the hero was going to take the crystal alone, but he was acting too arrogantly. They were a team. So Gloria starts to get indignant. What did the impudent student think he was doing? Going to fight God alone? No way. The lieutenant won't allow that to happen. Rose was in solidarity with her sister. It wasn't just that she learned to fight monsters. She was the same comrade who would cover her back. On top of that, Perry is very strong, so the girls have a reason to trust him, and extra hands never hurt. Now he has no right to refuse. The decision is made by the whole team, not the commander. He has nothing more to say in denial. It is decided. They agree to Perry's request for help, and from that day on, preparations for the implementation of the plan begin. The phrase that they would get out of this zone together and that it couldn't be any other way was heard throughout the entire store. Before thinking about a plan, you need to have a snack so that your brain is strengthened. It is not for nothing that it is also muscle mass. It needs to be developed. There's plenty of time to prepare. 3 days will be spent on training, planning, and finding resources with equipment, even if they already have plenty of it. The energy that was absorbed into Perry after killing the zombies could become a powerful amplifier, and our hero tested it on those bandits. And it was not for nothing that he was confused with the infected. Previously, the blood crystal could only increase Perry's physical strength, but after rebirth, killing zombies concentrated energy, which was collected in the crystal and subsequently gave significant enhancements to our hero. The red crystal played the role of a battery in Perry's body. The power-up struck again and again. He literally became lightning for his enemies. That gang suffered a huge defeat. The new power made the hero's movements lightning fast. No one could follow them. Only mirages flashed before their eyes. And Perry himself had already plunged the blade into his back. The bandits were very weak and it took little energy to defeat them. But the Sphinx is a completely different case. To defeat him, you will need a huge amount of energy. Then triumph will not wait long. There are 3 whole days to prepare, which is enough time to accumulate enough energy to defeat the Sphinx with one swing of the sword. Rose had no desire to sit in the store and waste away her skirt. There was a clear decision. They fight together and to the end. Lieutenant Gloria didn't keep us waiting long, which means the hunt for zombies and their energy has begun. The plan will soon be in action. The cowards, oddly enough, decided to stay in the store and eat vegetable salads. They wouldn't want to waste the good stuff. Her attempts to stop at least the girls were in vain. They left and did not even listen to her. Whether they remember that she is still with them is unknown. The third day after the apocalypse and the first day of preparation, Perry is gaining energy from the dead and charging his battery to full, so that it will definitely be enough for one god. The fourth day after the apocalypse, on the second day of preparing the plan, Perry and Rose were able to find the drone on the control panel. The plan is almost ready. The fifth day after the apocalypse, already at the end of the third day of preparation theory, the girls study the plan in detail and describe every detail. Things are going tremulously, but correctly. Another day went off with a bang. Preparations were in full swing. We can say with certainty that from tomorrow the zone will subside, and the heroes will receive new powers. The cowards were watching the seventh dream and drooling into the pillow. Everything was going as it should. Everyone was doing what they could. The student of the future is also getting ready for bed after difficult days of preparation. By the morning, he needs to be well rested and ready for a serious battle. Gloria glared at her partner. Perhaps something was bothering her, but she was silent and couldn't say a word. She seemed to be thinking about something. She couldn't take her eyes off Perry, as if she was frozen in thought. Perry's not a fool and feels this strange eye on himself. But he still decided to ask what was wrong with him that they were drilling him with such a look. Her suspicions were confirmed. She was staring into space, only because she was wondering how his powers were too great and how he got them. Such thoughts were clearly not to the liking of the student of the future. It was not for nothing that he hid the fact that he knew everything for 10 years ahead. He kept quiet about this. He understood that they might have thoughts about his knowledge and strength being far ahead of everyone else. But Gloria did not think about this with any hidden self-interest. Her simple interest knew no bounds, and his strength alone made her trust him. But suddenly she remembered the promise that Perry himself had given them. He seemed to have even forgotten about it. The promise was that they would always fight together. In an alliance, they would be knee-deep in seas and waist-deep in mountains. That was the promise, and it could not be forgotten. Such sincerity struck our hero. He did not expect this from the girls, since he saw in them only a partner and a future important person who is capable of controlling the elements. Of course, he will not be against such a wonderful offer, when he can fight hand in hand with such beauties, who will soon be as strong as the weather conditions. It was the sixth day after the apocalypse. The sun was shining with all its might, which meant that luck would be on the hero's side. The remaining survivors, previously there was no word from them, but now after the destruction of the gang of bandits, nothing threatened them except zombies. Smiles shone on their faces. Finally, their lives were not oppressed by treacherous bikers, and there were far fewer dead people. One of the survivors suddenly heard the sound of a motor. Someone was racing across the desert on a motorcycle, and was apparently heading towards the Sphinx. Incredibly, the plan is already in action. Perry is already rushing towards the crystal, while the survivors are stocking up on supplies and consider him a madman. What kind of madman is rolling out at such an early hour? How impudent is he? How dare he provoke God? What madness! These are the thoughts that visit the heads of these survivors. But suddenly their leader noticed something. He probably recognized our hero and all his actions that he had committed 3 days ago. It was clear from his gaze that he had seen the Savior. Now it was clear that he recognized him and would root with all his heart for his victory. He ordered his men to climb higher. It was necessary to examine every moment in this exciting battle, even if a giant cat was roaming there. Meanwhile, Perry has already entered the territory of the Sand God. Once in his domain, he must behave according to the rules of the Sphinx or overthrow him from the throne. The giant cat noticed its new enemy. Now someone will emerge from here as the winner and take someone's life. The Sphinx does not hesitate and prepares his clones for an attack in advance. But will his attacks be as useful as before? Now all his riddles have been solved. The most dangerous warrior is not the one who chops stone, not the one who constantly trains his skills, but the one who, with his radiance in his eyes, is ready to convince the enemy that he is already dead. The one whose blade shines with the intent to kill. Our hero possesses these qualities. Here is his power, whether it is a stick in his hands. In any case, these cats will be chopped into pieces. In the veil of smoke, the silhouette of the killer of the gods is visible. Our hero has dared to challenge the Sphinx and is ready to overthrow him from the throne. It won't be that simple. A stick of dynamite is flying straight at the Sphinx. What will be his next steps? But as we know, not one explosion will bring any benefit. Yet it is a way to convince him that his secret has not been solved. The survivors did not understand what was on this hero's mind. The thought of defeating this monster did not even enter their heads. Such explosions are no obstacle to the immortal god. But for how long will this last? Very soon the plan will come into effect, and the god will lose his current authority. Here's a real salvo of dynamite sticks. It is unlikely to hurt him in any way, but the best way to distract him. And then 4 powerful explosions were heard, and a white veil of smoke should appear before your eyes for a short time. The survivor didn't know Perry's real plan, thinking that he was wasting too much explosives. But once he learned the hidden plan, he would have a lot of confidence in the hero. Yet he realized that our hero's goal was not the attacking Sphinx. He needed a statue that would be reduced to dust any minute. Perry managed to hit the survivors. The battle became more and more exciting. Literally, the ground under his feet became hot lava. Our god emerged from the clouds of smoke. Everything had already been decided for him, and execution awaited him nearby. You can be sure that if his eyes see what the hero of the future is going to do, he will be in a burning rage. His anger will have no boundaries and limits. Everything around will become ruins. The first explosion has occurred, and now the Sphinx must understand that the secret has been revealed, and he will no longer be able to deceive the survivors. As it turned out, he was very afraid of smart people. Previously, fools came to him on motorcycles, and they died quickly. But now he had a wise man in front of him who had solved his secret. Alarm, God is angry, the real battle has begun. God's punishment will be unbearable. Now Perry will be the first target. Something inexplicable was happening under the wheels, like an earthquake that would lower our hero to the core of the earth. Incredibly, the Sphinx is clearly furious. A giant column of sand rises up underfoot. The motorcycle can no longer be restored, and Perry will have to fight on his feet. The survivor uses all emotions to describe every action in the battle, literally being on the battlefield himself. The blade is almost out of its sheath. It is a consequence of the fact that the Sphinx will soon receive its due and leave the crystal of evolution as a dowry. Soon his sandy body will crumble into particles, and he will become another victim of Perry's sword, which will pierce him deeper than ever. The hero is already preparing for a large-scale attack. The blows should already cause damage to the Sphinx, which means everything will not be in vain. Any minute now, all that will remain of the Sphinx will be its horns and legs. As a guardian, it has already fulfilled its duty. All that remains is for it to give the crystal of evolution to the strongest and wittiest. The first swing of the blade, the sword is filled with the desire for death and sharpened by old victims who fell at the tip. The Sphinx should be prepared for the worst consequences for itself, since the blade went in very deep the first time, which means the second time will be promising. As it turned out, the cut will not be weak, but it is too early to rejoice. Such success means nothing while the monster's alive. Only when there is a final victory, only then can we rejoice. The guardian became even more angry. Baring his teeth, he glared, oppressed with his presence, and sowed fear. The solution was correct. There is no shell. Now the god is not so immortal, which means you can do with him whatever your heart desires. The sand god realized that his secret was now revealed. He could not come to terms with it, and there were 2 paths left for him: victory over this impudent man or a valiant death. Perry wants to surprise us with something again. He's hiding something behind his collar, which means our hero still has a lot of trump cards. He proves again that he can not only swing a sword, no one has canceled long-range combat. It is unlikely that anything serious will happen from a couple of bullets, but it is just right to distract. The most important thing is that the bullets don't hit the eyes. Otherwise, you'll have to fight for a long time without a shell, and without vision, it's even worse. The student walked confidently. No one could allow themselves to behave so arrogantly towards God. Everyone lived in fear under his protection, and he became the only militiaman. There were still 20 seconds left before the recovery. Time was really short, so it had to be used wisely, otherwise it would be a defeat. The Sphinx didn't like this attitude towards himself. He was a god, after all. And yet, here he was being humiliated and treated harshly. But Perry's not one to feel sorry for giant cats. He is serious. Kill or die. That is his principle. Still, protecting his eyes did not help the Sphinx. Now he is a blind god. His sight is closed, and he will have to find the enemy by touch. There was less and less time. Every second counted. There was no time to waste. Perry did everything quickly to hurt more. The Sphinx attacked at random. Its eyes did not see, and it had to act on instinct. Besides, Perry's tactics were amazing. A blind monster would be much safer. Every swing of the sword brought a lot of pain and suffering. But the hero didn't even have the thought in his head to feel sorry for the giant cat. As soon as the Sphinx felt pain, at the same second he tried to brush away the impudent mosquito that was thirsting for his blood, even if it still wouldn't stop. There were 10 seconds left until recovery. They definitely wouldn't have time to kill this creature, but there was still a chance to hurt it more. The student prepares another attack. He's going to plunge the blade straight into his back and pierce him through, so that he no longer stands in his way. As expected, Perry outdoes himself. All his opponents leave the fight defeated. No one has a chance for the desired victory, as it always slips into the hands of our hero. You can't expect sympathy from him. You've become his enemy, expect death and only death. You won't even notice how it comes in without knocking on the door. The Sphinx was in unbearable pain. Such horror had never happened in his life. 3 days of silence made him feel confident. But only during this time, a way to defeat him was found. Here Perry was struck. The Guardian was so strong that even he could not pierce him. The power of the gods is amazing, and their strength is also terrifying. He pulled the sword out of the Sphinx, which created a kind of fountain of blood. On top of everything else, it was as strong as stone. But he managed to pierce even to the flesh. There was only time for one strike. 5 seconds would pass in an instant. There was no time to hesitate. We had to act so as not to be late. Just 3 seconds and the fight could end in favor of the sand cat, which can't mean anything good. One blow the last second. The whole mountain of responsibility lies on the shoulders of our hero. To make it in time is his main priority. Here comes the radiance. The Guardian from the pyramid has created a new cover for the Sphinx. It is already hard to believe that Perry managed to do it. But it doesn't mean anything at all. He always has an ace up his sleeve. However, the fears were confirmed. The moment came when it would be best for the hero to run away and get as far as possible, just so that this creature wouldn't catch up with him. It got even worse. Perry realized that just a couple of seconds were not enough to finish everything quickly. Suddenly, I was transported to a destroyed metro, where there was still electricity and the lights were on. And the dead were there too. Even if the hero freed them, several monsters remained to guard the train. The lieutenant forgot something in the subway. What is she doing there? This is such an important point. What is the point of killing those zombies? Even here, the roar of battle could be heard. She realized that the noise was from the pyramid, and it dawned on her that she needed to hurry. She probably found what she was looking for, and even managed to put down piles of dead people, the best partners gathered in one place. It's incredible. Glory was able to find the train, but why do they need it, where, and why do they need to go? But it's definitely part of the plan. Suddenly, that same survivor noticed that the statue had been restored, which meant that our hero had to run at full speed in order to avoid being attacked by the immortal creature, since it would not let anyone near the shell now. The Guardian inside the pyramid gives the Sphinx incredible powers. Without him, the sand god would be an ordinary kitten. Perry still had a couple of aces up his sleeve, but he had to use them somehow, or rather, that very train would be a good fit here. Perry will need to think about his next move in the very near future, but will it be as effective? There was still time to assess the situation. It was clear that the Guardian from the pyramid was in place, which meant he would still have time to really hinder them. This means that he must use his accumulated energy. Otherwise, he will only face death if he does not use up his battery. The Sphinx has fully recovered and acquired its shield, which gave it immortality. The abilities of the Guardian from the pyramid are truly amazing. The sand god was furious. Having gained immortality and a shell, he will finally be able to teach our hero a lesson. Even a circle of white chalk on the floor will not help him. They stood face to face, both looking into each other's eyes. In this battle, there were unequal masses, but the forces were corresponding. The hero burning with the desire to win, and the god guarding the crystal that his enemy was chasing. The survivor was amazed by Perry's fearlessness. A giant, immortal, and all-powerful god stood before him. And he didn't even think about running. But everything must go according to plan, which our heroines are not in vain. Soon they will play their role. This takes time. Here it is. Time for the beautiful warriors to come out. Perry calls Rose to carry out her part of the plan. The time has come for the second part of the plan. The immortal god is distracted by Perry himself and thinks that his shell is safe. But he did not know at all about his opponent's partners. The god of riddles was made a fool. And here are our beautiful hands controlling the drone. Soon the Sphinx will get it in no small way. It will be unusual for a god to see his statue being destroyed by a modern drone. Perry's plan has once again made a fool out of the Sphinx, as in one myth about a sage. The god was attacked from behind. He would be completely humiliated if he saw what happened to his second shell, which would turn to dust any minute. Here comes another explosion. The shell was destroyed, and Perry played the perfect role of bait. All that remains is to play the games of the god killer. An announcement was made that the statue had been blown up, and from that moment on, the battle with the mad god of riddles could begin. The Sphinx was simply furious. Our hero understood this well and even mocked him. Since he was originally destined to die a fool, he would be thrown off the throne and would be another fool. Even if the Sphinx understood that his secret had been unraveled, Perry made it clear that everyone knew about all the secrets of the Sand God. With such power, Perry can dethrone gods, cut metal with one swing of his sword, and outrun lightning in speed. Now the survivor can breathe a sigh of relief. Victory was already in the hands of the eccentric. It remains to wait a little, and they will be freed from this prison. Perry laid out all the thoughts of his enemy. He mocked the one who should have already lost hope of victory. It was not for nothing that the Sphinx was afraid of the wise men. They easily circled around his finger. The Sphinx, a god and master of riddles, could easily outwit fools and madmen who had strong charisma and a desire to move forward, but lacked the gray matter in their heads, which he took advantage of. Even now he has not fallen. His eyes are deep and empty like lunar craters. He was literally crumbling before our eyes. But he continued to stand on his fours, continuing to keep the crystal. The survivor experienced a roller coaster ride. At first he was perplexed. A second later, he feared for the hero with all his heart. Later he was happy and again clutched his head in fear. You can't deny the wisdom and wit of the Sphinx. He is smart, but he just can't guess what awaits him soon. That's exactly why Perry gives him a hint. Suddenly, the god was frightened by a strange roar from the side. Something was definitely brewing, and he understood it well. Incredibly, the student's priority was not to win the battle. The main task was to bring the Sphinx to the right place and to a pre-planned place. Again and again, our Sphinx was being twisted around his finger. He was truly angry and understood that another sage stood before him. Perry began the countdown, and at the end of it, the Sphinx was clearly in for the worst, his biggest nightmare and fear. This rumble was a sign of the noise of the rails. Could it really be that same train flying straight towards the Sphinx? Only he could not expect where it would fly out from. This is precisely Perry's trump card. Here's the end of the countdown. Now a turning point in their battle should occur, in which our hero became the winner. He was incredible, provoked the god, was distracted and put the Sphinx in danger of being hit by a train. The best teamwork ever, which guaranteed success from the start. The Sphinx didn't have much time left. He knew he had lost. But he fulfilled his noble role as a guardian, becoming Perry's biggest problem. An ancient statue versus the centuries-old heritage of humanity. A battle between two different times and opposites. Technology and traditional cunning and strategy. The fittest won. Each one fulfilled his share of the plan. All played an important role in the victory. A gigantic burden of responsibility lay on their shoulders, which they justified. The power of civilization was astounding. Modern technologies had once again buried old traditions and myths, and victory was on Perry's side. Rose was jubilant. The preparation was not in vain. They still won, and were able to open the evolution zone in less than a week. But the situation did not get better. The dead began to emerge from that metro in huge numbers. There will be a new large-scale wave of zombies that will devour every survivor. They climbed the Sphinx and headed towards the pyramid, which meant a new danger. The fears were confirmed. The keeper inside the pyramid was angry. Black clouds covered the sky, and black lightning similar to zombie energy struck the ground. The dead were already leaving their lair. Perry was just waiting for them and was ready to chop everyone down to replenish the red crystal with energy. The girls harnessed their steel horse and were getting ready to go for the evolution stone. Gloria was also quite good at driving, and again she proves her skill. A truly good police officer and servant of the people. Rose also decided to go with her to storm the pyramid. They are filled with confidence. Now there are no obstacles at all. They were at the foot. An incredibly strong glow was shining on everything. It was there that the crystal of evolution that was being hunted for should be. Meanwhile, the hero of the future stacked the corpses of the dead like books on a shelf. They were too weak to put up a good fight. He noticed clouds above his head. The keeper was angry. Probably now the main enemy will come out. Those strange eyes never appeared. His guess came true. This zone was unique and very dangerous, having two guardians at once. It is not without reason that the Sphinx protected the pyramid, as it was in the most ancient myths that the giant statue protected the great building of Egypt. So here it protected the second guardian, receiving his protection. The first guardian was the Sphinx, who fought on the front lines, immortal as long as his real body was intact. The second guardian hid in a cave and gave the Sphinx the ability to become immortal. He was much stronger than his partner, but was useless because he did not come out. Because the zombie energy made Perry look like them, the keeper thought he was one of them and tried to control him. Now he is busy controlling other monsters and is not going to interfere with our hero, which means he can easily take the crystal without thinking about anything. But the dead will not allow you to go calmly to your goal, constantly bothering your future victims. The infected appeared only to interfere with people. There is nothing good in their existence, only hunger and bloodthirstiness. The undead were hot on Perry's heels. Even the God Killer had trouble with the weak infected. You can never think everything through in advance. Even when he was able to hide from the Keeper's gaze, the zombies will still not give him peace, and there will still be difficulties. One dead man will never be a big problem for the Killer of Gods himself. Just cut off the hand of this scum, and all problems are solved. The number of dead people was astonishing. They climbed up with such ease that their speed was amazing. But no matter how fast they were, they could never become a hindrance or an obstacle for him, since he had sent even worse ones to meet their death. There was very little time left. The influence of the Keeper was not felt, and he was too loyal to the fact that his crystal was almost stolen. The dead also did not hesitate, as if they themselves wanted to achieve the evolution stone, receiving new abilities. Opposite the giant slabs, there was a mysterious passage. He couldn't be here. Something was definitely wrong here, Perry thought. He finally began to guess what this gloomy entrance to the pyramid was doing here. It beckoned with its secret, which he wanted to unravel. Here he is, the strongest guardian. He looks like a monster from horror books. It is unlikely that he will just let our hero near the evolution stone. The same gaze haunted Perry in the first battle with the Sphinx. The Keeper managed to notice him, and now he will not let him out of his clutches. The situation definitely got worse. Our hero's red crystal was suppressed. It felt like he was being strangled or his heart was being pierced with small needles. The body began to feel heavy. The pain was unbearable. It was not for nothing that this guardian was much stronger than the Sphinx. He was easily able to suppress Perry and affect his mind. But the hero's determination was too great. No guardian could suppress such rage in his soul. He would squeeze his enemy in his fist and squeeze him to death. Here our hero is not just like that. His mission is to save the inhabitants of the zone and capture the evolution crystals so that many more people survive than in his past life. The survivor was rooting for Perry with all his heart. All his emotions were sympathy for the hero, and he truly felt these crazy emotions. All the dead people passed by. Their behavior was very strange. Their eyes sparkled with a light similar to the glow of a crystal. They were definitely under control. They walked into that very passage, completely ignoring the naked hero. The Keeper had the power to control the dead, which was an incredible ability. Incredibly, the Guardian absorbed every monster to escape from the pyramid, dark energy gushing out in all directions like a fountain. This scared Perry a lot. He himself could become the next victim of the Keeper. Now they are unlikely to deal with him so easily. What a horror. His mind was clouded under the influence of the Keeper of the pyramid. The cave beckoned to him, as if it contained the largest reserves of jewels and treasures. His legs did not obey him. He himself was already like one of those zombies who obeys the orders of this guardian. He definitely needed help. Otherwise, he would become another meal for the pyramid monster, but who would come to his aid now? In his head, he could still fight against the influence. But his legs had long since stopped listening to the call of the brain and were heading towards the mysterious entrance to the pyramid. Another dead man decided to visit the cave. The next guest will be our hero, unless, of course, no one helps him. Now his eyes were glowing like those monsters. He was under complete control. Danger came again at the most inconvenient moment. The commander of the survivors was perplexed by the fact that their savior had suddenly turned in the wrong direction. What had happened to him and who had attacked him? These were the questions that came to his mind. Hordes of the dead have already made their way into the pyramid, and very soon they will become food for the Keeper. Perry also needs to dispel control over himself. Otherwise, they have nothing to expect except defeat. His head was splitting. His behavior was similar to the character of zombies. They ignored everything and everyone, and our hero didn't care about his surroundings either. Another batch was swallowed by a terrible monster. Energy flowed like a stream. The more the creature inside the pyramid swallowed, the worse it would be. Perry was drawn there. He couldn't help the strange desire in his head, that frightening gaze guiding him like a guide dog. Here they are, the saviors. A familiar female voice was heard from the side. They pulled him out of the monster's influence. It dawned on him. His mind became clearer. Our beauties are the most loyal of all citizens. Even here, they were not afraid of the crowds of the dead and came to Perry's aid. Here is his true joy, two saviors who promise to fight back to back and always stick together. The most sincere helping hand. Perry is very lucky to have comrades who don't care even about a storm if they need to save their friend. A couple more steps and they will be able to get their incredible abilities. Rose, as in Perry's past life, must master the elements and create cataclysms with her power. Some stands rejoiced. Fans rejoiced at the victory of the heroes. Their saviors justified all the hopes that were placed on them. They have been saved. All that remains is to help the rescue team and evacuate the area. A team of true heroes Before them is the treasure of humanity, which they have earned with all their strength and ingenuity, geniuses of our time. They have gone through a long and thorny path, have been on the brink of death more than once, have escaped every situation as if they were unharmed. Bandits, monsters, and gods have not taken them, and now no one is able to defeat them at all. The crystal shone like a chest of gold. The light was incredibly bright, but it did not bother the eyes in any way, as if it did not exist. Such was the power of the evolution crystal, a power that could only be obtained by 3 people who had gone through war with gods and monsters for it. The minute for which they walked through thorns, through crowds of corpses, which even the circle of white chalk on the floor did not help to save from our heroes. In a second, the zone will fall. The hero of the future will immortalize his name in the history of the whole world, becoming the strongest warrior of evolution. Triumph in the hands of the hero, the heritage of humanity, the result of his wit and strength. No one will ever be able to compare with him, since he is always hundreds of steps ahead of humanity. He was covered in golden flames and filled with incredible power. She was rebellious. Now he was one step closer to saving civilization. This force permeated him, such a surge of power he could not get anywhere, and here's the reaction, his eyes opened wide. The stage of gaining the ability was magnificent, like a knighting when the king touches his shoulders with his blade, placing the responsibility on the warrior's hump. He was in great shock from such a ceremony. Nothing had given him such gigantic power as he received here. Incredible, the ability to copy the powers of enemies is amazing. He is able to steal the abilities of the guardians. For people to achieve such power, they will need great luck and ingenuity. But he just needs to get into the evolution zone. And on top of that, he knows the time and place of appearance of each of them in advance. Most people from his past couldn't even imagine gaining abilities and evolving. But Perry can do everything and more. But there are also disadvantages everywhere, since the zone can have more than one keeper, and in addition, many abilities had limitations that he cannot know about. As long as he is alive, he will receive all the abilities of the Guardians, and by the end of his journey, he will become the strongest, becoming the most memorable person in this world. So the absorption began, the ability flowed into his body. I wonder what our hero will come across. Due to the 2 Guardians, there was a choice of 2 cells, each with several abilities, but you could only choose one. Surely the choice will not be easy, since there is a stronger monster from the pyramid. But almost nothing is known about its abilities, and the Sphinx with weaker powers. Our hero is presented with a choice, 2 Guardians. One is under a veil of secrecy, but incredibly strong. The other is weak, but he has nothing hidden. As expected, Perry had no idea what that monster from the pyramid was capable of. There was nothing interesting in the second one, as if he was deprived and his older, secretive brother received the best abilities. Still, Perry decided to start with something simple and, without thinking twice, chose the Sphinx, because it had standard chips, and the choice would not be so difficult. As expected, only 2 abilities, and no one should expect immortality. The Sand God did not live up to his strength. The second Guardian did everything for him. But such abilities were able to surprise even Perry himself. These abilities did not seem so useless. You can make a choice. One moment away from a new power that will give him many opportunities in the future. As if to say, to put a seed into his lands so that the greenery will grow. A giant ball shone before Perry in this power, and yet only 1 ability. But suddenly something went wrong. That ball burst, which means that the absorption is not so perfect. The hero was plunged into thought about what had happened, where his new ability was, why that sphere had burst. This was exactly what was spinning in his head. It was a mistake. Not a single ability was absorbed. What happened? Probably our hero didn't have a choice from the beginning. That's the thing. The ability was incomplete, which was the problem after all. The absorption wasn't perfect either. Why such luxury? There was nothing to worry about. There was still a choice for a stronger guardian. And besides, you can always develop your strengths and capabilities. Even now, fate itself does not give the right to choose. It remains to choose a mysterious guardian who must have many trump cards. Incredibly, of all the talents, only 2 were known that this monster could hide in his pyramid. Perry considered this guardian to be the strongest in his experience, as he had more than 20 skills. What could he be capable of, and how could Rose get the crystal with such a monster? There were only 2 known abilities, the Call of the Dead, which he used when absorbing the powers of zombies, and also the Soul Grab, with which he was able to take over Perry's mind. The hero did not understand that the Keeper, having more than 20 skills under his sleeve, was afraid to go into battle, even if these abilities could be useless. Another absorption of abilities. Now it should work. Otherwise, what was the purpose of all this? Once again, a large ball with force formed. What awaited our hero here? What surprise would there be? And here's success. The ability to capture the soul was absorbed. It was so strong that it could affect the mind of Perry himself even after reincarnation. This talent was a real rarity, which meant that everything was not in vain to influence the mind. Thereby, it would be possible to make illusions for the enemy and influence the six senses. The choice fell on the capture of the soul. A red inscription appeared before his eyes. With such a rare talent at hand, it is difficult to imagine what he will be capable of. Perry took control of the skill with great effect, his gaze more determined than ever. There was a massive release of energy. All the power was absorbed into every pore on the skin, into the muscle fibers, strengthening the bones. The surge of energy was astonishing. A giant wave of light was directed, increasing its range. This glow warmed all the survivors. The citizens were happy, because the victory represented an exit to freedom, as if a ray of sunshine had broken through into their lives. Even the cowards saw that shine, their thoughts filled with joy, as their saviors were able to free all the citizens from the shackles of the zone. The roar reached the farthest corners of the area, and everyone realized that they were freer than ever. Incredibly, the military headquarters noticed that very surge of energy. It was a real anomaly, the degree of danger of which was unknown. Headquarters reports that the release of energy could have been caused by an earthquake, and there was also a giant pillar of light. The military had no idea what was going on there. The fifth group reported a large wave of mutated zombies. They demand evacuation from the commander, a tough military man. Colonel Steve orders the group to stand firm, no mercy, many civilians are at risk. The subordinate tried to somehow contradict, but it was unlikely to have any effect on the stern colonel. As expected in that case, nothing, but only forward. One cannot avoid fate in any way, the colonel's decision, the law. Steve was deep in thought. That zone was the first of 7. They couldn't lose such an opportunity to study it, so they had to move on. Meanwhile, a giant pillar of light cut through the clouds. It was the flag of liberation. Our hero did his best. The energy shattered like a mirror, and its fragments fell from the sky like rain. The entire area was covered with the pollen of this light, whether snowflakes covered the roofs of houses and the ground, delighting the eyes of travelers. The light of victory, the northern region was freed from the influence of the great god. Everyone made a great contribution to this victory, even the bandits contributed. Perry was already emerging from oblivion, which meant that everything was okay, and we could breathe a sigh of relief. The eyes opened slightly, the civilians were safe, the guardians were defeated. Only the zombies could prevent the release. Perry once again impresses with his stamina. After everything they had done in those 3 days, he was still standing on his feet as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the side. The source did not understand what was happening here and decided to turn to our hero. It was Gloria. Our lieutenant also had to get his ability, which was giving her a severe headache. The hero was beaming with happiness. The area was cleared. They were safe and could get out of the area. Gloria's head was splitting. She remembered how Perry was taken under control and he couldn't do anything. But he reassures her, saying that thanks to them, he is still standing on his own 2 feet. After all, they are a team and must help each other. This cannot be avoided. But it was just unsettling that Rose, whom Gloria tried to call, was not nearby. Perry also noticed that their high school student was nowhere to be found. He silently began to look for the heroine around. She couldn't have disappeared so easily. He found her, after all. She was lying on the ground and was completely red. The new skill turned out to be too strong, and she couldn't withstand such pressure. Even the more prepared Gloria had a splitting headache. It was unbelievable. She had a fever, her body was fighting something. Something was not right with her. She needed emergency help. They understood that this was a clear reaction to the new talent. She needed peace and quiet place. The lieutenant did not understand what was happening to her little sister, why it did not affect them, and whether everything would be okay with her. However, she was very worried about her. She probably received a rare ability, and her body did not adapt to such changes at all. All that was left was to adapt, and everything would be fine. The policewoman suddenly became interested in what ability our hero had. Perry named his ability, but she didn't really understand what he was talking about, what soul capture was and how to use it in general. She had no idea. He explained it almost clearly and understandably, that it was an influence on the mind and its further subordination. In general, he could change the picture before his eyes, but he did not tell about the ability to absorb abilities, since it was not yet ideal. Even so, Gloria didn't understand anything. It was too abstract. It would be better for Perry to demonstrate his skills in practice. Apparently, the demonstration of forces had already begun. He had disappeared somewhere. Gloria was perplexed, since it all happened too quickly. There wasn't even a mirage. Incredibly, he ended up behind the policewoman. She didn't expect such strength. If the enemy was alone, he would never be able to find out where his enemy was. But suddenly he disappeared again. Just a second ago, his silhouette was behind his back. And now he is not there. The ability was good. That's how it was. He disappeared from the enemy's sight, appeared behind him. The enemy would go crazy while attacking the silhouettes. She admired this ability, and it was true that it could be used in many ways, since the effect on the mind was too broad. From the target's side, it looks like teleportation or instant movement. So far, this is all our hero knows about the new talent. Now he explained it clearly. Even Gloria was able to understand the meaning, becoming the first subject for the experiment of the ability. Again and again, a new danger awaits our enemies. Once again, it is a new wave of the dead, who are already reaching out to the tasty main character. But Perry is not a fool to be attacked in the back by the bloodthirsty monsters that have recently been swarming in every alley. For the dead man, everything happened too quickly. He didn't even suffer from pain. He died divided into several parts. We had to hurry. After the zone was liberated, a large wave of zombies was coming, which meant that it was not safe here. Gloria was scared of what was waiting for them, while Perry was researching how many dead people were already heading their way and how quickly they needed to run. There were many red dots in front of his eyes. The city was full of dead people, and the energy that was released outside began to attract the corpses here. Gloria remembered the cowards who might be in danger, but the dead were drawn here by the remaining energy, and they were very far from here, which meant they were safe. The most important task right now is to take Rose and protect her from the crowds of the dead, and later on, escaping from here wouldn't be a bad idea. The lieutenant took charge of the high school student, and Perry tried to persuade her to carry it himself, but suddenly something shocked him. Gloria's new ability, or the zombies, were even closer than it seemed. Incredibly, Rose levitated above the ground. Where did this mysterious magic come from? Perry didn't understand at all what was happening in front of him. Rose didn't care so much that she was already reaching for the sky. There was no way she could be allowed to die. The danger was over. It was Gloria's ability. She could control gravity, an incredible talent that everyone would dream of. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Gloria's skill was amazing when she could develop it to the proper level. Then everything around her would be subject to her control. This ability shocked even our hero. If he had it from the very beginning, it would have been much easier, since such talent is of the highest level. The lieutenant found Perry's reaction strange, but he pretended that everything was normal and that they should go to the hospital to help Rose get out of this state. Even if there are herds of zombies on their way, they are determined to help the girl. Together, they will easily break through the danger and solve all the problems. Meanwhile, the citizens fled the area. The dead were hot on their heels, and they could do nothing to respond to such a crowd. The situation was getting worse and worse. The zombies seemed to be going wild, but being distracted by them was a fatal mistake. It was necessary to run and only run. The zombies were drawn to fresh meat. They didn't need anything else, just to find a victim to devour. But people are not fluffy bunnies and can easily respond with their own cruelty, since even a loved one who has become dead will be an enemy to them. Strays are powerless against an axe. No matter how sharp their claws and fangs are, a sharp blade and a strong hand will be stronger, and this is precisely why man is the most adaptable. The leader of the survivors orders them to run in the other direction, but how long can they run from the countless monsters? People were in a panic. Life had not prepared them for this. They wanted a quiet life where girls would run after them. But now herds of cold, dead people were running after them. But even so, they found themselves at a dead end. Who would come to the aid of hopeless people who were destined to die in the conditions of the apocalypse? The situation became terrible. The dead surrounded them, and there was nowhere else to run, which meant there was no salvation either, which the leader understood well. As Perry said, the dead were on their heels, and there were so many of them that the survivors couldn't even escape. They have already attacked the survivors. They just got out of the zone, and such a surprise awaits them in the form of thousands of monsters. He knew he would die, even after so many trials, when the zone disappeared. Meanwhile, the military defended their territories and shot back at the dead. But it was clear from their faces that this did not help them. A real horror was approaching them, which they would have to fight with trepidation. Now it was clear what was frightening them so much. All kinds of despair were depicted on his face. Even bullets couldn't take this creature. It was too strong. The 10th group reported a unique danger. A mutated one appeared, and it was too strong. It was an impossible task to hold out against it. The military demanded reinforcements. Support was needed. Otherwise, great losses could not be avoided, since the creature was too dangerous. Steve asked for a description of this dead man, promising that reinforcements will arrive as soon as possible. Things only got worse. The connection was broken, which meant the group would soon be dead. Colonel Steve understood this, and he had to do something. The colonel's order, 5 of the strongest are sent with him to the battlefield. We are moving out immediately. The subordinate is worried about Colonel Steve because it was too dangerous on the front lines. A soldier's a soldier. He is supposed to sacrifice his life. Every soldier has now put his life on the line, and our Colonel Steve is not going to sit behind the backs of the real heroes who are now at the front. The order was given, everyone got into their cars, and headed out to face the most dangerous enemy they had ever encountered. Meanwhile, the vagabonds were also bothering the civilians. They moved in crowds and were overwhelming in number. They did not want to die. There was still the fire of life in them. But the dead are not alien to morality and mercy, which was their worst feature. The leader of the group of citizens blamed himself for not being able to lead everyone out of this abyss. Now he could only apologize to them and nod his head in order to retreat into his own mind. Suddenly, a powerful explosion thundered to the side. The leader was in shock, but it could mean salvation for them. Suddenly, his fear disappeared. He was surprised that a giant explosion took place nearby, which could become salvation. Luck was on their side. The culprit of the explosion was the man everyone was pointing their finger at. It was definitely a salvation. This silhouette in the clouds of smoke and dust looked very similar to someone. It was a swordsman who could cut down transport. It's incredible. The strongest evolved person in the world came to the survivors who could be better than him. This is real happiness for those who, a minute ago, were on the verge of death. The chief recognized him and would have recognized him among 1,000 similar ones now, and the tears on his cheeks dried up and hope shone in his eyes. Still, the monsters don't care what danger is moving towards them. Their bloodthirstiness and hunger have blinded them so that they see no one in front of them except victims. The leader of the survivors managed to save his comrade by killing the annoying monster that was giving no one any peace. The guy was on the edge of a cliff, but his boss will never be the one to throw his partner off. He will give him a hand and pull him out of any trouble. Here's the joy on their faces. They were saved by our hero. Only he can give hope for a bright future with his appearance. By that time, the dead did not try to run to the side. Their thoughtless movements were amazing. They went where their feet carried them. Instinct forced them to go to the victims. The swordsman walked towards them. Each wanderer will receive what he deserves, preparing to lie down in the coffin. Incredibly, he decided to use his new skill. Finally, it will be possible to see it in action and use it in practice. She acted, even the irrational dead were afraid of Perry. He inspired them with a frightening nightmare, which made them lose hope for life. The survivors were struck by lightning. They couldn't believe their eyes. But zombies can't be afraid. How is this possible? How strong is this weirdo? These are the thoughts that go through their heads. The dead were powerless under his influence. They froze like statues and awaited their fate. Death was already waiting for them in its afterlife. The hero of the future was completely confident in himself. The victims were immobilized, which meant it would be much easier to kill them. His speed amazed everyone. They were speechless from the fact that he left behind only mirages, that even they were difficult to notice. Still, someone managed to notice him. But it's unlikely that he was fighting then. In those moments, he should have already chopped up every dead man and arranged a meeting with the rotten devil for everyone. As it turned out, the heads and body parts of the dead were flying in different directions. No one could do anything for our hero. The ability's actually pretty good, as it's much easier to cut up stationary targets than it is to chop up crazy corpses. The survivors rejoiced. They did not know what to call him and decided to call him a swordsman, which Perry himself did not like at all. He asked them not to call him a swordsman, and rather by his name. But they were very delighted and did not even listen to his requests, since he wanted to say everything that was on his mind. Even now, he didn't call him by name. The man wanted him to take them with him. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't survive even until tomorrow, and they needed salvation. Such decisions need to be made by the whole team, which surprised the man, as he thought that our hero was fighting alone. Meanwhile, the dead did not retreat, but even walked with confident steps to devour every person here. There was no fear or pain in them, ideal warriors who had one nuance. They would never listen to anyone and would fight only and only for themselves. But their onslaught was interrupted by a sudden car. They shouldn't have walked in the oncoming lane. They should have looked left and right and not counted crows. There was a big explosion. Who is this new warrior of salvation who's able to throw cars and thus terrify the enemies? The dead were crushed by cars, and later all the transport took off again. Is our lieutenant really capable of such a thing? Gravity control is a very useful talent. The guys couldn't believe it. Some kind of devilry was happening around them. Cars were flying, the dead were dying instantly, and their savior was disappearing because of his speed. She was incredible. Gloria was like a goddess descending to mortal sinners, and that was why the men were scared. She was hovering in the air, and heaps of metal were flying behind her. They were horrified. The girl is a beauty and also controls gravity. Yes, Perry must be incredibly strong to have such a goddess as his partner. In their eyes, Perry and the girls are superheroes, on whose shoulders lie the fates of millions of people, and whose strength is capable of moving mountains. She finally came down to earth. Such a skill can destroy cities. It is only necessary to develop it to the proper level, and earthquakes will become commonplace for her enemies, and cracks in the ground will become a coffin. Also, such power had one drawback: high energy costs, which would take a long time to replenish. Her powers deserted her. Gloria threw Rose out of her influence and handed it over to Perry. However, she was unable to live up to the expectations placed on her. The policewoman did not prove to be the strongest on the team. One still had to get used to such power. Otherwise, the energy would always be spent just as quickly, and one day there would be no one to catch Rose. By that time, the military was shooting back at the dead, trying to use every bullet wisely, but someday it would be useless. Now that time has come, they can still injure ordinary zombies with ordinary bullets. But mutated ones are no longer affected by this, which means they need to become stronger. The military also understood that against these creatures, bullets were like tickles. Each one would fly off them, even if they were made of steel. Enough time has passed, and the dead have had enough time to obtain protective shells and exoskeletons. The guys were shooting out of desperation. They had no hope of survival, since the fear of these creatures killed everything inside the people. These modifications were extremely dangerous. A wide mouth, armored hands, and an unquenchable rage. That's what monsters should be like. His eyes shone like candles in a temple, with a smile like the devil said that he was doomed to him, so empty, as if he had sold his soul to this creature. Bullets certainly wouldn't take them down. Only escape would save their incredibly valuable lives. So they had to run without looking back. At this rate, they would all be killed, and the herd of mutated zombies would be chopped up, and it would be impossible to even retreat, since the creatures were much faster due to their modifications. One bite and the soldiers said goodbye to their legs. They were cracked as if they were nuts. People were losing their last hopes. Their loved ones and relatives had no one else to wait for. And it was almost impossible to escape from the bloodthirsty monsters, since they were always one step faster. Even fat people are found. Their mass exceeded the limits. There were many more of them who were hungry, and they ate more fresh flesh. The soldiers tried their best, but they could only hope for help from above, since even their machine guns were useless. It can't be. They gnawed through metal. Weapons broke under the pressure of powerful jaws and sharp teeth. Nothing could stop them. There was complete horror all around. The apocalypse became a big horror movie, which you would really like to rewind to the happy ending, so as not to see these wide mouths, flesh, and blood that fills the entire screen. The soldier saw death before him, a fat death that was ready to swallow his soul and satisfy its hunger. Well, today this monster is not destined to eat. The blade pierces him right through. Now it is he who will meet his death, which awaits him with a bowl of soup and pie for dessert. Our hero arrived on time, just a few more moments, and the guy could have gone to his great-grandfathers and conveyed his warm greetings to them. The soldier grabbed his head and could not imagine what kind of monster stood in front of him to kill such a large creature with one swing of his sword. Perry was looking for the military and found them, but the number of dead people was not decreasing, and right now, they were behind him. Someone from the side asks Perry to get out of the way. Probably Gloria came to the rescue in time to put a couple of corpses under the wheels. The guy didn't even have time to say a word, and he was snatched from the hands of death, as a much greater danger was approaching them, which was an allied one. The policewoman outdoes herself time and time again, and is able to use her talent to drag vans of oil to kill even more monsters. Explosion after explosion, disaster after disaster. The dead fell in hundreds as soon as our heroes appeared before them. The boy didn't understand what was happening in front of his eyes. A tank of oil that appeared out of nowhere, and a wanderer who could easily kill the fat man. Now he must see a real miracle. His snot is flowing for a reason. Now his heart must definitely jump out from such a sight. As it turned out, our heroine had already gotten used to flying, and Rose became a wonderful seat, which was very soft. The soldier doubted Perry, since he was simply good with a sword, while his partner could fly and throw oil vans at her opponents. Gloria even took care of Rose, putting a cooling compress on her. The military man despaired of such superheroes. They were truly strange, since they did not have a cape on their back and used their comrades instead of a chair. But then Perry suddenly needed that same Colonel Steve. It was important for him to be close, but the soldier was surprised that he knew him. The boy pointed in the direction Steve led the zombies, but just recently there had been a signal about a strong mutated one, and our fearless colonel wanted to take it upon himself. Perry decided to take a look at the number of monsters and whether there could be monsters even stronger than the usual ones. Among the small dots, there was one large one, and that was where the colonel was. And it was with this creature that he was fighting. Perry noticed this zombie. It was special, just in the direction the soldier pointed. He understands that Steve is well trained, but he is not yet capable of fighting a special zombie. He does not have enough strength, and there will be another death. Perry asked Gloria to take charge of everything here, and he would hurry towards the colonel. So he rushed to help his goal. Steve won't be able to take all the glory for himself. The soldier didn't understand at all what was happening here. They were all so strange and performed such miracles that his mind was clouded. Steve led the monster to a metalworking plant, a lot of steel piles, where entry was prohibited. But the colonel was smart, since there were no extra dead people in such places. It was not for nothing that he sat at headquarters. Steve was a righteous warrior who put himself on the line to protect his warriors. He understood well that there shouldn't be people in the place where access was prohibited, which meant that there wouldn't be any zombies. It was incredible. This creature was truly dangerous. It seemed to be made of smoke and flame. Steve ran into the dead end without a drop of fear, as if tomorrow would definitely come. The monster behind him, an ordinary swarm of bees, would sting him, and he would become smarter not to climb into the hive. He had to have a plan against such a monster, otherwise only death awaited him here. The zombie didn't lag behind. It was unknown how long this running would last, since it was not weak, and would in one count ruin the life of this colonel if he took on too much. He must surely know that a gun won't kill such creatures, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. He's probably using a distraction so that this rotten thing doesn't know about anything in advance. The monster lives up to all expectations, easily breaking down doors and bending metal with its incredible strength. This monster even had a mouth. It was hard to guess before, since it was made of smoke that was dispersed by the wind. Still, Steve had some kind of plan. It was even some kind of trap for the monster. The colonel had incredible ingenuity. He was able to corner a monster stronger than him. It is not for nothing that man is the highest stage of evolution, because he has intelligence. Steve wasn't that simple. Perry shouldn't have underestimated this old man. He would give the young guys a head start and show all the monsters where the crayfish spend the winter. Clouds of smoke hung in the room. The explosion was truly powerful, and the zombie should have received severe damage. Here he appeared, emerged from the clouds of his smoke, showed his terrifying shell. This was definitely a special zombie. There was no denying that. Steve was able to declassify this asshole. After he was able to remove the shell, the colonel will be able to overcome this creature. The second shell consisted of strong bone, which no bullet could penetrate, meaning that shots would be useless. The ammo is out, the plan was good, but you can't always rely on a weapon. You have to rely on yourself. So he takes his knife to kill this rotten thing in close combat, one-on-one, and be sure that it won't hurt anyone. His actions were precise and decisive. There would be no mercy for the bloodthirsty creature. Die or kill. This is the principle of a true warrior. Without his shell, the zombie was weaker. He couldn't move as well as before, and was a good target for the colonel. Expectations were not met. The sword did not enter the neck very deeply, but Perry was right. Steve was strong, but not strong enough. The zombie didn't like this. He was furious. But if our hero could get there in time, there would be another dead zombie. He knew things were going badly. The dead man was too tough to be chopped into bone meal. The monster attacked him, but our colonel is not a simpleton to be hit. It is not for nothing that he occupies his position, since he holds on in the best possible way. Another swing of the machete, and again to no avail. Nothing can take it, not even the sharpest sword. Under the pressure of such power, Steve slid across the floor. He could do nothing against such a zombie. He didn't have enough strength. If he had been even a little stronger, he would have easily cut this monster down. But suddenly something terrified him. He looked down and saw a new danger. What a horror it was. This creature grabbed his hand. He couldn't even move. That's how terrible the monster was. Steve is still in the fight. The zombie is too strong, even stronger than the entire military headquarters. No one can defeat him except our hero. Just a few moments, and the monster completely restored its shell. Will our colonel really die in this unequal battle with the most powerful creature in the area? The monster is ready to throw the old man in different directions. It is already directing its fist with smoke towards Steve, who is unlikely to have time to respond with anything. But even so, the soldier had a blade at hand, which he put under the blow. He understood that by defending himself with a knife, he would inflict less damage on himself, and he took advantage of this. In any case, Steve's ingenuity did not save him much. It sent him on a long flight and so high that he can meet his great-grandfathers in the next world. The strength was impressive. The colonel had never met such enemies, since it was unlikely that anyone would be able to break him with one collision with the blade. A blow of great force took out our colonel. The old man could do nothing more. He had long since fulfilled his duty when he led this monster away from his comrades. Now he could go to meet the Almighty with a calm soul. The pressure of this creature was impressive. A strong skeleton was hidden in its shell, and the cell itself was smoking, protecting it. The old man lost hope of victory. His plan was clever, but at the last moment the creature turned out to be much stronger and more durable than he could have imagined, which terrified him. Perry arrived. He really hoped that his speed hadn't let him down and that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been death for his lieutenant colonel. But now his fears subsided. He noticed an old man lying near a living, smoking corpse who wanted to kill him. Steve is not at all happy to have a living person here, since he is here to protect them, and otherwise his death would be meaningless. It's incredible. The world is truly small. Perry met his first instructor. It was our Colonel Steve, who did a great job, because his student is just a miracle. In the hero's past life, the same attack by the dead happened. He was dying and bleeding. A real nightmare was happening around him. Only everything was in reality. Hundreds of relatives and friends were dying before his eyes. It was then that Steve fought with those dead men. At that time, he lost his hand, but continued to fight like the most righteous warrior and made a promise to a stranger. Perry despaired. He no longer believed in his future, since death was waiting for him around the next corner. But Steve was too great. He sent that annoying death far away, and it ran away without looking back, because it knew who it could be dealing with. Under his feet lay countless corpses that had just crossed the colonel's path, but he was too tough for them, and he was even able to save our boy. Afterwards, bright times came. The sun shone brighter than ever. But Perry complained about the grueling training, you see. He ran out of strength to run non-stop for days on end. Steve is not one of the fragile ones to give the young one a rest. Let him run until his blood starts to boil. It was not for nothing that he saved him with his hand, after all. The best evolved ones train here. In fact, this guy bet on our hero to become a real warrior who would replace him, since in the future, an armless soldier would hardly be useful. Well, the day of judgment came for the city. People began to evacuate, but only one hero of that time did not flee his hometown. Our colonel decided to protect the young and useful, placing the future on the shoulders of his student. Perry couldn't allow his best instructor to die. It was impossible for him. But he could no longer interfere with his decision, since the trainer's word is law. Bad news came for our hero. Even worse, Steve died a heroic death, a Viking death. He became a hero and forever immortalized his name in this world. His teacher died, his idol and mentor, the one who gave him hope for a bright future, of course. Accepting the death of a second father was not easy, and holding back tears was even more difficult. Now, it was right before his eyes, in front of him. In this battle, he was supposed to lose his arm, but Perry would never allow that to happen. Even at that moment, Steve couldn't allow anyone to die and ordered the impudent guy to run without looking back. So that at best, he would survive and have a couple of children. After all, the future was at stake. But Perry did not listen to the brave, strong, incredible, great, majestic, best warrior, and just a good man, because now he simply had to save him. Everything is clear. The hero will take the situation into his own hands and save his beloved teacher. It's not just for nothing that he's here. He came to defeat every creature in his path. But the monster itself was striking in its size. Its dimensions were gigantic. It could literally fill the entire room with its smoke. Now, the walking corpse will understand who he is dealing with. It would be nice if the monster ran away so that his heels would sparkle. But it is better to let him die from Perry's sword. The boost is activated. The eye shines like a red star. Soon the monster will be overtaken by an unearthly force that he has never met. It is not for nothing that Colonel Steve himself trained him. Here are the consequences of hard training. And he didn't want to run. Steve knew in advance who to bet on. He's not such a fool. The monster himself simply wasn't going to tolerate this. Many smoking fists were flying at our boy, but such attacks were too weak to defeat Perry. The sword shone with the same fury that sparkled in the flames in his eyes. He was intent on killing everything around him. The sword itself became the personification of anger and death. What would happen if it was released from its sheath? And here's Perry in action. For him, such enemies are not even fit to hold a candle. They could not do anything to our hero, since he was already long ahead of this time. The boy fulfilled his dream. He managed to save his instructor, mentor, and good man. He finally repaid his savior after so many years. Under the barrage of attacks, the monster crumbled into bone meal. There were high hopes for the monster, but it could not become an opponent for our hero. Perry made a spectacular descent to his idol. He can proudly say that he saved his second father and patron. Steve lost his mind from such power. He thought he was mutated and partially guessed. But in a past life, such people were called completely differently. This is exactly what Perry pointed out. People like him will be called evolved and nothing else. Our boy extended a helping hand to get the colonel back on his feet, by which time Steve had thanked him for saving him in his male solidarity. But he was more interested in asking the name of his savior. Perry was also worried about his instructor and his hand, but everything was fine there, not even broken after all. He had fought with monsters much bigger than that. The student was interested in the fact that some soldiers had entered the city, the area of which they had liberated from the zone. But Perry, whose soldiers had visited the city, was worried. Everything was exactly like that. His soldiers entered the city with the aim of visiting the zone under the light anomaly. But he was already afraid that there were no survivors there. Perry knew there were people there and that he himself was one of the survivors, but something made him remain silent. Father bandaged his hand, but he was ready for any situation in battle because experience cannot be wasted. The boy came straight to the point. Initially, he could not allow the military not to set up headquarters in the city. Steve understood what the young man was talking about, but it was not clear to him what awaited them if they resisted our hero's proposal. What catastrophe could befall them? The high level of mutations among zombies is to blame, and the same gigantic population size created ideal conditions for modifications in monsters. Steve realized that there could be more monsters like this smoking creature, and that one day they would catch up with him again. The old man thought quickly. Perry knew from the very beginning who to turn to, since he would definitely listen to him. It was not for nothing that he was a colonel, and just one infected person will destroy the city's military base, and then the city itself will turn into ruins. Perry remembers well how it all happened and how many people died there. Luckily, Steve believed him after all. He is not a stupid man, no one doubted it, since Perry explained the situation well, and because of it, he trusted him. The old man reported to headquarters, but immediately after that, he looked at his new comrade. But something greatly surprised him. The student did everything that was necessary. The mission was completely successful. Now he can leave the colonel without explaining anything. As expected, Perry had not yet managed to go far and decided to hear what exactly Steve would report to headquarters. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. He was calm. The military headquarters would not be built, which meant that people would be safe, including the best man in the world, a man with a capital letter, a good man, Steve. Under the protection of two beauties with superpowers, the city can be calm, Rose will become a significant person, Gloria, with the ability to control gravity, will not lag behind. Steve is safe and sound, these three are reliable. Perry has completed his mission, one zone is open. Civilization has received its breath of air, it has a chance to develop. But if something happens, Perry will always be there. The hero says goodbye to the city, but will definitely return when needed. He is definitely not here for the last time. But we must continue to move forward by storming the new evolution zone. And so a whole half-month passed. The sunset was just as blazing and warmed all the insides of the soul. An unknown car drove through the empty roads and dry trees. The driver was a surviving Kyle. They were driving to a nearby town to find their child, and it was clear from his appearance that they were in a hurry. Kyle's wife, Betty, sat in the passenger seat, wrapped in a blanket. It was cold outside, and in the car too. They had plenty of supplies, but the cold was really bothering them. Betty asked her husband to turn on the stove, otherwise he would get sick. But he understood that there was little fuel, which made him refuse her. The sign indicated that there was a gas station nearby, and it only took a little while to fill the tank. The father of the family was angry, and not without reason. The situation was driving him crazy, and also the fact that the gas stations were filled with dead people, and it was becoming more and more difficult to escape. My wife was feeling really bad, and on top of everything else, there were fewer and fewer travelers, and the gas station was very close. We couldn't miss such a chance. Still, Kyle agreed with his wife and decided to risk their lives to make sure they reached the city. There was a fork in the road, there was a gas station on the left, and that was exactly where they needed to go. The car has changed its route. It will be terrible if the gas station does not live up to expectations. Time passed and they arrived at the gas station. There was silence all around. It could not mean a friendly company or help from a living person. The wife was very afraid that there might be someone here, since it would be better for it to be empty than for there to be a hungry creature around the corner. Kyle was angry at his assertive wife, because she could not be convinced of anything, but that was why he loved her. Husband and wife were one Satan. He told her to sit quietly and watch the situation, so that if she suddenly left here and hoped for fate, she agreed with him, and besides, she was clearly afraid for him. After all, he was her beloved husband. Kyle had good intuition. He understood that the silence did not mean anything good, since some kind of monster was hiding behind this wilderness. Everything was too calm, only the rustling of the wind and a mysterious silence that became a sign of danger. What a horror. Danger was waiting in the most inconvenient place. An unknown monster grabbed my husband by the leg and tried to drag him into the depths of hell. Kyle knew there would be dangerous creatures here. His scream could be heard in that very city, and everyone in his place would be screaming at the top of their lungs. This creature was more horrible than anything, a real gas station nightmare. The husband and wife had no luck with gas stations. The man's heart sensed that it was not worth going there. Still, the man was able to escape from the clutches of this creature. But it is unlikely that she will stop chasing him so easily. She will definitely not get tired of it, and will only get tired in her next life. Betty screamed at him, tried to call him to come into the car, but he was being chased by the most terrible creature in the world, and he had no time for his wife. This mutated man seemed to have inhaled gasoline. His face resembled a drug addict on his third marathon of substances. But our man didn't care about the monster's appearance. He could very soon become its food or dinner, which he had been waiting for so long, sitting here. The guy threatened the creature with a knife, but whether it would be scared by this toothpick is a good question. And screaming here also makes no sense. As expected, the creature threw the knife away as far as it could. It definitely didn't care about this piece of iron. This monster breathed its hot air on the husband. Its drool flowed straight onto his face. Death was definitely inevitable. Kyle stopped kicking and giving signals of hope. He was sure that he was already dead. The cold, fresh, and wet earth was waiting for him. His death would be mourned by the drops from the sky that would fall any minute. But suddenly, the fear in his eyes disappeared. Hope finally appeared. A whole minute of humility passed, and salvation arrived at the last minute. The monster was cut into many pieces. Who is Kyle's savior? Who is our hero? Unbelievably, Kyle hit the jackpot as he stopped at a gas station to see the strongest evolved in the world. This is our hero. Perry arrived just in time. This monster was destroyed by our hero. His head was crushed by the thick sole of his boots. His eyes popped out of their sockets, and his soul along with it. Perry asked the survivor why he hadn't noticed the supermarket, but he replied that he had noticed it a long time ago. But the problem was that there was hardly anyone here. Our student took the place of the cashier of the 24-hour store. They were very lucky to meet the liberator of the first zone of evolution. After all, the world is too small. Perry didn't want to stand on ceremony with the creature for long and decided to create a fire out of it. But why? It definitely won't get up. The match has blazed. Let the creature burn with all honors, and the man who was previously the monster will go to the best place. The crown of the fire blazed majestically against the backdrop of the scarlet sunset. Yet the beauty of nature amazes time and time again. Our hero will not stand on ceremony with the dead for long. In a couple of seconds, his enemy will smolder under the tongues of fire in order to get through this flame to another world. They were very happy with such hospitality. If Perry had not been the cashier at this store, they would have met only in the next life. Perry himself was very hospitable, even glad to meet people who could tell him about a civilization he had not been to for several weeks. Betty found it strange that our hero burned the dead man under the fire, since its light could attract many new zombies. The answer was simple and lay right under their noses. Those zombies who noticed the fire within 100 meters would run to the fire, but they would be able to smell the smell of rot from kilometers away. Now it was clear to her, let that creature burn and not attract anyone. No one could come up with anything better. Suddenly, Kyle jumped up from his seat and extended his hand in apology. And he also wanted to thank them for their help, since they were received with warmth and comfort, and they entered without knocking. Perry didn't care at all about such sincerity, since he was only here to save lives, and he wouldn't care what he got in return. The student was pure and had no hidden intentions behind his back. It was important for him to meet real people, and he had not met any since the store opened. But Kyle didn't care about all this. He wanted to thank everyone in every way for saving him. He was burning with happiness, because he definitely had a conscience. Perry was in shock. His gaze was dulled by such a rush of emotions. Kyle did not listen to him at all, as he was obsessed with the thought of gratitude. But his offers of help were far from appropriate. Even here, Perry was very rich and had all the resources to survive. The savior was not at all interested in material goods. What was important to him was a good campaign, and most importantly, information about the first city liberated from the evolution zone. Kyle was very rich in this, even speaking with his shoulders wide apart, as his head was full of the most interesting stories about this city. The man had been to many cities and seen military men. Such a conversation immediately lured Perry, and it was not without reason. Kyle could definitely know a lot. Firstly, he met military personnel in many cities, but the city in the first zone was distinguished by its preparation. The strongest army was located there. In that time, that city became the best place in the world, so to speak. An oasis in the middle of the desert, so Kyle claimed. In the middle of a terrible world teeming with monsters, a city appeared that became a resort for survivors, as everyone was heading there, and it was very popular. And our guy is no slouch. He has an eye for the best. He managed to see some people with superpowers, and he was very proud of it. Perry didn't understand any reason to be proud, as if he himself had the talents and not those superheroes. Kyle thought that our hero was a simpleton, which you can see every day, but it's unlikely that he will be surprised by flying cars, since the owner of this ability is his old friend and girlfriend. The student understood very well who his husband was talking about. After all, Lieutenant Gloria had achieved high results, and he could put responsibility for the city on her shoulders. He began to talk about some strange things in the city, since there were no soldiers there at all, and the remaining survivors were resettled in neighboring cities. And in the city itself, all sorts of devilry was happening. Thunder at night, clear during the day, not a cloud, sunny in the west and rain in the east. Apparently Rose was safe and coped well with her ability. He was clearly reassured by the fact that he had placed his bet on those he could rely on. The girls did not let him down and grew stronger by leaps and bounds. He was certainly glad that his fan had become a worthy candidate for the top 10 evolved and would cement her name on the pedestal of history. And besides, Steve's words were taken seriously so he could sleep peacefully. Having such valuable information is a great privilege for Kyle, for which our hero will not be afraid to thank him with a cup of coffee and a roof over his head. Perry was doing a good job as a supermarket cashier. Serving a cup of coffee, he was showing signs of trust, but he was wondering what they were going to do next. The wife did not dare to refuse such a good thing, but she also had to answer the question. As it turned out, the reason for their dangerous journey was the child himself, whom they wanted to find in the neighboring city. The areas of the city were too dangerous. Today, Kyle was convinced of this for the second time, as the monsters seemed to be pursuing him. Perry saw the seriousness of Kyle's situation, after all. Being a parent during the apocalypse is not easy at all. But what bothered him more was that our husband had already encountered dead people in these districts more than once, and he wanted to learn more about this incredible danger that the interlocutor was talking about. Something unexpected happened at the last gas station. It was 10 kilometers from here, but here they were lucky to meet a savior. That gas station turned out to be much scarier and more dangerous than this one. The creature was incredible. As soon as Kyle left the car, the monster immediately roared at the top of its voice, so loud that the windows flew out. He took a sip of coffee and told how he got here with an empty tank, and at the same second of the scream, he decided not to fill up. Otherwise, he would not have made it here. Perry still suggested that his wife and husband stay there for the night, since it could be even more dangerous outside. Betty was clearly unhappy with this proposal. She wanted to meet the baby as soon as possible and not bask in the warmth. Kyle noticed this look. He knew that he couldn't contradict her. Even a drop of sweat ran down his cheeks. His answer would be obvious. The husband knew who he was dealing with and decided to leave here, explaining everything with the same child. But he couldn't reciprocate his feelings, because his wife would give him a hard time. After a long time, we hear the sound of an engine. The newlyweds harnessed their iron horse on the way to meet their son. The brother wished them all the best and watched them go, so that nothing would suddenly stop them on the road. But there was no time to waste. There was a gas station with a strong monster 10 kilometers away. A zombie would cover that distance overnight, and we had to hurry. In 3 days, a new evolution zone will appear, during which time all the problems must be solved. So Perry gets behind the wheel of his car and heads out to a new danger. The student set himself up for the best possible result. His gaze blazed with the fire of anger and the desire to kill. They seemed to fill him. Its bloody aura spreads throughout its surroundings, putting pressure on everyone within its radius. He was almost there. The hero had already driven up to a suburban gas station. Just a little bit more, and there should be a good battle. Perry pulled up to the gas station, but everything was silent. There was no sign of life, not even a sign of hostility. He got to the place that Kyle was talking about, according to his stories. As soon as he got out of the car, a loud howl was heard, which knocked out the windows in a circle. It was as if nothing was waiting for the hero here. The silence was similar to that in Perry's domain. But there was a monster hiding there too. Now there was not even a wind tickling the treetops. One thing could not be denied. The smell of blood here was very strong. Everything was mixed up, people and zombies. Every single one of them died. Too many people have died here. What kind of creature is it that hides here? And could it be that this gas station is its lair? In the pitch darkness, there was a dead silence. No sign of life, no danger, only countless corpses underfoot, which gave off the most vile aromas. There were only corpses, blood, and weapons in the room. Many people and zombies had been here. but it was unlikely that any of them had left. He found it strange that the outer doors were damaged inside the room. There was clearly something there, and his victims definitely wanted to escape, but they failed. There was something hidden in this darkness. Even zombies were afraid of it. This is typical for mutated ones, who were special. The enemy became doubly dangerous. He sniffed every note of the smell, tried to hear every extra rustle, peer into every dark corner, but there was nothing and no one. What was this gas station hiding? There was an even more terrifying secret in the warehouse. Perry noticed it. He sensed something. His sixth sense never failed. Still, he dared to approach and find out the secret of the gas station. The smell of danger, blood, and death should come from here. This is where the enemy should be. As it turned out, the hero hit the nail on the head. The monster looked like the devil, the demon, the devil. That was the reason for all the deaths here. Perry did not expect such a sudden attack from the monster. The monster was not stupid and waited for travelers here for quite a long time, later killing them without any pity. Kyle didn't lie to him. The enemy was truly strong, which meant that he couldn't hesitate with him. He had to be killed quickly so that he wouldn't suffer. The blade was full of energy. The hero sharpened it with his willpower and intent to kill. It can cut steel like the bloody sword Murasama. Soon this creature will get what it deserves and leave this world. And Perry needs to chop it into the smallest pieces. For now, you should retreat, gain distance, and counterattack the enemy with the greatest force. The battle is heating up. The hero got into the monster's territory. He was furious at such impudence. Now only one winner will come out of here. Perry understands that the enemy is far from weak. He urgently needs to make a decision for the battle. Now he will be on guard and will not fall into the zombie trap. Things are getting serious now. The student will use the power of his blood crystal on this monster to destroy it in a matter of seconds. He pointed his fingers at him, with the aim of showing him his place and his gigantic superiority, which he demonstrated with his whole appearance. The new force strikes. The zombie doesn't have time to look back, and he is cut into pieces, and with such force that it is possible to hack down crowds of such enemies. The dead man sees such an enemy for the first time in his memory. He has never met such madmen who would dare to enter this place and kill such a creature. Perry smiled brighter and brighter with each attack. One grin of our hero kills from the inside, like needles piercing the heart. Another strong attack on the monster, but he can't respond to it in any way, since he is very weak in comparison to him. The young man doesn't even give him a second to rest, after all. He was trained by Colonel Steve himself, a hero and savior. His merits could not be denied. The monster didn't even have time to come to his senses before his soul was about to be thrown onto the scales. Perry completely cut up the zombie. It experienced incredible pain, which can hardly be compared to anything. The hero is a real monster. Even such a monster is a mosquito in comparison to him, which can only bite. The monster was in complete horror. Previously, all enemies were easy for him. But now he came across an opponent not on his level, or rather, the strongest evolved in the world. The young one was always dozens of steps ahead of this monster. Only the Guardians can become a good opponent for such power. The monster tried to brazenly escape from the fight. An example of another fear of zombies, they are also afraid of mortal danger. But Perry is not going to let him go for everything he managed to do. His escape never worked. He would have died anyway, even if he had managed to corner such a victim. Yet here he is, the winner, as if no one had hoped for the monster's victory, since our hero, having given his enemies a head start, still wins. The monster's lair was cleared by Colonel Steve's apprentice. Perry once again demonstrated his strength and power. During this time, he only became stronger. However, the inspection of the gas station was not finished. There must be something secret in the next room. Something was definitely hidden there. Perry sensed that there was something terrifying here, something much more powerful than the past, and it was probably the cause of that very scream. The student burst into the door without knocking down the door and its frames in order to instill fear in the enemy. There must be something in this warehouse. The hero studied the entire local area in detail, but suddenly something disappointed him. The enemy was not waiting for him. There was no surprise attack, and he looked down on the monster. But what kind of aura was there? What was emanating from this room? Incredibly, in place of the giant monster, the beast, and the constant horror, there sat on his lap a little girl holding a teddy bear. She found herself in the midst of a multitude of corpses, their faces twisted in horror, as if they were frightened before death. There was nothing in her eyes, no sadness, no sorrow, no hope. Everything in her was empty, as if not everyone around was killed, but specifically her, like a knife in her back, like a sting. He was conflicted about whether to leave her here or give her a helping hand to pull her out of the abyss of despair. Conscience is our hero's second name. He couldn't leave her here alone, since she is first and foremost a child, and then she can be evolved. Perry didn't stand aside. He wasn't afraid of that aura and the many corpses that could die from it. Even so, he dared to help her, expecting a return. But she didn't want to communicate at all, and it's true. How could she speak when there were zombie corpses around her that were once people? She and the whole room were covered in blood and rot. What could she do except keep her mouth shut? She was very scared, as if there was another monster in front of her. Such situations kill a child's mind at the root. She will never be able to forget such a thing. Still, Perry did not despair. He continued to seek common ground with the child, offered to go with him to wash off this blood, take her to the gas station where he works. She didn't answer, as if she had bitten her tongue. She didn't even have the strength to say a word or reciprocate. He tried to persuade her that it would soon get dark, and thus it was becoming more and more dangerous outside. But at the same time, he smiled at her, which was rare for him. He understood that she was in shock, but he definitely had to touch on one difficult topic for her, which would be hard for her to overcome. Perry knew what he was getting into, but he still asked her about her parents. Now she was completely desperate. It really hurt her, which only meant one thing: everything was bad with her family. It's incredible. She was able to say a few words, but it was so hard for her to say them. Her parents are sleeping in the next room, but it's been so long since they woke up. Behind this door, this girl's mother and father should be sleeping, but she calls their death a dream. She cannot accept the death of her parents. Perry repeated his name again to make sure she heard it. He knew it was very hard for her in this world, especially in this situation. Suddenly, it turns out that she was listening to everything. But what was stopping her from speaking was the lump in her throat that was pressing on her neck, preventing her from taking a second breath of air. He constantly bombarded her with questions, no matter how good Perry was. He was unlikely to be able to reach a child who had lost all goals in life, all the joys of life. She had clearly been through too much. All the people who came here also left. What was the point of her answering anyone if everyone left? Everyone left and Perry would leave. But the hero did not want to leave her. He extended his hand to her, but she was afraid of him. She did not want to be left alone among the rotting corpses, but something kept her away from everyone. Someone dared to call her a monster. People outside said that this cutie was like the monsters outside the gas station. All of them hurt the little girl so much that she was wary of kindness. But suddenly he tells her one secret that adults hid from her. She is not a monster, she is evolved, and there are many such people all over the world, and those who called her a monster are no better than all the creatures around. Incredibly, he was able to light a flame in her eyes. 1,000,000-carat sparkle appeared in them. Perry found the reason for her oddities. She can no longer consider herself a monster. The young man will always find good words to cheer up a person or to awaken his fighting spirit. He said that they are similar. These are the best words for someone who considers herself an outcast. He is just as evolved. There are hundreds and thousands of people like her. In this world, you can always find a loved one. Perry explained all this to her in just one phrase. Now she could trust him. One quote was able to establish contact with the child. One good phrase that was able to pull the girl out of a deep hole. She even managed to voice her name. Her name was Goldie, sweet golden girl. Perry wanted with all his heart to save her so that she would go with him, and she agreed. Goldie and Perry stood in front of that very door. The little girl was afraid but didn't show it. She looked warily through the crack in the doorway and pointed out that her parents were there, that they had fallen asleep there and never woken up. Perry did not dare to take her with him, as it could be dangerous there, so that Goldie would not get hurt or get caught in the heat of the moment. And here are our relatives. They have obviously long since turned into zombies and died, and the girl still hopes that they will come out, hug, and stroke her sweet head. But the world was too harsh for her. He was under pressure from the fact that this poor thing would have to come to terms with the fact that her mom and dad would not wake up anytime soon, and whether they would wake up was only a question of the next life. These wounds were not like those left by zombies. They were left by the man who made them feel bitter with such grimaces. The hero had no way of knowing what happened here. But one thing is for sure, these parents were clearly good, as they were trying to protect their Goldie from bad weather. So they died. But there was something sticking out in his pocket, like a card or a business card. The guesses were confirmed. It was the business card of the chairman of a pharmaceutical company. He was our heroine's father, and was probably very rich. The pharmaceutical company was very expensive, its headquarters towering like a skyscraper cutting through the sky. Incredibly, Perry recognized this company. At the beginning of the infection, it received large funding from a certain union, becoming a global giant. But suddenly, the owner of the company, a famous biologist, dies at one of the suburban gas stations. He considered Goldie a poor child, and for good reason. She was a princess to them. But now she would have to come to terms with their death. It wasn't easy, but the hero decided to tell the sad news about her parents. They would hardly be able to wake up again, so she should come to terms with it. She couldn't believe her ears. Goldie was sure he was lying. Her eyes were full of fear. She didn't understand anything, whether to rejoice or cry, jump for joy or freeze like a statue for the rest of her days. She continued to blame herself. Her father and mother were not there because they wanted to save her, and she, with her oddities, led them to death. He explained a couple of things to her, even if they were very different from ordinary people. It didn't mean that she was to blame for their deaths. She hadn't done any bad things to be guilty at all. Having evolved, they had the ability to become stronger, thereby using this power for the benefit of their loved ones, protecting them. The hero was incredible. He managed to touch a girl who was completely broken inside. Being a parent is not easy, but Perry definitely knew some kind of catch in raising a child. After such words, it was difficult for her to hold back her tears, but the student tried to explain to her that tears were of no use now. The parents needed to be seen off on their last journey and said goodbye with dignity. The night continued. The rustle of the shovel on the ground symbolized the beginning of the burial. Now they were locked in the ground. Perry bid a fitting farewell to Goldie's parents, who can now breathe a sigh of relief as their beloved daughter will be safe under the wing of such a strong man. He saw nothing good in the burial, as if it all brought him great pain. His fears turned out to be true. He was awakened by terrible memories. Everything around was burning. The dead occupied him. These memories appeared to him for the first time after his rebirth. And in freedom, he seemed to be bound by his past, which weighed on him again and again. The shovel fell out of his hands. Such memories weighed heavily on him. He could do nothing about them. Just recently, he taught Goldie to forget the past and move on, but his wound only grew wider and wider. He grabbed his head. Once he also dug holes for his comrades. Once he also buried his relatives in the ground. It hit his head very hard. His cries of agony brought a savior. Perry found himself in the real world again. His eyes were very scared, as the hero again saw his worst dream. Goldie was very worried about him. He had never behaved like this before. And then suddenly he grabbed his head and screamed at the top of his voice. Perry decided not to scare his partner. For him, it was like a small memory that did not bring him any inconvenience. He couldn't have expected the past to come flooding back to him like that. But now he's okay and can breathe a sigh of relief. After some time, it was already morning, the blazing sun was shining in the sky, and Perry's new team had to leave. There was very little time left before the new zone. In this world, you can start everything over and change the world for the better. All that remains is to take the local fate into your fist, having become stronger before that, in order to achieve such results. Here they arrived at the 24-hour store, and it wasn't long before they arrived. How sweet she is and what she had to go through to get here and meet our hero. Even after that, she did not stop being truly kind. Perry did something incredible. He wouldn't even be a bad father, because in just one night he was able to instill trust in Goldie. She is no longer alone. After some time, a new evolution zone should appear. But the first time, people failed to defeat the Keeper and the crystal went to the dead, who became even stronger. There were quite a few survivors in the area, but hardly anyone knew that there was a guardian walking nearby who protected the treasure with force. The zone would definitely not be easy. Perry understood this. It was not for nothing that the Keeper was able to win. His power must be impressive. While the hero is having difficult thoughts about the new zone, Goldie is sweetly eating her breakfast, her whole face turning red from the incredible taste. But Perry hadn't forgotten about her at all. She had to decide for herself whether she would go with him to storm the monsters or stay in a secluded place. Time passed. The morning would soon be over and we had to get ready to move out. Goldie didn't think long. She had already decided and agreed to go towards adventures and dangers. Perry asked her again if she would agree if there were many walking corpses there, where danger lurked at every step. The little girl did not want to be alone again at all. Even if she could go through fire and water with someone, she would go, since her main fear was saying goodbye to her last friends. However, the hero was against such a decision, but did not dare to contradict, since he can only give orders to members of his team, and she is his student. There was only one rule for her. In the evolution zone, she had to put herself first. No one needed to be saved. You and only you. Goldie was puzzled by this rule, as she could not help her comrade when he was in danger. But Perry quite sensibly assesses the girl's capabilities, of course. She was very strong, but he was much stronger, which means that Goldie should spend her strength on herself. She still agreed. She felt uneasy about making such decisions, but she couldn't refuse her friend. He warned his partner to get ready for the journey, as they were leaving in the evening and should be in the city by tomorrow. In this city, A zone should open tomorrow. There is very little time left and new difficulties. Guardians and obstacles will appear, which they can easily overcome. After all, he is our main character. Very soon a beam will strike the city area, which will create all the conditions for an evolution zone. This city will also become a historical heritage of mankind. Perry will have to free the city from the dome and save all the survivors. The city, like all the others, looked destroyed after all. An apocalypse that plunged the whole world into darkness. Such silence in the city seemed very strange to our heroine, but it was not without reason. She had been in the silence of a pile of corpses for a long time, of course. This would bring her discomfort. Perry acknowledged her intuition. It was truly great, as if she could see 5 seconds ahead and knew that an immortal creature with a scythe could be waiting for them around the corner. Here it is, the abode of all the dead. It is here that there should be a gigantic number of dead. Since the larger the hospital, the more dangerous the area around it. The probability of meeting a dead person is too high, which means you need to avoid this place, which our hero understood very well. Goldie didn't quite understand where they were going, what was going on here. The young man was completely confident in his actions. No hesitation, only incredible zeal forward to quickly finish this zone. They took a sharp turn in the opposite direction. Perry was sometimes too unpredictable. Still, they went to a clothing boutique. Our hero decided to dress up in front of the dead. Goldie beamed at the sight of the clothing store. Perry definitely knows the way to a little girl's heart. Dressing up for battle is his best decision. The student knew that the gas station was very good in terms of supplies and equipment, but there were no clothes for our princess there at all, and it was already getting cold outside. You wouldn't know it from her face, but she was definitely happy to go on little shopping trips to look extra cute. Perry makes her dreams come true, even during the apocalypse. All the signs of happiness were on her face. She was shining right before our eyes. Her clothes and appearance brought her incredible pleasure that could not be compared with anything. 30 minutes had already passed. The sun was warming the air. Very soon the heroes had to leave the boutique and set off to conquer this zone. Our handsome man walked out of the store as if he was conquering the catwalk. He was blinded by camera flashes, and he himself sparkled brighter than diamonds in the sun. Goldie didn't go far. She became even sweeter than she was. She was glowing with happiness. She could only afford that before the apocalypse. If Perry weren't around, she would hardly have been so happy. Suddenly, the hero asked the little girl where she had the knife he had given her. But she is not stupid at all. It was not for nothing that he praised her intuition. The girl can easily fight with adults because she is ready for everything. She learned Perry's most important lesson. In this world, a weapon must always be at hand to protect yourself and your loved ones, who are in mortal danger. Suddenly, a loud explosion thundered to the side. Did the zone really appear? The keeper began his hunt for survivors. The zone had already begun to form. Perry did not expect such speed at all. Everything happened instantly. Goldie wasn't scared at all. She understood that the dome would soon cover this area and would fall under the influence of the keeper, who would appear here along with everyone else. Perry crouched down and covered Goldie because anything could happen, and he couldn't let her die. The red glow covered the entire area. The zone was almost formed. The test of humanity will begin again. Suddenly, we are transferred to the intelligence department of the city. The headquarters reports that the satellite has noticed a strong surge of energy in the city. The similarity with the previous evolution zone is 97%. The military could not believe that the dome was appearing again. The people in it had to quickly defeat the enemy and take the evolution crystals. The dome was forming. A red glow covered the entire city. The creation of the Crystal Keeper would soon be completed. The transformation of the environment will be completed very soon, and a new force will appear any minute. Goldie guessed that everything was almost over. The zone was formed, and the Keeper would soon be chasing our heroes. Perry wasn't sure either, but some feeling told him that the test had begun, and the enemy would not keep him waiting long. There are many strange things around. It was only recently daylight, but now the sun has left its zenith. Goldie is very good at looking at such little things. It was the influence of the zone. The night would soon overtake them, and it did not promise them anything good, since the enemy could be sitting in the shadows. It was incredible. Suddenly there was a roar that had not been heard before. Could it be that the enemy was already nearby? The Keeper had found them and decided to release his forces on the survivors. Our heroes were noticed after all. The mutated ones were hot on their heels. The local boss was definitely involved here, who directed this crowd here. The first creature is already attacking. One thing is strange. All the dead ones have already evolved, and each had their own new ability. Perry didn't expect the enemies to be so strong to begin with. The battle definitely wouldn't be easy. Still, the hero of the future was not a weakling. Such monsters pose no danger to him. He cuts them down with one swing. like an executioner depriving a condemned man of his head. Perry was too magnificent for one mutate to hit him with his attacks. But he had killed worse. Goldie was amazed by such power. But she didn't even realize that this was only a small part of his abilities, which surpassed the entire population of the Earth. The girl herself is not going to stand aside. She's also capable of a lot for her age, which is indicated by her murderous aura. Her blade is sharpened by determination, and she intends not to let her comrade down. Many dead people fell at her hands. She did not give anyone even a chance to win, yet it was not for nothing that the hero saw gigantic potential in her. She was incredible. She easily cut down heaps of enemies, which she will be capable of in a couple of years. She will become the strongest and smallest evolved in the world. This team was perfect. Both could cover each other's backs, and they trusted each other. Thus, they could give the Earth a lot of dead people. Here is the power of two evolved ones, one student and a little girl, who are capable of sending all the enemies in the city to the scales, where they will be determined to go to heaven or hell. Even so, the zombies did not want to retreat at all. Among them, there was one that was different from everyone else in his aura. He was like a shadow. He was clearly the strongest zombie here. As it turned out, the enemy was not a simple dead man, as if he had received a boost that only one, that very same keeper, could give him. Unbelievable, the battle would not be so easy. The monster pointed its vile paws at Perry and shot out its claws. But such attacks have not affected our hero for a long time now. Every claw will be reflected. The monsters seemed to have broken loose. Someone had released them, someone stronger, who could control and strengthen their subordinates. The hero of the future is not so simple that one enemy could harm him. With one look, he can paralyze the enemy, so that he does not even have time to come to his senses, and his body is chopped up. It wanted to suppress Perry with its gaze, but he was too strong and would easily bring down the entire sky on him, so that the creature would never leave its lair again. And so the two deadly glances met. The monster could not even think that his enemy would be so strong. In the blink of an eye, he pressed on him with the mass of the earth. Such is the power of his eye, he will not be so easy with enemies. One wrong move and Perry will be immobilized, tortured, and finished off. The zombie realized what kind of monster stood before him. That pressure was no longer there. Too much weight had been placed on him, which he could not handle. The dead man screamed in pain. His mind could not forget this influence, as if he was killed from the inside, and he could do nothing about this pain. But Perry has no intention of delaying. The enemy has lost his vigilance and fortitude, which means he can already be sent to the next world. In this battle, the monster will not only lose his hand, his life will also end at this moment, and no one will be able to help, not even the all-powerful Guardian. It decided to escape from the hero by running away. It was not in vain that it was scared. It was suppressed by an incredible force that could have terrified even the local boss. The hero of the future could not let this creature escape, but he was completely sure that it would come again, taking revenge, but then it would lose its life. Still, the keeper managed to notice the hero. He felt his influence, which means he is not that far from here. The girl was very surprised. She could never expect that a zombie would run away from a victim, that this fearless creature, which fights with instincts, would have fear of the enemy. Perry was suddenly worried about something. He picked up the baby in his arms. Goldie couldn't be here. That's exactly why he decided to take her away from here, even if all the dead were defeated. There were no zombies left at all, but there was one very dangerous enemy left, whom even Perry was afraid of since nothing was known about him. Yes, this is the keeper of the crystal. The hero sped up his run and left this place. The boss was close, which meant that he had to run in quickly until Goldie was safe. The girl had no idea who the Guardian was, whether he was stronger than the zombies, and how to fight him. Perry kept looking around, monitoring the situation until there was nothing, but his partner did not understand at all what kind of danger awaited them. In the fleeing corpse, our hero managed to see the shadow of the local keeper, who had the obvious ability to control rotten corpses, which means the danger is not small. Goldie had no idea who the Guardian was, but she was able to immediately determine that the zombies were just a puppet of the boss, and he was much stronger than them. Because those dead people escaped and they are under the influence of the keeper, it means that he has had his eye on him for a long time, and the zombies will attack again very soon. She managed to realize the danger of the situation. If the keeper was watching them, then the zombies should attack them all en masse again any minute. The student knew the behavior of the keeper. He was destined to protect the crystal of evolution and not to exterminate people. He needed to come up with a plan, but first, he needed to get information about the keeper. Goldie wondered what they would do next once they had completed all of this. Perry's next thought was to find a place to hide. While the keeper was doing nothing, A permanent place of refuge was not necessary. But suddenly Goldie notices something in the distance. Her eyes open wider, and she herself is very surprised and even scared. But there was a reason for fear. The moon rose above people's heads and the roofs of houses. But how is this possible? Just recently, a bright sun was blinding in its place. But as soon as I lowered my eyes even lower, a river appeared under my feet. Goldie correctly said that it had not been here before, which meant that the keeper was connected to it. Everything around was becoming stranger and stranger. Nothing was clear, just a little more, and the girl would go crazy from such changes. Perry, too, could not fully imagine who his enemy really was, which is why he could stand for a long time in silence, pretending to look around. But something was definitely wrong. At the sight of them, hundreds of dead people jumped into the water and swam as if for treasure. The keeper was definitely controlling them. But how far he was a mystery. Goldie keeps suggesting that the boss here decided to show off his powers and sent a horde of zombies. The monsters were behaving very strangely. Some were diving into the mysterious river, others were shaking in convulsions. The keeper was definitely up to something, but we still had to figure that out. The dead became wild. Their actions could not be understood. They became too unpredictable. Their eyes shone like little lights in a gloomy temple, and their smiles sparkled like lunar crescents in the sky. These scum filled the entire nearby area. The keeper wanted to drive the heroes into a corner, but it is unlikely that he will succeed as easily as he dreams. The girl realized that she and Perry had been noticed. They needed to run quickly. Otherwise, they would become food for the brainless carcasses that would go wherever their legs carried them and wherever the keeper led them. These creatures are real monsters. No stray would be as scary, but they are good candidates for the role of a nightmare in a horror movie. The hero grabbed Goldie by the hand and they began to run headlong. Those creatures were on their heels. But it was not safe to catch the eye of the keeper at night. Meanwhile, a white ball overhead illuminated the dark alleys where the most frightening creatures sat, which you can't find even with fire during the day. It turns out that there were still survivors in this city. One of them was sitting on the roof of one of the houses. But he did not choose the dangerous path of a swordsman or infantryman, but became a more useful support, a sniper. So far, it was completely unknown whether he was an enemy or an ally, whether he would help our heroes or become a puppet of the keeper. One could only guess. But one thing was clear. He was the enemy of the dead, whose heads he cut off with his unexpected shots. The enemies did not even suspect that they were being hunted. Here are the consequences. Crowds of the dead could see how their brothers lay on the ground with broken heads, and no one could guess. The sniper alone cleared the entire area. He was great, since the keeper could not guess who exactly was hiding behind the mask. Even understanding where the shots were coming from would be an impossible task for the enemy. It turns out that the sniper was connected to the local groups of survivors who had evolved talents. But when he called her, he only received the hiss of a radio. The groups were defeated. Such a thought creeps into the sniper's head, since he has not been able to hear the answer to all the calls for a long time. But the sniper was distracted by something on the side. Another team of survivors disappeared, and all sorts of devilry was happening around. He managed to notice our heroes. He was surprised by the presence of a child in their team. What recklessness! How can you send a child to the battlefield? Perry managed to find a temporary shelter, but the keeper arrived at the most inconvenient moment. It turns out that he can influence not only the dead, people are not a hindrance for him either. The hero guessed that it was the keeper, but it was unlikely to help him, since he would lose consciousness any minute. Goldie noticed that something was wrong with her partner. She was very worried about him, since everything happened too suddenly. The girl tried to wake Perry up, pushing him back and forth, screaming his name. She was confused, because she didn't understand at all what was happening. In response, she received silence from Perry. He could not say a word. Besides, they were in great danger. The enemies were supposed to be on their heels, which meant that it would be difficult for them to get out of such danger. She decided to check the situation. The enemies were supposed to surround them very soon, which was good, since in such a situation they could not avoid death. But the zombies weren't the first problem. Among the crowds of the dead, there was a creature that stood out more than anyone else. It was definitely the Guardian, who was already ready to attack with his countless army of monsters. Goldie also noticed him. He towered over everyone like a shadow. The Guardian was close, which meant that it was under his influence that our hero was. It's only a matter of time before they're squeezed into a vice or surrounded on all sides. Goldie definitely needs to do something, otherwise, death is inevitable. The zombies were getting closer and closer. It was unlikely that anyone would help them. Perry had not yet woken up. All that was left was to hope for the power of our little one. She sensibly assessed her strength. She would definitely not be able to defeat so many enemies, and such strong ones at that. there was nothing left to do but wait for the hero to awaken. The zombies were striking with their terrifying power. The same zombie without an arm was here again, as expected. The keeper would not keep him waiting long, which meant that all the strongest monsters in the zone were here. Still, you can't rely on fate. You have to take it by the hair and lead it where you want. That's what our heroine thinks and rushes into battle to meet the dangerous creatures. She was incredibly strong, easily cutting down every monster in her path. No one could resist her. He was left completely alone. All his pawns fell in a couple of moments. No one could resist the little girl. Real weaklings. The monster was struck by such power that he couldn't even react to the speed, as it was as fast as lightning. The baby was monstrously strong and fast. Not a single mutated one could keep up with her, even those who were under the influence of the keeper. She wanted to attack the monster before it even realized that she was already under its nose. Her potential was too great. But there was clearly something wrong with the monster. He already knew exactly who was at his feet, trying to cut him into tiny pieces. However, she was able to realize that the enemy was under control. Now she would not be able to attack him unnoticed. It's incredible, the keeper appeared in front of our little girl. What's wrong with him? He was like a shadow. How to fight this creature if it's intangible? Everything was terrible. Goldie realized that it would not be possible to attack the creature since it was intangible. The corpse was no weakling. It was no trouble for him to send a little girl on a long flight to visit her loving parents. The attack was unsuccessful, but even so, Perry managed to protect her from the crowds of enemies. Even so, she could have put down that monster if not for the keeper. Goldie is a real superhero. She sacrificed herself for the sake of a person who was valuable to her. She was told to protect only herself, but she took into account another more important lesson. The strong must protect their loved ones and relatives. She's a great girl, like an ordinary child who got into a battle against monsters, but was able to fight on equal terms with them. Perry couldn't even stand up. His legs wouldn't hold him up. The keeper wouldn't let him get up. His ability to control people was amazing. He was able to suppress Perry after such enhancements. He had to hurry. Goldie could be in danger, and he didn't even know what was going on there. And on top of that, there had to be a keeper nearby. Perry hoped to use his soul trap ability to get out of this dream, but it didn't work. A red cross shone above his body. The enemy's skill exceeded the strength and power of our hero, as if he had met that guardian from the pyramid again. This power was incredible. Literally just recently, Perry was crucified on this cross. But he has not yet lost his strength of spirit. He is still able to get back on his feet. He just needs to use the soul capture. This energy covered him from head to toe. The keeper was very close, and he was just about to get to his feet. Goldie begged him to get up, tried in every way to call him, but he did not respond and responded with silence. Could it be that our hero has risen again? Steve was able to raise the strongest warrior in him, and he overpowered the enemy, who surpassed him in his influence. Again, the same look, empty and lifeless, only now it is unlikely that he will run away and come running again. Perry outdid himself. The creature lost its head and went to the next world. Finally, it's dead, a lifeless corpse that was constantly under the control of the keeper and eventually died at the hands of Perry. Our Goldie was completely wounded. This made Perry very worried about her. His heart was beating, turning the blood into boiling water. She felt very ill. Her face was disfigured. The dead man had caused her great harm while Perry was under the influence of the keeper. Even after everything she did for our hero, Goldie apologized for not being able to protect him from the monster. Perry made it clear that he didn't need saving, but even he couldn't handle that influence. Even here, our little one helped him. They continued to communicate pleasantly with each other for a long time, and nothing foreshadowed trouble. But suddenly, behind their backs, silhouettes of bloodthirsty zombies appeared, who had already gotten close enough to our heroes for them to become their food. But something went wrong. The monsters lost their heads before Goldie and Perry. Someone saved them. Who is this savior who deprived two monsters of their heads with one shot? Who is our hero? Perry realized that he was on the verge of death, only he had already evolved, capable of shooting two walking corpses with one bullet. Incredibly, our savior turned out to be that same mysterious sniper, who was a permanent resident here and happened to be under the dome with our team. Perry didn't expect to meet well-wishers here at all. He can definitely be trusted after all. He saved their lives without taking anything in return. Suddenly, he ordered to follow him. After all, it is better to trust a native of the city, since he knows this city like the back of his hand. The sniper was very mysterious. What was his motive for saving them? What was his benefit in this? Why didn't he just go and shoot them like the bastards from the first zone? They walked in silence, but the thought that all the survivors were fighting more for their own lives than for others kept coming back to Perry. The sniper showed no signs of hostility. His silence made the situation tense, as if he were planning to kill them. Every step was not easy for the hero. After the capture of his mind by the Guardian, Perry became very weak. The Wanderer's headquarters was very strange. He could have settled on some high-rise building and tracked enemies there, but he chose a kindergarten. Perry also found it strange that such a serious warrior would choose a kindergarten, which was a ridiculous idea instead of a refuge. Before entering the shelter, you need to think about every step. Perry knew that the kindergarten could be a dangerous place, since small zombies are harder to kill, that even adults turn out to be baby food for these demons. But the sniper doesn't care about such thoughts at all. The kindergarten is his home, so he enters it without knocking and can invite any guests. The young man did not expect such hospitality at all. He was amazed that a kind person was found in this wilderness who offered him a roof over his head. There were no signs of danger, no corpses or smell of blood, only children's drawings on the walls, like in traditional kindergartens. Suddenly, they decided to go down to a certain basement. But Perry can trust this place, since he senses danger beyond a cannon shot, and blood even outside the city. Here they came. The basement did not promise anything dangerous here, no enemies, traps, or monsters. Incredibly, our wanderer is the educator of the surviving children. From their smiles, it was clear that he is not holding them hostage. After all, the sniper is a good man who has his own large family. The local defenders are not afraid of strangers. They immediately ask the teacher who these people are and what they need here. Goldie was very afraid of these children. She literally always hid behind Perry's back. The Wanderer treated the children with kindness. He always tried to protect them from danger from the outside, a truly heroic act on his part. Since he works in the name of these children who cannot stand up for themselves, he does not seek benefit from them and tries to raise the same heroes. The children trusted the teacher to raise so many children during the apocalypse, fulfilling the most sacred duty of a parent. Finally, the Wanderer will show his kind face. Such people can definitely be trusted at first sight, since they work miracles only by their actions. But something was wrong here. The serious sniper spoke in a female voice, and his curls shone with a pink sheen. Could it be that our Wanderer turned out to be a sweet teacher? Incredibly, our good Wanderer turned out to be a charming girl, a kindergarten teacher, and a good mother of these children. Her name was Lillian. Her maternal instinct did not allow her to abandon these children, and she became the best mother in the world. Perry used to know a certain Lillian, who was one of the top 10 strongest evolved. The hero also introduced himself to our savior. After all, she was magnificent, as she was strong, beautiful, knew her purpose, and also knew how to raise her large family. Goldie didn't fully trust the people here and was constantly hiding behind the back of her only friend, which is precisely why Perry warned Lillian that they couldn't trust them yet. Lillian saw nothing wrong with this and was understanding about it, since there is never anything wrong with being careful. Previously, there were warehouses here, but now she has arranged everything here well. Now the children have a roof over their heads and an excellent teacher. Because of this warehouse, they managed to survive at first. Then it only got better and, most importantly, easier. Now the ill-fated zone appeared, which began to impose pressure on their peaceful life. Perry suddenly became curious about where that child in one of the beds came from. She had picked up this baby on the street, just like Perry had picked up Goldie. Both had done a lot of work to gain the trust of children, and she hadn't been going outside to kill a few monsters before. She had been getting some powdered milk for the baby. Many of the children here have lost their parents, and Lillian has become their second mother, who looks after the well-being of all the children, feeding them and giving them water, providing protection. Even with Goldie, who fears her, she will be kind, and now she's going to pay attention to her wounds to make sure that she's not too badly hurt. There was no longer the fear in our girl's eyes that she had entered here with. Our gold was changed, her wound was bandaged. In general, they took great care of her. Now she is completely sure that the world is not without good people, and she could have come across this girl who also protected her. Lillian understood that Goldie could be very tired. There was no hidden intent in her actions. The smile was sincere, as if a ray of sunshine warmed the dimples on her cheeks. After a while, Goldie was already fast asleep. No one could disturb her. She hugged her teddy bear with all her strength, who would be there, even in her sleep. Lillian did a great job of being a good mother to these children, and they all grew up with her immense love. Suddenly, she asked if Perry was evolved. It was even obvious he was able to easily escape the Keeper's influence and defeat his strongest pawn. But she's only happy about it. 4 hands are better than 2, which means that together it will only be easier. After all, she didn't help them for nothing. Perry hit the nail on the head. He was wondering if she had any connection with other survivors in this city, and if it was possible to contact them. It's incredible that so many evolved people have appeared in the world over the years, which is confirmed by the fact that in this city alone, there are already 5 people with superpowers, including her. However, 2 groups of survivors suffered heavy losses. and the rest have not been in contact at all for a long time. Perry understood that the Keeper was needed here. Most of the casualties were caused by the enemy becoming unexpectedly strong. Lillian made it clear to him that the evolution crystals were in the Keeper himself, meaning that he had to be defeated in any case. Perry realized that the enemy would not be a weakling, and defeating him was a prerequisite for removing the dome and gaining abilities. But suddenly he was pulled out of his long thoughts. Lillian screamed loudly throughout the kindergarten. Incredibly, the teacher says it appears Goldie has contracted the virus. Yes, there was something wrong with her. She turned very red. Her whole face was burning with a bloody flame. Could that very small wound really have caused the infection? Something had to be done, otherwise it would be too late. Perry was able to determine that the infection was not too serious. It was just a virus that had entered through the wound, and she would not become another walking corpse. Lillian calmed down, which meant that the girl could still be helped, and they would definitely do it. The hero touched his stepdaughter's forehead. She clearly had a fever. She was on fire. She definitely needed help. The hero would need antipyretics to lower the temperature and antibiotics to destroy the virus. Lillian didn't have any at all, but she knew where there could be a lot of them. But this place was very dangerous. The medicines were in the hospital. Perry immediately remembered that very scary hospital, which has the largest number of monsters and the highest chance of meeting the Keeper. Our heroine tries to warn her guests. She says that there is a terrible creature hiding in the hospital, and they should not go there under any circumstances. But Perry's desire cannot be broken. If he has made up his mind, then there are no more obstacles for him. No creature can stop them. Now Lillian must understand who is standing in front of her. He is a real predator who takes everything from this world, and getting medicine for him is a mere trifle. The sniper was speechless. She had never seen such fearlessness in the eyes of an ordinary person. But she herself is not going to stand aside. She is going with them, after all. She knows this city better than the fingers of her hands. And here it is, the very same hospital that attracted a lot of attention from our heroes at the beginning of the trip. The entire hospital was a nightmare for the average person, as it was filled with walking corpses. But our hero never looked like an ordinary person to be afraid. Lillian said that a dozen people armed to the teeth came in here, but not a single one came out alive. There were more zombies, which meant they needed to retreat. Perry didn't care at all about any little things. He didn't see any obstacles in front of him, which promised them a guaranteed victory. Without antibiotics, Goldie would get even worse. There was no time to waste. It didn't matter that it was dangerous here when the poor child was dying in her arms. Our sniper was lost due to such determination. The hero was too stubborn to let his partner die. Lillian tried to shout to him, stopping him as he followed his steps, but he could no longer hear anything. He could not be stopped so easily. Perry was already standing at the entrance to the hospital, his shadow falling upon the bloodthirsty dead that guarded the hospital from the outside. He knows how to attract the attention of enemies. Even here he is in front of them, like a red flag for a bull. But our hero is not here for the dead. He needs drugs to treat his partner so that she does not die at the beginning of the journey. If someone interferes with him, everyone will be beheaded. As expected from our hero, he didn't even see the danger in front of him. Every monster was chopped down in the blink of an eye, and Lillian worried in vain. The teacher looked at this with her mouth wide open. She couldn't believe her eyes, even if he was evolved. But to kill everyone in an instant, this was new to her. So they entered the hospital, and the hero became interested in where the medicines Lillian had spoken about were. She offered him to take him there, but she and Goldie would need protection, which he would provide. Lillian walked ahead. They needed to go up to the second floor, since that was where all the drugs were. Perry explored the entire room to identify any oddities and track down the biggest danger. Even here he was able to notice a pistol, which he assumed belonged to the group of survivors. But one thing was strange. The barrel fell from the 5th floor. What did they lose there if the medicine was on the 2nd floor? Using such traces, it will be possible to learn about the very monster that guarded this hospital. And Lillian remembered it. On the 2nd floor, there are also many traces of survivors who moved higher and higher. Our heroes also stood up. Everything was covered in silence for now. No deadly monster was seen, and the medicine was almost in hand. There were only corpses lying around, not a single zombie. This had never meant anything good before. Only even greater danger awaited them. Lillian didn't let us down. All the necessary medications were right there on the shelves on the 2nd floor of the hospital. Lillian asked Goldie to be patient a little longer, and they would be able to continue fighting the Keeper. Goldie felt worse than ever. Her condition was getting worse with every minute. Even saying a word was difficult for her. Suddenly, a strange light appeared above them, and some kind of crack began to widen in the ceiling. The heroine noticed this oddity. She was haunted by this mysterious light, which did not promise them anything good. Due to reflex, he immediately reacts to the gap and puts it in his sights in order to be ready for anything. There was some kind of mysticism going on here. Red cutouts in the hospital walls, a bunch of dead people and dead bodies. Incredibly, horror began before the eyes of our heroes. Something was looking at them through the wall. Some creature was sitting on the floor above and examining the situation. Lillian reacted instantly to the opening of her eye. What was going on here? Was this the same guardian or something more terrible? Such thoughts visit the sniper's head. Perry noticed the noise from the gunshot and wondered what was going on there. She explained to him that some creature had been tracking them for a long time, and she had shot him in the eye with lead. It's incredible, this monster broke through the ceiling and burst into it, and here he is, the very same dead man Lillian was talking about. It was simply terrible. The body was covered with tentacles. In the middle of them was a giant head. How to fight such a creature. This monster was a head taller than anything our hero had ever encountered before. And it was no wonder that all the survivors in the city feared it. And it was no wonder that everyone avoided the hospital. Lillian felt this danger on herself. Nothing could compare to this monster. Even children in their wildest dreams could not imagine such things. This creature had eyes all along the perimeter of its tentacles, and it could also create sharp points on the ends of them, making it even more dangerous. But our sniper is not so weak as to let this creature touch him. Not a single hair from Goldie's head should fall in this battle. Lillian put a ton of lead into that thing's tentacles. She clearly needs some backup with a monster like that to take it down. Still, the tentacles managed to break through the sniper's barrage of attacks, which doesn't bode well. It only got worse. Lillian managed to dodge the attack, but his tentacle was not aimed at her at all. It wanted to attack Goldie with all its might. What was driving her? However, Perry manages to keep up with the monster's attack and cuts off the creature's vile limb. He ordered Lillian to collect medicine and protect Goldie, and he would take on the monster, promising a guaranteed victory. The monster is not going to just watch the conversations. He begins to attack without stopping in order to defeat these impudent people who dared to climb into his lair. The hero also does not intend to tolerate such behavior from the monster. He strengthened himself, which makes it more effective to deal with the creature. It's not hard for him to cut off a couple of tentacles, but there could be hundreds or even thousands of them. That's how many he'll have to cut off of this zombie. The monster suffered unbearable pain. His enemy was not simple. This was no longer his lair, and he was no longer the strongest here. It had never met such a strong man before. Everyone died under the onslaught of his attacks, and no one could dare to cut off the tentacles. But the young hero is capable of even greater deeds. Perry decided to take the monster away from the girls, since it was an unusual mutated one, and could cause them great harm. The monster fell for the hero and again went up one floor. Now it is clear what made the survivors go up one floor. Lillian wished good luck to our hero, so that he would definitely win and return in triumph, so to speak. Now the size is up and there is ham on the sandwich. By then she was still looking for medicine. She better hurry up, as Goldie was getting worse and worse by the minute, and the keeper might notice them. At that very second, Perry takes the monster to the highest floors, so that he cannot even think that he has the opportunity to attack the girls. He climbed higher and higher, passing each floor and lifting the monster behind him. Still, he assessed the situation sensibly. To win, he needed to strike at the monster's brain, but it was completely unclear where this creature's head was. The monster was not going to waste any time. Perry was caught in a barrage of attacks from the monster and was able to successfully dodge. He maneuvered every tentacle. Nothing could catch up with him. In battle, he fluttered like a butterfly and stung like a bee. The most obvious place to attack was the head. The hero decided not to miss this opportunity and struck the first blow there. A monster would be too stupid to stick its brain in the most obvious place on its body. It didn't work though. The zombie only became more angry, and his determination to kill only increased. As expected, Perry understood that this creature would not be as simple as it seemed. Of course, it would not be in his head, but where then? If the main brain is located in the body, and it is protected by tentacles, no. Something is wrong here. There are too many tentacles, which means it is outside the main organism. The creature attacks again and again. There will be no mercy for the enemy. Perry managed to unravel the mystery of the monster. This body is just a puppet controlled by the brain from outside, which means all that remains is to find it. Meanwhile, Goldie was not getting any better. Lillian was looking for medicine for her, but it seemed like there was none. But still, she's a great girl and she managed to find the necessary drugs. All that remains is to give them to Goldie, and she will be saved. There's only one more drug left to find, and everyone will be here. Lillian did a great job, but suddenly the ground underfoot began to shake. What was going on here? It's not for nothing that people are so afraid of the hospital. Too many strange things happen here. Now a sudden earthquake has begun. Something too inexplicable is happening here. that it will not be easy to even imagine it. Lillian began to search more thoroughly. The situation was getting worse with every second. The only thing missing was a keeper with a crowd of zombies, and paradise would come in the real world. But suddenly, our girl opened her eyes. Did she really feel better? Would she soon recover and go on chopping up the dead? She even managed to get back on her feet, which means that even the deadly virus won't take our heroine. What will those terrible monsters do to her? The sniper was very glad that the girl woke up. Everything will be fine, she thought. But there was definitely something wrong with her face. There used to be a sparkle in her eyes. Now there was an emptiness in which you could drown, and her face was also covered in shadow. Now Lillian realized that Goldie was not walking of her own free will. Someone was controlling her. Could it really be the one I was thinking of? Only not him, after all. The keeper appeared at the most inconvenient moment. But what does he want from the child? Lillian didn't understand what was standing in front of her. It didn't look like a zombie. It was someone's shadow, she assumed. The strange thing is that Goldie gave in to the will of this monster too easily. But why didn't he take over Lillian's mind? They would die faster. She tried to shoot the creature, but it was scattered into the air. And that was true. It was the shadow of the keeper, not his physical body. The sniper couldn't believe her eyes as she fought the shadow to save the girl. She needed to grab Goldie and run as fast as she could so that this shadow could never take her away. She tried to wake her up from her trance, but the keeper did not give her a chance to come to her senses. The situation was very difficult. The teacher did not expect such strength from the girl at all. She did not give in to the force at all, as if she was walking and clinging to the ground with her roots. The guardian's shadow did not give them any peace. He decided to get Goldie and would achieve this at any cost. Lillian had no way of knowing the strength of such an enemy, what he could do in a corporeal shell, where the real body was hidden and how long it would be there. The boss once again used his new talent. Even being here in the form of a shadow, he can cause significant harm to those around him. Some music made her head spin, making her sleepy. The picture before her eyes became blurry, and the shadow dissipated. Still, fate is on their side. The keeper failed to take Goldie to himself, so he left her. Lillian can rejoice. Goldie's pressure subsided. She seemed to fall into a dream. She still needed help, since she only got worse after such an attack from the keeper. The sniper was very glad that the shadow was gone. She could breathe a sigh of relief, but she couldn't relax. The responsibility for the child's life lay on her shoulders. The girl was still feeling bad. We needed to find medicine and protect her from external threats. And besides, the keeper could come again. But the keeper was not the last problem, as expected from him. The local boss brought new guests. They turned out to be the dead who got here under his control, and now they will attack our girls. Lillian waited with great trepidation for Perry's successful return, since they still had to treat the girl, and she herself would definitely not be able to defeat that monster. By that time, Perry had brought the monster to the roof. The main battle would take place here, so that no one would dare to escape. The monster was not happy that he had such a strong enemy in front of him. He had suffered too much pain, and his enemy was still alive. This had never happened before. Perry stood before him confidently. All his actions were honed in training with Old Man Steve, and now he would demonstrate all his abilities to this creature. Suddenly, something dawned on him. He managed to hear Lillian's shot at such a distance. He realized that they were in danger and he should hurry. During all this time, he had already spent a third of his accumulated energy, which is good. But he still needed to leave some for the keeper, which means he needed to deal with this monster faster. He was determined. Now he would do everything quickly. There must be a brain among them all, which means that all the tentacles must be chopped off, and the main one will emerge. It was decided that Perry would emerge from here as the winner, and this was already guaranteed, since he had decided to cut off all the tentacles. It's no big deal for him to chop a monster into little pieces, and he shows it off in the best possible way. The creature never expected to ever meet such a madman who would decide to enter the lair of the most dangerous monster in the city and hack him to death. The monster was already completely desperate. The tentacles were becoming fewer and fewer, and at the same time he himself was becoming weaker. There was only one left, and Perry had already cut it down, and here it was. The victory that our hero had earned with all his might. The monster has fallen. Now you can go to the girls and help them to save themselves. Something was wrong here. Perry just turned around and went home, not even 100% sure that the creature was dead. And where was that brain outside the body? Still, he had to go and help Lillian, since she was already waiting for him and asking for help. The battle is over, but something is bothering him. The hero couldn't just leave without checking the monster's corpse. What a horror, the main body was still alive. It attacks our hero with its tentacle. He can't expect an attack at all. What should he do? Who will save him? Will it be a defeat? Unbelievable, this zombie was truly unusual after all. His puppet was a strong threat, but he was more dangerous. But suddenly it missed. Something was clearly wrong here. Perry could not have expected this attack, or else. Incredibly, our hero outdid himself. He waited for this creature for a very long time and it appeared. The zombie doesn't know our Perry very well. He will never turn his back on the corpse of a puppet. Now the story of this monster will end at this minute. It would have been better if this greedy creature had never come out, but greed destroyed him, since now he can't escape in any way. This was the end for this creature. No one else would come to the rescue. There were no more puppets left, which meant it was time to go to the next world. His aura is amazing. He is literally capable of everything he said and did. His word does not waver. The monster did not know this at all and died from his greed. The story of the hospital nightmare ended with the victory of good. So he was killed after all. Greed can ruin even a sucker, and the monster is no exception. Now we can be sure that our hero has won. He can raise his cup and modestly leave the battlefield. Perry recognized his enemy. Because of him, he had to rack his brains for a long time while his head was in the puppet's body. But his only flaw was his greed. The student simply took advantage of it, and the enemy was defeated. Of course, after such a strong enemy, you can get a lot of boosts, and that's what happened. All the endurance and physical abilities became much stronger. Now it's time to visit Lillian and Goldie. The dangerous enemies are gone, only the weaklings remain. There weren't enough bullets, there were more zombies. Even if she killed 2 zombies with each bullet, there might not be enough shells. Meanwhile, they were hot on our heels, and their numbers were growing larger and larger. It should take 1 bullet per zombie spirit. She kept everything in sight and prepared to shoot. There were 33 dead men in all. 16 bullets should have been enough to put lead into each one's head. They were terrible. With every step they became closer, a little more, and the girls would fall into the clutches of the zombies. Only she decided who would go to hell today. Her finger on the trigger could make 1 movement and the dead would lose their heads. After all, she's a master of her craft, and also an evolved one, who can put hundreds of monsters to the next world. Here's the first shot. Under such a barrage, all the zombies will die before reaching the victim. 3 of them lost their heads at once. It looks promising. If they all stood in a row, it would be a real joy. The walking corpses stopped moving one after another, and the carcasses fell to the floor as if onto scales. But everything was not so wonderful. There were still a lot of enemies. But the patron was left all alone. What should she do? But at the very best moment, our hero arrives and triumphantly defeats the terrifying creature. Finally, he came. Lillian was very happy to see him, as they were already on the verge of death. Since Perry's appearance, Lillian had been restless, nervously tracking every corner where that giant creature, the strongest in the hospital, could be. The hero reassures her she doesn't have to worry. That monster's already dead, he says. The sniper was amazed. Her eagle gaze did not understand anything, since no one could have such strength to defeat such a monster. Who was this wanderer in front of her? What was his strength, really? But now there was no time for talking. The enemies were on their heels, and Perry ordered to save the cartridges since he himself was quite capable of knocking down such a crowd. After awakening the crystal, he received a new incredible ability that should cause all enemies before him to leave the world once and for all. The new talent was striking in its power and effectiveness. In one moment, monsters that could take hours to kill died in an instant. However, the ability had its pitfalls. After using it, Perry would lose all of his accumulated energy and would be greatly weakened until he restored it. Such skills were very harsh to use. The talent would be a waste of energy if used against normal wandering zombies. The heroine found it strange that it was very quiet outside the hospital, as if all the monsters had died right here, as if the enemy was waiting in his trap. Perry was wondering about the medicine and whether our Lillian had found it. Yes, she had. But what happened during the search was that the keeper almost took our Princess Goldie away, but she stopped him. The student thanked his new partner, so much so that even Lillian blushed with shame. After all, our Perry has a new fan, who glows in her eyes just from one word. However, she couldn't do anything else with the child, but the shadow that arrived lured Goldie with its ability, so even Lillian couldn't stop it. After the dead appeared, the dark shadow disappeared and Goldie came out of its captivity. Perry found it strange that it was because of the zombies that the shadow could disappear. The hero thought about what Lillian had said. The keeper couldn't use his ability to control people and zombies at the same time, which meant that a little more and they would be able to find all the weaknesses of the boss here. This can definitely be used against the keeper. It remains to find out who is hiding behind the mask of shadow, expose all weaknesses, and deliver the strongest blow to the most fragile place. The night passed. The heroes returned to the shelter. From tomorrow, they could think over a plan to defeat the keeper. But it was not simple, since in the past life, it was not possible to free the zone, which became a big problem for the whole world. The children were safe. Lillian was overjoyed to be back safe and sound, and Perry managed to clear out the entire hospital and get some medicine for Goldie. The hero agreed with his partner and gave his princess medication to make her feel better. It was possible to rejoice. The fever was subsiding. Goldie had almost recovered and could already slap the keeper and all the enemies on her thorny path. The student has a sharp eye. He immediately noticed that Lillian, caring for the children, does not get enough sleep, which means he must guard the shelter from zombies so that no one kills them in their sleep. She showed all the difficulties of caring for such a family: lack of sleep, pale appearance, bruises under her eyes. She was very grateful to Perry for not being on the sidelines. Finally, she could sleep peacefully and drool while watching a charming dream. Time passed. There was a strange rumble outside which was able to wake up our sniper. Perry hadn't slept a wink, and morning had come, and nothing bad had happened yet. But the noise outside was making Lillian very wary. He put his finger to his lips, saying that there were a lot of zombies outside, so she should keep quiet unless she wanted to put everyone in danger. She decided to take a look at the kindergarten cameras. According to our Perry, the enemies had already filled their shelter. It seemed strange to her that it was only morning and the dead were all gathered in one place, as if they had known in advance that their victims were nearby. The hero explained that the keeper knew their approximate location, and it was he who sent the monsters here so that they would find the heroes themselves. But still, Perry's team was not their target, so they had to sit quietly. Otherwise, the keeper would arrive this very minute, which was good. Lillian realized the seriousness of the situation. It had become too difficult to survive in this zone, and the keeper was behaving too unpredictably. The children were still asleep, and it was impossible to make even the slightest rustle, since it was obvious that the enemy's ear was always ready to hear his victim. But suddenly, the little son, without realizing it, exposes everyone with his scream. The sniper lost her face, literally turned pale with horror. Everything got even worse. The baby woke up. The monsters definitely had to hear that scream. Something had to be done. As expected, every dead man heard this roar. Their bloody gazes turned towards the garden. Danger will soon arrive at the threshold. The heroes should expect it. Everything became too terrible. The zombies seemed to break loose and run towards the shelter. Previously, they could not even guess that their victims were literally under their noses. But the keeper managed to track down our hero. The boss of the zone liked him too much. Lillian didn't even know what to do, and Perry himself understood that if the keeper noticed him, there would be many more monsters than there were now. They were in a hopeless situation. But suddenly, they hear a voice behind them. Goldie didn't even have time to stand up properly, and she was already rushing into battle so as not to attract the attention of the keeper. Although just that night, he tried to steal her for himself. Her logic was amazing. If Perry couldn't do anything about it, then only she was left, and only she would sacrifice her life, and our hero would never allow her to do that. Lillian already thought that the girl was delirious, since she hadn't even managed to get to her feet yet, and she was rushing into battle with dozens of monsters. But it seemed to her that everything was fine with her. As expected from a student, he will not allow the girl to be a hero if she is a heavy weight on her feet, no matter what kind of princess she is. Let her sit and recover in a soft bed, wrapped in a blanket. This is the Perry we know best. He bares his blade and says that his opponents will not even have time to see their death, nor will they be able to look into his eyes. The young man himself is the most deadly weapon, sharpened in hundreds of training sessions by the best trainer Steve, who gave our hero a gigantic opportunity. An electric current ran through the veins of the dead. The monsters felt the lightning strike. Its speed and natural power, each lost his head at the hands of Perry. Their heads fell to the floor. All of them were more trophies. In vain they dared to come to the territory of the most dangerous predator, whose strength exceeds all those in the world combined. The zombies were afraid of only two things, death and Perry. But our hero was the personification of both. And as soon as the enemies blinked, a scythe lay on their necks, which sent many to the top. Death was disappearing from sight. At this rate, they would all die, and the keeper would not even be able to understand that someone had been here. Goldie acted like a big sister to all these kids. She told them not to dare to be afraid, because Perry is a real man and he will definitely knock these weaklings down. They won't even notice him. And here he is. He arrived too quickly. No one even had time to come to their senses, and every zombie went to the next world. Lillian admired the speed again. For her, it would have taken a long time to put down that many dead people, but he managed it in a matter of seconds. She was convinced that he was too strong, and she could not shake the thought that he would never be able to sink to their level, and it was completely impossible to catch up with him. The girls decided to bury the traces of the murders so that the keeper would not find their shelter. Meanwhile, the new partner admired our hero, could not believe in such power. Goldie confidently declared that Perry was the most special person in the world, and that his sister Lillian was also good. The sniper was very happy with such criticism, but when she decided to find out what she was so good at, Goldie decided to be cheeky to her. After all, she remained human. Even humor is present. Lillian fell for the provocation after all. She was on the verge of death in the hospital. Since there was very little ammunition, but she still managed, she still wanted to hear her praise. Even Perry got hit, after all. Goldie is very strong in provocations. It was not for nothing that the hero noticed such potential in her. Perry was deep in thought. He wasn't interested in anything superficial at all. He was worried about the fact that in his past life, this zone was captured by the dead. But what to expect now was completely unknown to him. Lillian suddenly became interested in why her partner was standing in such a thoughtful position. What was wrong with him? The thing is that he and Goldie strengthened their blood crystals. But the city's inhabitants were in danger and could die within a couple of weeks. This should have been avoided. At that very moment, they made a decision to contact the remaining survivors in the city. Lillian took on this role, but so far everything was unsuccessful. Numerous attempts to contact and not a single successful one. The groups of survivors did not respond, and only the hiss of the radio could be heard. For over half an hour, no one responded. Perry began to realize that the longer they went without making any decisions, the less chance they had of winning. By that time, the sun was setting behind the horizon. The 26th day after the apocalypse was already drawing to an end. The second zone of evolution was in the process of completion. Lillian was very concerned about the power of the Guardian, why he tried to kidnap her, why he didn't try to take over her mind, why a little girl. Perry suggested to be calm, since the Keeper is the personification of myths and legends. If you find out who he is, victory will be guaranteed, since even an ordinary person can defeat him. They should have gone down to the basement to see the kids and Princess Goldie to discuss their next plan of action. There was silence all around. The strange thing is that by night the activity of the zombies and the Keeper becomes less. This is exactly what Perry noticed. For the second day in a row, the dead disappear at night and the Keeper becomes silent. All the red threads lead to the fact that our Keeper becomes a weakling when the sun leaves the sky, just as the zone has greatly affected the daylight hours. On top of that, the boss of the zone could put his enemies to sleep. The sleep was very deep. They would hardly be able to get out of it if they did get caught. But with Goldie, everything happened completely differently. They took control of her and tried to take her away. And Lillian was a good target to take the hit. But the boss left her alone and chose the girl. Perry understood that there could be some connection between this, but he couldn't even imagine what it was. After all, he and Goldie were too different. The princess suggested that the age difference was still a very important factor. But what was driving her decision? This is strange. The Keeper is behaving too unpredictably. His character is very disgusting, since Goldie saw this freak with children. So it's not for nothing that he sent the Pole today rock guard kindergarten. This information reveals a lot of cards. Lillian was very scared for her kids, since the Keeper could hunt them. The boss's entire power lies in the crystal's abilities, and the reason for his actions could only be one reason, which the hero himself had already guessed. If we draw an analogy between this guardian of crystals and the former Sphinx, who protected the pyramid, then this one will kidnap children. A truly terrible monster awaited them. But with such news, the scope of the survey only expanded, since too many beliefs about monsters kidnapping children had accumulated over time, and more clues were needed. According to Lillian, this monster was a man, and she also heard music that caused strong drowsiness. There is already a lot of evidence. Goldie knew firsthand the instrument their enemy played. He was very good at the flute. The red threads converged at one point, a mysterious river in the city, the kidnapping of children, a man, a flute. The circle narrowed very much into one monster from myths. It's incredible. Their enemy was a certain rat catcher. Who is he? What is his power? The girls had no idea who their friend was talking about. None of them had heard of anything like this before. One day, in one German city, rats appeared in incredible numbers. This was the worst disaster for the city. But suddenly a weirdo appeared in a strange outfit. Oddly enough, he had a flute. The locals asked him to help them take away the rats, of course, for a reward, which suited the townspeople. The wanderer in the ridiculous clothes fulfilled his promise. As soon as he played the flute, every rodent ran after him, and he sent them into the river, where they drowned. However, after a while, the city council refused to pay the promised money, so the piper had nothing left. He sighed sadly and left. But the music from that same flute began to play again. But it was not the rats that followed him, but the children, and only one lame child could not keep up with them, and the council paid for its greed. Our hero just mentioned the very river into which the rats were supposed to fall, But it wasn't them that went. Everything came together. Rats were replaced by zombies, and as soon as night fell and the adults went to bed, the rat catcher went out to hunt for children. There is good news too. The Pied Piper kidnapped children only at night, while the adults were watching their seventh dreams, which means he is not so strong to fight the elders, and the keeper is the same. Lillian finally realized that the only truly dangerous thing was the zombies that protected him during the day. And when night came, he hid, and his shadow roamed the city. So Goldie herself suggested her initiative. She decided to become a trap for the rat catcher, since he would come to them at night anyway. Lillian, of course, was against this. She had been leading the life of a mother for a long time, and could not allow a child to go into the most dangerous situations. Even Perry can't let his princess risk herself because the creature will definitely do something as a result of yesterday. The situation is such that no sensible thought even enters my head. I can only sigh with heaviness. If they followed Goldie, they would only end up trapped by the monster, which was not a good thing, and there was no time to think about it. Perry warned Lillian not to despair. They should just prepare for the arrival of the keeper, since they definitely cannot avoid meeting him today. And if a monster does come, you can always meet it with a couple of traps. It will be caught, it will be killed immediately, and such a vile monster will never be spared. Meanwhile, the shelter of another group of survivors, from whom our heroes did not receive an answer. Here's the leader of the largest group of survivors in this city, the impressive Max. All his subordinates listened to his orders with gusto. They needed to find as much equipment and supplies as possible. Suddenly, news appears that Lillian was able to contact them and warn them about the meeting, to tell them something important. She will be there any minute. It turns out that they haven't been sitting around doing nothing all day. They were attacked by zombies and ran out of ammunition, and then there was Lillian with her help. And how can she help if she's only one? And here are our heroes. No one expected to meet someone else along with their sniper friend. Even Max was surprised that she was able to find a partner for herself. And together, they would no longer be so useless. Perry's obviously not here just like that. He came here with good intentions and cooperation, or rather, in helping to eliminate the Keeper and free the zone. Max will never believe such nonsense. The two of them want to defeat the Keeper. But what are they capable of? He definitely considered himself the strongest here, since he was evolved. But he was very wrong. He even managed to laugh at Lillian. Could she defeat an enemy of that level with one shot? He certainly wouldn't be as weak as ordinary strays. After all, they are not here empty-handed. Our guests have important information, and whether to believe it is their decision. In this situation, the hero of the future leads everything to one thing: cooperation, and with it, victory is already guaranteed, since they have assembled a whole puzzle to achieve this. Nobody will immediately believe such nonsense, after all. Max is not a fool who will follow the lead of a wanderer without proof, whom he knows for 5 minutes. Who he thinks he is, the bald man believes. But it's true, from the outside it looks like a strange scheme with pitfalls. There are more of them, and they use this to make them a distraction. But the young man will not allow anyone to offend his comrade. Only with his incredible aura, he will shut everyone's mouth. They did not expect such strength. They realized that the person standing in front of them was unusual, but he could not be called super strong. Even Max felt this horror. The atmosphere of this guy was pressing heavily on me. Who is he? All these thoughts visit the shaved head of the evolved one. Perry only needs one thing from his new friends: for them to deal with the dead, and for him to defeat the Keeper. Even from outside the shelter, Max's voices could be heard, unable to believe that Perry was capable of defeating such a monster on his own. But our hero is not just throwing words around here. He will actually demonstrate his strength, so that Max's group will join the plan. Max will never refuse such an offer. Let Perry get ready, since his enemy will definitely not be a weakling. Even here, the student wants to show himself in all his glory, pointing out to Max that they can attack him together, and not one by one. Max didn't get it at all. His guest was immortal, and a stupid, impudent fellow who was looking for death. Something was definitely not right with him. Perry was completely confident in his words. Thus he shows his superiority, after all. He is unknown to anyone, but the strongest warrior of humanity. It is not for nothing that these people have survived until these days, which means that they are worth something. You can fight with them. The gang will not tolerate such impudence. They understand that their enemy has no sense of boundaries and does not know at all who he has come to. Max decided to attack first. He attacks him from above with his massive axe, and the hero doesn't even move from his place. Something is wrong. Lillian is also worried about her partner, after all. Max is not a weakling, and now he is hitting with all his mighty strength. But here's the bad weather. Perry can't even take such blows. At such speed, he simply grabbed the blade of the axe and stopped it. Max was perplexed. The axe was frozen in one position. It could not be moved from its place, since the hero held it too tightly. A few moments and the shaved one is sent flying. That pressure is no longer visible. Now he is not so confident in his victory. And Perry demonstrates all his superiority. Such attacks are nothing to him, and he knows how not to sweat over trifles and not to get sick on Monday mornings. Even while he is flying, the student will clearly not give him any peace, so that the bald one does not think about refusing to cooperate. And here comes the finishing touch. Max had no idea who he was attacking and found himself among the next bunch of fools who stood in his way. The bald one is defeated. Only his stooges remain, with whom our hero will have no problems. The guys didn't expect such power from the enemy. Their boss lost in disgrace, and they should become the next victims. Now Perry went for dessert. The enemies didn't even notice the mirage, and the enemy already put a blade to their neck. Only a moment has passed, and the hero is already breathing down the backs of his opponents before they even have time to blink. This was the first time this had happened to them. The enemy had sent the city's entire strongest group in a matter of seconds. That was the power of humanity's strongest warrior. The speed and strength exceeded even their wildest dreams. They still had a long way to go to achieve such power. Max felt unwell. They didn't even use weapons against him. But he lost all his strength. It was not even easy to get up on his feet. He realized that Perry wasn't playing them for fools. He was fully capable of defeating the vile keeper, and his information could definitely be trusted. The hero made it clear that his boys would live, since he attacked them without weapons, and they would wake up in a couple of minutes. Our boy really hoped that the idea had occurred to the bald head, that they might consider this plan. Still, they managed to understand each other, and so their opinion changed and they shook hands, and the plan could be put into practice. Shaved asked to discuss all the details of the plan. They need to be completely sure of their capabilities to know what they are getting into. Yesterday's events should prompt the keeper to act. If they do not do something, then they will not avoid death. And the task of Max's group was to delay hundreds of zombies and protect the girl. Max was very surprised by the number of zombies. He was alarmed by the fact that there were so many of them, and also by the protection of some girl. He was very worried about his comrades. But he had common sense, since the radicals from the first zone were fighting only for their own lives. Perry was pleasantly surprised by such prudence. Even now, Max is very much thinking about sending his partners to certain death. The hero saw the harsh reality of this situation. For every person there would be at least 24 dead people. How to win this battle without losses is completely unknown, and Max himself was not a fool. His common sense told him that they could not avoid losses, and there could be more enemies. But there's also a flip side to the coin. If they sit in shelters and wait for fate to decide, they won't be able to hold out for long, and all they need to do is hold off the dead. On top of that, the other groups of survivors weren't responding, which meant they had been destroyed long ago, and they could be next, so they should grab the keeper by the scruff of the neck and slam his face into the ground. Finally, Max made up his mind. The allied groups had disappeared, which meant they could also become food if they hid, since they were lucky to be alive in this zone. Only Max can raise the fighting spirit of his guys. New comrades are always good, and such strong ones are even better. Everything is decided. The negotiations were not without fights, but they were successful. Now they are comrades, and Perry suddenly became their boss. But our hero doesn't like his new nickname at all. He hates the fact that they don't call him by his name, and here he is both a boss and a swordsman. Our Max is a real mischief maker. He was serious at first, but now he communicates warmly with Perry as a friend, and he became a young boss, since he single-handedly overcame everyone here. He was not at all happy with such nicknames, but the shaved one only added fuel to the fire and named new nicknames for his boss. Even Lillian didn't stand aside. She believes that with such strong people, he could easily become the leader of the city. They began to bow before the sniper. They were too loyal for ordinary people or survivors. So here's the thing. Max completely misunderstood the relationship between Perry and Lillian. The so-called companion, therefore, has the same privileges with the boss. Yes, Lillian was not at all happy with such assumptions. She blushed deeply. She couldn't even say a word, as she was very embarrassed. Outside the shelter, the cries of our heroes could be heard. Max continued to woo them. Perry, as usual, did not understand anything, and the bald man praised Lillian, so much so that even he himself could confirm her pros and cons. Time passed, and they arrived at the kindergarten again. Suddenly, Max became interested in who this girl was for the boss, who had to be protected. Lillian explained that Goldie was Perry's sister to the entire gang, and that they weren't bothering her. Lillian went on to say that the young man had already gone to meet the keeper, and the bald one would protect Goldie from the dead, and also hold them back. The sniper was worried that the girl might feel uncomfortable without his best partner around. to which she responded that their trust was the most important thing, so there was no need to worry. Now that everything is assembled, we can set off on our mission. The main thing is to get everything done by the morning. The bait is ready, sewn in place, which means everything is ready to win this dark night. So far, everything has been calm, as expected from a keeper. No signs of danger, but soon everything should change. They settled on the very west of the zone. They decided that this place would be the best of all, and Lillian could look for a place with a good view. Goldie asked not to follow her. She could handle the danger herself. Max was afraid that something unexpected might happen to the girl, even a zombie. Wasn't she afraid to go there alone, but she was determined, which meant nothing could stop her. It's incredible, that same pressure from the keeper, he was already nearby, the plan was starting to work. Max has a sharp eye, he felt this pressure, and immediately called the girl to behave carefully. It is unknown why, but he gave her a strange stick, asking her to be safe, and Goldie told them to hold back the dead. Here she is, arriving at the school that will become the keeper's trap. He must definitely fall for her, otherwise the plan will fail. The Pied Piper will lead himself into a corner. All that remains is for him to get on the hook, where the bait will be a little princess, just like he loves. That stick was also useful, but what is the point of it if it only slows down the movement? Goldie couldn't wait any longer. She really wanted to meet this mysterious shadow so that the plan would be completed faster. Meanwhile, the young man explored every corner, occupying the building with the best view. The keeper was supposed to arrive very soon. And here's our rat catcher. The whole plan worked, as did the keeper. He realized that something was going wrong, which meant he had to attack before anyone united, but he was too late. The hero noticed this creature. He was already very close. The plan was going as it should. The boss's shadow was looking for new children. At that very second, Goldie was sitting at the back of the class, so that the keeper could finally get hooked. Suddenly a pencil fell, just like in the most standard schools, where children drop all sorts of objects dozens of times a day. Everything was not so calm. She felt those same warm days with her classmates at the same desk, when monsters and dark shadows did not roam the alleys. She picked up this pencil. Everything around became a reference to pleasant hours with acquaintances, which no one had previously appreciated. Now it's not a pity to shed a tear. A school desk, a green board, chalk that writes every other time, teachers with sometimes interesting life questions. Our girl felt all this. But just recently, the kids were frolicking during their break before class. The teachers came and made the mischievous kids sit down in their places. But suddenly there was a break, between which there was no desire to have fun at all. A lot of time has passed. It is unlikely that it will be possible to return everything. Those warm memories will remain deep in everyone's hearts. But it was too late to think about good times. The shadow of the keeper was caught on the hook, and darkness began to fill the office. She was still under the effect of the Pied Piper's ability, and it was their perfectly thought-out plan to put Goldie at the barrel of an enemy gun. She obediently followed the creature. But would this be good news for the rat catcher, or would he find himself in the greatest danger of his entire stay? That stick turned out to be the best support for our princess. Our heroine was one step ahead of the rat catcher. She managed to come out of the trance thanks to this savior's stick. If it hadn't been under her foot, what could have happened to her? Perry's too brilliant for the keeper to catch him in his clutches. In that very myth, only the lame boy escaped from the Pied Piper. So the stick will become a life preserver for Goldie. She continued to follow the shadow, the stick helping her to stay at a distance from the keeper, so that she could hide from it at any moment. Goldie was conscious, but she had no control over her body. But remaining with a clear mind was a definite plus for her. This creature led Goldie into the depths of the forest, where Max's team was. This darkness walked among the trees behind which our allies stood as if it suspected something. There was definitely something wrong here. Lillian noticed that the shadow suddenly stopped. She suspected that it was a trap. It's incredible. It was they who fell into the keeper's trap. He prepared it in advance. After all, Perry was right when he said that the rat catcher would do something. Lillian immediately sensed something was wrong and began firing at the shadow. It all happened too suddenly. The keeper was too smart to let their plan go so easily. He summoned a lot of the dead as expected. The Pied Piper is only strong when he is protected by the dead who always follow him. What does this rat catcher think he is? Max will never let this creature interfere with the execution of the plan. After all, he promised his boss that he would protect the girl in any case, even if death awaited them. The plan would be carried out, so let his comrades fight until they lost their pulse. The fighting spirit of our allies has risen. They will not allow these body bags to interfere with their older brother. Each creature gets a bullet. Not a single one will get out of here alive. Death is breathing down their necks so that they fear those who stand in front of them. But everything is not so colorful. There were too many monsters. They should retreat anyway, so as not to lose people. Max thinks completely differently. The girl was still in danger to be abandoned to her fate. And here it is, that very danger, a creature is flying towards her, which imagines itself to be quite capable of defeating our princess. But she won't just look her death in the eye. She's already been through too much to worry about such trifles as an ordinary dead person. Still, the monster doesn't know at all who he has his eye on. And Max's people don't believe in our heroine, you see. She won't be able to cope with this zombie. But they are too self-confident after all. Ordinary people do not gather around Perry. It is unlikely that he will keep under his wing a girl who is not capable of anything. So she demonstrated her strength. With one blow, she laid low a walking corpse. And yet she supposedly needed to be protected. Max didn't even dare to think about it. As if this girl needed to be protected from zombies, and she herself could handle the security of all his guys. The guys immediately increased their willpower. Now no dead man could overcome them. Every obstacle would be a trifle for them. Lillian was very glad that everyone was okay. They thought there should have been casualties, but no one had died yet, and they were all holding up well. Even our beauty Lillian will not stand aside and will always help with her barrage of shots. With such a barrage of attacks, not a single monster will remain on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Perry is actively looking for the real body of the keeper. He was nowhere to be found. He hid very well, as he was very weak at night. The young man understood that he had to hurry, since his allies would not be able to withstand the full power of the keeper for long. But suddenly, the sounds of a flute began to play overhead. The Pied Piper was very close. There was little time left. The enemy was nearby. He needed to be found quickly. That sleepy feeling again. Perry was in the range of the Pied Piper's ability. He had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be the end of their operation. He needs to do something to avoid getting into the same situation where he almost died while he was in deep sleep. As long as our boy uses the blood crystal, he will be able to hold out for a while without going into hibernation. What is that silhouette at the end of the passage? Like a dark shadow, all the zombies fought with Max's gang, and the rest of the survivors must die. Who then is this darkness? Perry recognized him. It was our keeper. The real battle was about to begin. There he stands, a dark monster, stealing children while the adults sleep. Every child's nightmare. Only tonight he faces only death. Once again, this Piper uses his ill-fated ability, but will it work now? The Pied Piper was no weakling. Even here, his strength was amazing. What kind of power does he have during the day if he does such things at night? This deadly symphony played throughout the entire zone. It was heard in every corner of the city. Amazing power and ability. Even Max's people felt this incredible pressure. Hardly anyone could have coped with it, or rather, no one would have even gotten out of the shelter. Lillian also felt this melody. The enemy was truly strong. How could Perry fight this creature? But our hero stood in the epicenter of events. The real battle had already begun. The enemy would definitely be in trouble, since he had really angered his opponent. The Guardian put all his strength into capturing the mind of our hero. But it never came so easily. Every enemy bowed their knees before him, and the Pied Piper would be no exception. Even here, Perry will always have an ace up his sleeve after all. He always has something to answer his enemy with. Incredibly, the Piper met his brother. Two Guardians of the power of two Guardians met. Incredible power of bosses that no one will surpass for a long time. The Pied Piper in his silly outfits couldn't expect such power. Perry definitely reached a new level of power, as he was able to scare the Keeper himself to the bone. Well, where's that pressure? Where's that incredibly powerful symphony that will knock hundreds of enemies into eternal sleep? What happened to that monster? Perry has long recognized the power of the crystal in the Pied Piper. He is able to speed up the evolution of zombies, and himself, due to the flute, all this can destroy the balance of the entire zone. And if much time passes, an unforeseen catastrophe will overtake everyone. Moreover, the Keeper, having just noticed our student, tries to capture his mind in order to use this power to bring order here. But it was beyond his capabilities. These mental attacks no longer work. The Piper did not expect such power from the survivors here. The Pied Piper certainly didn't like this. According to his plan, he would easily put down all the enemies. But one obstacle turned out to be too much. Here's another ability of the Shadow Keeper. He was in a strong rage, to which no one had ever brought him before. The hero of the future was not afraid of this monster at all. He didn't care about every new talent, the power that he surpassed. This attack is like the flow of that very river. What can the mysterious power of water do? Still, the Piper managed to surprise our hero, or rather, to frighten him. Something in this stream was more frightening than the Keeper himself. Our Keeper was very vile. He was a terrible, truly terrifying monster, since in this stream floated the corpses of small children who became victims of this monster. The children's ugly hands, all their limbs, empty eye sockets and rotten flesh, all of it floated in the water. murky with dirt. The Guardian could even control the corpses of children who had fallen for the Pied Piper's charming symphony and were left to rot forever in the river. Perry would never let that thing hurt him. A few moments, and that rotten arm would be cut off at the elbow by a blade. In the middle of this stream of black water, it was too dangerous. Zombies, corpses of children, and monsters, all of them posed a great danger to the victim. Everything is clear. The ability of the flow is that the keeper can immerse the enemy in his subconscious, and the creatures here are his victims. Even such a number of monsters will never be able to stop the young one. You know who trained him. All the bravest creatures will not be able to survive this battle, after all. They bought a one-way ticket. There will definitely be no way back, since Perry has never let anyone go. Every underwater creature has lost its head. No one will remain alive, even the incredibly powerful Guardian. And this scoundrel continued his large-scale attack after all. He was not so simple as to let them win so easily. This flow was getting stronger and stronger. Perry was right when he found out that it was getting stronger when he used the flute. Now it was becoming a real disaster. This stream is truly terrifying. A couple of seconds passed, and it filled all the streets of the city, as if something even more dangerous was being prepared. Lillian understood that something very terrible was happening there. The boss needed help. Perry did such a good job that even the dead fell face down on the ground, the keeper losing control over them. The hero made it in time. Max's group rejoiced. They hadn't suffered any losses, and the monsters had stopped moving. All that was left was to finish them off while there was still time. But Goldie doesn't think so at all. The zombies stopped moving because Perry took all the Pied Piper's power on himself, and he got carried away and weakened his control over the zombies. Thus the boss needed help. Goldie managed to convince them. The boys changed their minds about finishing off the monsters and decided to go help their older brother. Meanwhile, Perry was thinking about what to do with this flow, what the Piper was preparing for him, and how to deal with it. He understands that he must not fall into this abyss. Death will be guaranteed, and if he dies, then the plan will end. But something was bothering him. In the depths of the typhoon, a terrible grimace was visible, as if waiting for the enemy to descend upon him. My God, this power was amazing. From this stream came a giant creature that no zombie could ever compare to. Everything was terrible. The Piper went to extreme measures. He gathered all the zombies that were absorbed by that river and united them, creating this. At this rate, the evolution stone will absorb him. Things were bad. This creature was hundreds of times bigger than the one in the previous life, and on top of that, the keeper couldn't die. Otherwise, the evolution crystal would fall into the hands of this walking horror. If this creature is destroyed, it will disintegrate into many smaller ones, like construction blocks. The rat catcher must be killed, and the crystal must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the monster. Even in the night, the keeper was not weak. He was slandered when they called him a monster without abilities. But his monster does not think so. It was necessary to act. This creature is strong, but not immortal, which means victory is possible. A giant like that requires a big weapon. Steel beams are perfect for killing such a monster. Our hero is also not so simple as to lose to a big guy who is the size of 2 skyscrapers. But that doesn't matter. The bigger the cabinet, the louder it falls. And the fall of this monster is also inevitable. After all, he is fighting with a more terrible monster. It's big enough to bring down the sky, but Perry's unlikely to let that happen since he filled it with steel. And the big guy himself is not only going to take the blow, he himself is capable of creating streams of the dead. The perfect moment for the final attack to cut off the giant's head. It's time for these creatures to go to the next world, where they have been awaited for a long time. Yeah, that was great. The big guy lost his stupid head. Now we can attack the keeper so he doesn't get bored. The rat catcher didn't like this turn of events. The Piper didn't expect such strength from a mere mortal. He hadn't even seen a hero from the future yet. And Perry won't let the Piper get bored. He'll hardly be able to kidnap children while the adults are sleeping anymore. The Pied Piper was going to fight to the end. New abilities came one after another. He will not be as predictable as the Sphinx from the previous zone. It's incredible. He's able to transform this giant corpse into anything he wants. What could he have been capable of back when the zone fell to the dead? Even with such an abundance of attacks, our hero cannot be broken. He will easily sharpen each bayonet and plunge them into the throat of this scoundrel. This Guardian was alone, but could bring a lot of problems with his presence. It is not for nothing that they could not pass his zone. Distortion, synthesis, decay, and much more. All this was possessed by one keeper. He became extremely strong. Even the monster from the pyramid showed much less than this creature. His talents had too much influence on the environment. He influenced his evolution and the dead. He could easily create different forms from organic matter. And most importantly, he reassembled this monster. There was very little time. Perry needed to finish him off quickly, but the Pied Piper only grew stronger and strengthened his monsters. Even for Perry, this enemy was becoming too much to handle, and he already thought that he wouldn't be able to defeat him without using his evolution crystal. But suddenly a bullet flew past, right at our hero's temple, a new enemy. But somehow he shot unsuccessfully, or help arrived. Incredibly, our beauty Lillian came to the rescue. Now the chances of winning are much greater. By that time, Perry had begun to humiliate this freak who kidnaps children and wants the death of the entire civilization, after all. He is a terrible guardian. This bastard is the complete opposite of normal guardians. When Perry said that the purpose of the guardian is to protect the stone of evolution, but not to exterminate humanity, that's when he was wrong. From this moment on, this zone is not ruled by the Piper. Now our hero dictates his laws, and not the rat catcher in strange outfits. The young man shines like lightning in the sky. For his enemies, he was a storm in the middle of a quiet sea current. Now this freak will pay for all his atrocities. This mouse will struggle, use all means to get out of a hopeless situation. But now, no one will help him. He has lost, and this cannot be denied. Now this attack will definitely be the last one. The rat catcher hopes for victory, but luck has not been on his side for a long time. He no longer has that drive, that strength of spirit, that mania of grandeur. This coward hid for a long time. His identity could not be unraveled. But now one has appeared who will become the leader of this world. The meeting between the keeper and the blade is separated by only a few seconds. Only a few seconds. And all that remains of the enemy is horns and legs. A clap of thunder resounded throughout the evolution zone, as if warning everyone that their savior had triumphed over the enemy. Everyone saw the lightning. Everyone admired it and understood who possessed such power to compare with the elements. Max and Goldie couldn't believe such power. Perry was not just special, he was unique. No one could compare to him in strength. Lillian realized that this was her hero, a hero for everyone, a hero of the future, destined to leave his name in history. His strength was amazing. All his talents were always a level higher than the enemy. For the opponents, he was like a mythical blood dragon that was ablaze with its power. The Keeper's eyes were filled with an immense fear, something he had never experienced before. Such danger was new to him. Once a myth, a legend about a child-stealing piper, now a helpless guardian who hides at night. Nothing can help him anymore. Perry has long surpassed him in strength, in power. Mental attacks cannot take him. Even the flute will not stop him. So the end has come for the great and terrible guardian, the rat catcher, the piper in strange outfits who kidnaps children at night. He will no longer terrorize peaceful residents and children. Another zone was cleared of the evil keeper. All 3 days, an incredible work paid off. Many lives were saved, and it was also possible to avoid a global catastrophe. At that very moment, the survivors rejoiced. Their work was not in vain. They managed to help the great hero from the future. It's too early to rejoice, after all. Perry was absorbed by the glow. He will soon receive a new, powerful ability. And here is the reward for victory. The light enveloped him. Due to the new talent, he will raise his current level to the stars. This bloody glow gave hope for survival, even unknown what situation they would have been in if Perry had not suddenly been reborn. The radiance covered all the evolved. Lillian should also receive incredible power that will elevate her to a new level. It was not for nothing that in Perry's past life, she was among the top 10 strongest. Goldie and Max will also gain new talents. Both have unrivaled potential that they will realize. The people won a victory that could have cost many lives, but no one suffered losses. All those who survived accomplished an incredible feat. Each of them can bring enormous benefit to this world. It was a real triumph. Each zone of evolution became easier and easier for our hero. This time, everything happened in 3 days. More than 3 weeks have passed, and he again meets with the crystals of evolution. New incredible abilities were already waiting for him. Another encounter with the Keeper was crowned with success. The enemies did not even have time to hope for luck, but were already in the next world. This time, the abilities were much worse than in the first zone. The first one angers the zombies, and the second one puts everyone to sleep, just right for Goldie to send to the dream world at night. Now here's something interesting. Mind control could be a good boost in symbiosis with angry zombies, but you can only take one. Another good ability, the power of evolution in the hands of one person, quite good, but the probability of success is very low. That same stream of darkness that plunges into the subconscious is good, and the more often you use it, the stronger the talent. The very first ability shown by the Guardian, Shadow Materialization, can be used for reconnaissance purposes and to increase range in ranged combat. Still, the choice was not easy. Perry is full of excitement and is going to choose a random ability. The main thing is that it is not useless after all. Our hero likes to play with luck. Finally, he made his choice. The new power that our hero will gain will depend on luck. I got the last ability. Congratulations on the materialization of the shadow. It could have been mind control and a stream of darkness. But this is much better than a lullaby and control of the dead. One can no longer replace the other, so let's be happy with what we already have. Here he is, our hero of the entire civilization. Because of him, humanity has hope for a bright future. And it is he who will become the historically most important person from the future. The butterfly effect worked. The return to the past is already bearing fruit. A ray of sunshine has broken through the dark clouds that our hero pushed aside after so much time. By that time, in the city, the military headquarters was attacked by a terrible monster. The soldier reports to the captain about the sudden danger that has overtaken them at such an inconvenient moment. The captain thought sensibly. Their weapons would definitely not defeat this mutant zombie. They needed help. The soldiers were panicking. They needed military support from the government. But the trouble was, the bridge through which help could have been brought was destroyed in order to reduce the spread. Now all that's left is to desperately hope that the Almighty will suddenly extend a helping hand. Oh no, the monster noticed them. Now even God can't help them. All that's left is to surrender to fate. What a horror. This monster almost caught up with them. The soldiers had no choice but to die at the hands of this monster. The man acts like a true warrior. He is the last to be saved. Like the commander of a ship who lets go of all his subordinates and later leaves the deck himself. He still managed to get out of the tower before the collapse. There was nowhere else to hide. The monster was already on his heels. The soldiers ran headlong, but only one stopped, as their captain was buried under the rubble of the tower. Here he is, the hero of this time. Even here he orders his comrades to flee, so that he does not become a burden to them, so that they have hope for victory. Apparently, these will be the last minutes of service for this man. He fulfilled his duty, which he had to. The military were too loyal. They couldn't abandon their captain to be eaten by this monster. He had lived so long, so he would live so long. Unfortunately, the bullets did not take him, and he was already too furious to forgive them for such impudence. But something suddenly went wrong. An incredible force began to act on the monster, but the soldiers will survive. The captain had already lost hope for life. He thought that his life had ended at that moment, but salvation came. And here she is, our magnificent savior. Since the moment of separation, she has even become prettier, but that's not the point. Now she is so strong that she is able to defeat the mutated ones, and this is our beautiful Lieutenant Gloria. She had clearly become stronger in that time. Gravity control had become easier for her, and she had reached a new level of strength. That monster never dared to think that he would be trampled into the ground, as if into a coffin, and nails would be driven into the lid. Things must be going well in the city if girls like these are becoming so strong. This is power. It surpasses many people in strength, yet it was not for nothing that Perry was able to see potential in it, that it can even create coffins for monsters without any problems. Gloria had encountered this monster before, but then he managed to survive. But now he was finally finished. The landing was soft. She was able to get a promotion at work, although it would be strange if she did not manage to do it with such force. The soldiers don't even have time to come to their senses. She is too beautiful to stand up on her feet. The commander thanked him for his support. The soldier held him so that the old man would not fall. After all, old age is no joy. But he was not completely sure that the monster was dead. He was very worried that this creature could get out. This is very unlikely. Gloria is so strong that she is capable of creating craters. It is scary to imagine what she will be capable of in a couple of years. She says with such a kind face that the gravity acting on this monster was 10 times stronger than the current one, that even the monster felt sorry for it. Now they are absolutely sure that it is dead, because their grimaces say it all. They are in shock from such power. Through fighting monsters and grueling training, after a long time, she became a good master of her talent. She hasn't forgotten about him yet, since she spent all this time trying to get closer to his strength, and she can see good progress. Suddenly, she received a call from headquarters on her earpiece. Apparently, the military received information about the evolution zone. We still guessed that she received information about a city that had been completely liberated from the zone. The city with the first evolution zone now has a headquarters for a special unit of evolved beings. And here's our old man Steve. As always, in his best form, he is as hot-tempered as before. After all, Perry didn't save him in vain, and he is excited because the zone was cleared in 3 days. The military headquarters considered all this to be the best possible scenario. The city should not have suffered much during such a period of time, which meant that it would be easier to establish a new headquarters. The information from the satellites was accurate, but the timing is very confusing, since the previous zone was liberated within 6 days. But Gloria already guessed who could do it so fast. Even Steve agreed with her, since only he could handle the zone in such a record time. But Steve doesn't even know that Perry was his student. If he knew, he would have praised him very much. But in his opinion, the keeper turned out to be a real weakling, just plain luck. Our beauty still admired her hero. As he was the strongest evolved among all mankind, his strength could not be denied, and this was not luck at all. Even the strength of the entire army could not compare with his power. The entire headquarters was falling apart. Steve didn't think he was any weaker than this kid. Well, that's true. How could this student be stronger than all the military combined? He was furious. The headquarters was confident in Perry's strength, since he was able to defeat the Guardian for the second time, which means he has plenty of strength, and Steve himself is confident in him. But that's not so important. Our Rose was supposed to come to the city where the hero is now. And here's our beautiful high school student. She was in the outskirts of the city, but she just couldn't believe her eyes, since the area was cleared too quickly. Suddenly, a subordinate approached with news. It was a call from the headquarters of her hometown. From the place of the second zone comes a strong light similar to the first zone. It is already beginning to fade. Our high school student had not forgotten her idol at all, and was also pleasantly surprised that, according to Gloria and Chief Steve, the one who cleared out the second zone was Perry. Gloria told Rosa to do her best to recruit this student, as he knows how to run away at the most inconvenient moment. The high school student decided to take everything upon herself. Now her priority is to meet her old idol, between whom there was a great distance. She immediately decided to head to the city, since their target could disappear at any moment convenient for her. A lot of military equipment has gone into the city. There will be a big assault. They will go around every corner. She was already glowing with happiness as soon as the thought occurred to her that she would be able to meet her favorite student. By that time, the city was covered with warm rays of the sun. The zone was cleared. Still, it was worth taking off your rose-colored glasses. The sun's rays did not block the giant monster that the vile Piper had created. But one person is not going to leave everything as is, and that is our Perry, who is determined to finish off this creature as soon as possible. Here they meet, a monstrous and gigantic monster that could become another danger for all of humanity. The hero couldn't hesitate with him. The enemy was too strong to play along with him, which meant he had to put in a lot of effort to defeat him, but he might just be the perfect guinea pig to try out the new ability on. Perry smiled evilly at this monster. He understood that without the evolution, Crystal, this zombie, was not strong enough to defeat our hero. But something suddenly changed in the big guy's face. He was afraid of his enemy, as if he had met death. What was wrong with him? It's an incredibly ridiculous situation, a big guy running from a little guy like an elephant running from a mouse. Only this could cause a lot more problems than they have. The young man didn't expect such childish behavior from the monster. Our hero managed to scare such a big guy with his appearance alone. This could not be left alone. Perry decided to chase this monster in order to take its power into his crystal. But the giant did not want to become another victim of this monster, because he was too scary. And it took us to our delay team. Probably Max already got his new talent, because of which he almost went blind. But suddenly there was bad weather. The girl disappeared somewhere. What to do? She got lost. Zombies could have eaten her. Anything could have happened to her. Nobody knew where the boss's little sister was, where she had gone. Max understood that the situation was worse than ever. If even a hair fell from the girl, they would definitely get into trouble. Suddenly, Perry rang in the earpiece. He found out everything, what danger he was talking about. Because of the interference, nothing was clear. Max didn't understand at all what his boss was talking about, what the danger was, what the matter was. It turns out that Perry wanted to find out from the gang if everything was okay with them, if everyone was safe, if there were still enemies, or if the danger had passed. But Max made it clear that everything was okay. But in the blink of an eye, the whole situation changes. The previously familiar leg of the monster appears above Max's head. Any minute now, it will crush him. The boys notice this horror. They have no choice but to scream like children at the top of their voices from fear, begging the elder to quickly run away from here. Then he realized that a danger the size of a skyscraper had crept up on him completely unnoticed. No one had even seen the big monster trampling everything around him. Apparently our shaved one won't be able to get out of the zone alive. 1 second and he'll be buried under a couple of feet of fresh soil. But what is this blue glow under the paws of a giant monster? Did Max manage to escape, or did help arrive? But no, Max's new skill saved his life, but for how long? How much longer will he last if he saves himself like this? This nightmare was terrible. How could one little man who could only run defeat such a thing? And here it is again, that glow, as if Max were falling underground to avoid the most powerful attacks of the monsters. But this ability won't stop the monster. It won't stop hitting and hitting until Max is completely exhausted. For some reason, the monster really liked our Max. What was it that attracted him so much to him? By this time, Lillian had the monster in her sights, so as not to lose sight of it. She was very surprised that the big guy was only chasing Max. What was so charming about him to be target number one? None of this was so important. What was important was to find Perry as soon as possible and find out what the hell was going on here. Unbelievable, Lillian became even more beautiful. Her cocoon blossomed and butterfly wings formed on her back. A great ability for a sniper, now her potential is too great. Speed, grace, and flight. Many people dream of this, but only birds and our heroine have achieved it. She liked this skill as if it was perfectly matched to her. Incredible opportunities were opening up before her. Her heart would soon sink into her heels. The new talent gave her improved vision. She could see a bug on the football field. Amazing. Lillian managed to keep up with the giant enemy, who could not give Max any peace. Perry had been chasing him all this time. He had developed this monstrous speed, but it was not enough. Our hero could not figure out what was going on in the head of this thoughtless creature, why she was constantly running away from him, headlong. But his faithful comrades will always come to his aid. And so Lillian's mother arrived at the most convenient moment with renewed vigor. With her excellent eyesight, she was still able to notice her idol and rush to help. Perry was very happy for his partner, as she had received an improvement in her vision as a bonus to the flight. A great stroke of luck for a sniper. She was very happy that Perry was safe and sound, but without him, humanity would not be able to avoid trouble. Besides, she was very interested in where this giant came from, who was now chasing Max, giving him no peace. The student of the future explained everything quite clearly. The keeper summoned him before his death, and it would not be easy to deal with him. By the way, how was Max? Were there any losses? Perry was interested, but everything worked out better than ideal. As it turned out, everything was too good. There were no losses. The giant was chasing Max. What could be better? Perry didn't understand at all what kind of catch-up it was. Why the monster decided to chase Max. Meanwhile, Max was not given any peace by this big guy. He could not even hope for mercy, since he only had time to burrow underground. Shaved will not be able to respond to this creature in any way. It is too strong for him. Only our hero can cope with it. But when will he arrive? The boys encouraged their eldest in every way possible to dive into the ground more and more often. Otherwise, he would die a hero's death. But our heroes did not have to wait long. The monster all this time tried to catch and kick Max to death, but he always escaped from his clutches. He managed to understand that the shaved friend had gained the ability to dive into the ground, and the monster looked furious, as if the shaved one had driven him to rage with his shoots. His prey was constantly slipping away from his hands. This big guy could not defeat the little man. Besides, Max was already on the edge. He prayed that Perry would not stand still and help him escape from this horror. Steve had once trained him just as exhaustingly, and the same would happen with Max. And on top of everything else, he had to come up with something. But for now, he would watch. Max agreed with his boss too easily. A truly loyal friend and comrade, such a rarity in this world. Perry concentrated his energy, realizing that he had to attack the core of this monster to defeat it. And it was in the center, possessing the power of a crystal, which meant that he would need to put in a lot of effort to win. Lillian's bullets couldn't even penetrate the monster's skin. Is it even possible to fight him, or is he immortal? For Perry, as always, every opponent is just another trifle that will be another step in his development. All you have to do is kill him, and that's the end of it. But our hero is the only one capable of that, and no one else. But everything is easy from now on. From the outside, Perry's new ability, or rather, the materialization of shadow, looked spectacular. He enveloped himself in darkness and clearly became much stronger again. The sniper was shocked. She opened her mouth wide and realized who was standing in front of her. That same ability of the rat catcher. Here he is, a shadow warrior, using talent in a completely different way. Our student of the future had a huge mind. It was incredible. The strength increased many times over. The speed was proportional to it. No one could have expected anything like this. Only a few moments had passed, and he was already driving the wind around him. Every obstacle was a trifle. This darkness had too much incredible power. It surpassed itself again. This metamorphosis again, but last time it didn't help the monster much. What will happen here? It will clearly only get worse. He thought this ability was only defensive, but it had an incredible use, that he looked like death in his guise. Besides, he is not only deadly in appearance, in fact, he is simply unique. One swing of the blade and the giant monster, which even bullets cannot take, is cut as if it were butter from a warm knife. Surpassing the gods? That's about our hero. Only he is capable of performing such miracles to amaze people around. Max's team opened their mouths wide, a perfect show for them. As if the monster was originally so weak that it only required one sword strike. Lillian knew it was incredible. She had already dared to think that she could get closer to him when she received her power. But he became tens of times more powerful than before. The shadow dissipated. Together with the blood crystal, this power became stronger and stronger. At this rate, he could become the strongest in the world. But the energy consumption was correspondingly impressive. The hero knew that after some time there should be a ranking with the strongest evolved ones. But he only hoped to get there, although it was obvious that he was in first place. Max rejoiced for his older brother. He promised to light a candle for him, or light incense, since he was his savior. It was still too early for joy, even if the central one was dead. All the others could still bring problems. Shaven finally noticed this oddity. There were too many of them to defeat them all at once. All that is needed is to make a fire out of them from rotten corpses, so that they never rise again. Let them warm themselves in the tongues of flame. But there was one problem. It was not safe to set fire in the city center, as the fire could spread to the city. Suddenly, Max ordered his men to go to the monster and make trenches. They can't let the boss down. Everyone immediately rushed to help, and Max himself could have done a great job with this task. Perry pointed this out to him, you see, that he couldn't handle this matter himself with his new skill. Finally, it dawned on our shaved one. He punched and decided to go to the rescue. And here he began his dusty work. Perry will never refuse the help of his allies. All that was needed was to go around the entire circumference of this large corpse and make the same gigantic trench. It could have taken a long time, but Max managed to do it all in a couple of minutes. His talent is also very good. Time passed and tongues of flame sparkled above the treetops, simultaneously burning the walking corpses in the hellish flames of Inferno. Perry was worried that since arriving here, he could not see his princess. Something happened to her. All this frightened the hero of the future. But Max wasn't to blame for her disappearance. As soon as he woke up after receiving the ability, she was no longer anywhere. And then this big guy attacked them. Even Lillian couldn't keep an eye on the little girl. She disappeared a few moments after the others received their abilities. But suddenly, there was a call from the radio. It was the girl they were looking for with such trepidation. But there was no need to look for her, since she was in the neighboring building on the left. In an instant, they all looked up to see their little princess. Goldie should already be on this skyscraper. No one has seen her for a long time. Everyone probably misses her. But she is haunted by what attracted her there. Whether everything was okay with her condition, because last time with Rose, it was not okay that she fell asleep for some time. The radio interference was driving her crazy, but now was not the time for it. Goldie called the one person she trusted, of course. It was Perry. He agreed and promised that he would come to her very soon to listen. The young man understands well that she is a child, but still she is smart beyond her years. There must be a reason for such behavior. Time passed and he arrived at his girl's place. He was haunted by the fact that she had come here. As expected, her problem was related to her abilities. Something was wrong with them and it bothered her a lot. Still, Perry had too much experience and could always help her answer her difficult questions. It wasn't easy to explain to her. It was easier to show her what was frightening her so much, what was putting so much pressure on her. It's incredible what that shadow's doing there. Is it really the Pied Piper? But how he's dead. That's what worries the heroine. Perry is not at all happy to meet such a vile enemy again. He can't sit still. He decided to kidnap children again, and Goldie became his victim. The princess needed to be saved. The hero grabbed her and held her tightly so that the monster could never hurt her. He was fully prepared. Danger was waiting at the most inconvenient moment and could plunge a knife into you when you let your guard down. And that's what happened. Now he could breathe deeply. Perry could rest easy. This was the girl's ability. He couldn't believe his ears. The ability to control the Pied Piper. She has a gigantic potential that cannot be measured by anything. After all, it was impossible. She only received a quarter of the crystal's entire power. How could she control the Piper? The truth is that she is not capable of this. She has too little strength for it. It was only a defective copy, which means he was still a weakling compared to the real Pied Piper. Perry felt safe. His former enemy now an ally in the body of a teenager with a colorful outfit. Moreover, he is not only younger, but also more than 3 times weaker, in short, a weakling. But even so, the girl has incredible strength. She can still develop. What will she become after some time, when she matures to the strongest evolved? How could she not get into the ranking of the strongest, even if she could have died by this point? This power is amazing, but its pitfalls are too dangerous. Yet Perry understands that it is better to keep this power a secret until a certain moment. She herself was not stupid. Each guardian had blood on their hands up to the elbows. There was nothing to love them for, but there was nothing to hate. In general, it was not in vain that she came here, because only one person could understand her. There are many terrible people in this world who won't care that you are a little girl. They will be interested in an experiment that will lead to the secret of eternal life. Such power has a great price. Time and again, the image of her dead parents pops into her head. For her, it is the worst nightmare, and such words remind her of it. She was in too much pain. With such strength, she could become an outcast again, so she should not show her strength in front of others. A pat on the head and a few soothing words make Goldie much happier. Perry is a master at calming girls down. But it's not that important. It was necessary to find a place where she could be protected, or she herself would become strong enough to defend herself. He mentioned an organization that could protect her. She was very surprised by this, as she probably hoped that she would always be by his side. And here's the first example of organization. The military could become a good defense for the girl. And under the leadership of such an impressive, magnificent, amazing, and simply good man, Steve, there was nothing to fear. But she definitely didn't like the military. Something bad connected her with the army, and she couldn't go there. Perry praised the military very much. They could easily give her protection and many other good things. But he completely forgot about the fact that she takes separation very hard. Here is the evidence. His defense is the same. Besides, you can become stronger with him much faster. And he himself said that this is the only way out in this world. Even if there are thousands and millions of these soldiers, they will never get even one step closer. Not one will become like Perry. Here's her weakness. She is very afraid of losing him. She is too attached to him. He is like a father to her, who gave her hope for a new life, and now he wants to leave her. After everything that happened, he finally realized the fatal mistake in his words. It was not for nothing that Kyle from the gas station made it clear to him that being a parent is not easy, and Lillian confirmed this with her kindergarten. You just need to make one right gesture, and the child begins to shine before your eyes, because all the beauty is hidden in the memory. And all the subtleties that need to be taken into account are there. A red blush appeared on his cheeks. He offered to walk hand in hand with her until the end. She found true happiness. And Perry realized that a child is not a doll that can be given to an organization where it will be protected. Of course, she will agree with him. She will be able to try such happiness only in dreams. She will never let go of this warm hand. But everything could have ended completely differently. She could have been left completely alone again. And Perry could have continued his journey. Now he has a wonderful company. He was certainly glad that they had such a strong bond with this child. But once she was strong enough, they would have this conversation again. And here they are. Max meets his boss with all respect. Otherwise, he thinks that he will lose his head for his negligence. A couple of seconds passed, and he was already apologizing to the boss's princess, as he was very afraid of a reprimand from his older brother. Meanwhile, Lillian brought a snack. She became interested in what happened to the little girl, whether they managed to help her. Perry gave no indication that there might be any major problems, but lied about Goldie having trouble with her new talent and not being able to use it. They were very happy that everything turned out better than perfect. Everything is going just perfectly. One thing is certain, he and Goldie are already leaving. They need to pack their things and set off on a new journey. Lillian didn't expect such speed. It had only been a short time since they had defeated the Keeper and freed the zone, and they were already leaving. But here everything was obvious. They still had 5 zones ahead. The next one should appear soon. Besides, the military organization should have already known that the evolutionary zone had been cleared, which meant that they would soon arrive and it would be more difficult to leave. Goldie also decided to go with the hero, which surprised our sniper. But Max is already getting his things ready, you see. He's also heading out somewhere, so businesslike. But Perry's worried about where exactly he's going. Well, the answer's obvious. Where the boss goes, they go. After all, the shaved one doesn't know his older brother at all. The hero was confused by the fact that they were residents of the city, but they were moving out of here as if they were afraid of something. And then he starts acting like a child, crawling on the floor, grabbing his knees. He doesn't want to stay in a city full of zombies and no one else. This really irritates him, but our hero can never refuse anyone. Lillian also stood aside for a reason. Now she is going with them after all. Perry will not be able to leave here alone. At such a time, raising an entire kindergarten is not at all easy. She no longer hopes that she will be able to cope with it. There was too much new stuff coming at him in just a couple of minutes. Everyone suddenly wanted to be Perry's team, and he couldn't refuse anyone. Goldie is really smart. She suggested creating an organization that could protect her. Only they would come up with it themselves. Here he also could not argue. In total, there are 4 evolved ones. They are superior to the military forces and have a good connection with Goldie. Only pluses. She asked Max about the number of people besides themselves. It turns out that there are more than 100 of them, including old people and women with children. Great, they found the best solution since no one wants to go their own way. Then together they will create their own organization to help survivors. In this way, they will be able to gather around themselves so many evolved ones that all the fingers of the organization will not be enough. Otherwise, we will cut everything off. But it was impossible without a name. Max immediately asked Perry about it. But the hero has already thought everything through in advance. He comes to such decisions after much deliberation. It keeps the intrigue. The name must be amazing to be heard by every second person. Excellent. Their organization will be the best dawn in the life of humanity. Their contribution will be immeasurable. They will disperse the clouds and let the rays of the sun out. Now, they have founded a giant organization. They need to attract talented personnel, he writes down, speaking out loud. While Perry and Goldie clear out the next zone, they will leave the responsibility for the city and the organization on the shoulders of Max and Lillian. And here's that very letter. It was addressed to our former heroines, to Gloria and Rose. What kind of message awaits our beauties? This letter would have to be given to the military. Lillian had no idea what it was or why. So he hints at his good friends who serve in military units. Their help to the organization would not hurt in any way. And then she was amazed again. In front of her stood an unusual person. He had good connections, strength, and power. Who was this wanderer? But time passes and nothing can be returned. They have to set sail. They say goodbye and ask them to be careful. Max was too sensitive to his boss. It was as if he had been torn apart by wolves, that he had already shed rivers of tears. At this point, the girl and Perry leave another city. The further journey promises to be just as exciting. Meanwhile, the military had already invaded the city. The strange thing was that the path was too clear. Intuition spoke of danger. The soldiers put forward various theories about why the city was too quiet. The best idea was that the power of the evolved had scared off all the dead. They were afraid to even move their noses. And here's Rose. She was sure that Perry was here. Only he could have done such a thing. The military tried to help their lady, as her behavior was too strange, but she asked them not to pay attention to her. The high school student devoted herself entirely to finding her beloved, after all. They had been separated for too long that her heart couldn't bear it. Previously, she was in oblivion after receiving the ability. She fell asleep in the arms of her comrades. Everyone was very scared, but still she woke up. It's incredible. Gloria's a real friend. She was guarding her by the bed all this time. Besides, Rose couldn't wake up for 3 whole days. But she was only concerned about one thing. Where was the senior student? How far away? Where had he gone? Nothing was more important than that. Unfortunately, Perry has long since departed. Whether they will meet him is up to fate to decide. Her melancholy was unbearable. She could not forget her hero, who had pulled her out of various dangers many times, and who also morally made her realize the essence of this terrible world. Suddenly, a soldier arrived and reported that there was one survivor wandering around the city and looking for a girl with the last name of Rose and Gloria. Her identity was kept secret, although she didn't care. She wanted to know who the survivor was and received the most pleasant answer for herself. This was an evolved man. Just one word, and she was already in love. She forgot about the operation, the heat covered her from head to toe, and yet it was unknown that it was him. Let the soldier bring him immediately and quickly. The lady is not going to wait long for her prince. And here he is, the prince on a white horse. She didn't expect to meet Max instead of Perry. You can immediately see her indignation that they slipped her a bald guy, well, a senior student, right in front of her. The shaved man behaves respectfully with the lady. He knows how to do something. He's a real man. He said hello and extended his hand. Even so, she wasn't glad that he knew her name, just as she didn't want to know his. But he is not going to respond to her with anger after all. His soul is too kind and devoted, and he does not know her. They are only acquainted with the famous student. And here's a red blush on the cheeks, a sparkle in the eyes. Just one spoken name of her beloved paints her world with the brightest colors. And then he hands over that very letter, a message to his good friends. Rose should rejoice with all her might. This message is just for her. What will happen there? All her fantasies have reached a new level. What secret is hidden behind the white sheet? What was in this mysterious envelope? There was no joy on her face. It was obvious that they were already late, and their target had managed to escape again. She accepted all the information. The army will fully support Dawn. Help for the townspeople also falls into the hands of the military. Still, there is still hope for a meeting. As long as the organization exists, he will definitely return. And they will see each other again. There will be passions and everything that our Rose has already played out in her head dozens of times. During this time, Perry and Goldie left the city and returned to the gas station. They needed to replenish their equipment and supplies. In times like these, finding fuel is becoming harder and harder. Where is this world heading? But suddenly, the girl remembers the second gas station where she was found. There should have been more fuel there, but she didn't feel good after that. He understood what his princess meant. It was clearly not easy for her to keep such information in her head after all. She had been through a lot herself. But even so, he is not going to keep silent about it. It is hard for her to live with this burden on her shoulders. but she could not do anything. After all, she has lived through too much. There is no arguing with that. She has gained a lot of experience and has become very smart. After all, a hard life gives birth to strong people, and besides, she manages to learn the value of life, a certain plus. But she can't help but wonder what her parents' reaction would be if they found out about her new ability. Perry had no experience with this, but if he were in their place, he would definitely be proud of her, since she can save many lives. She absolutely agreed with her partner. This was exactly the answer she wanted to hear. Their road was not short. They plodded across cracked asphalt, made their way through thorns to the stars, walked along a path where flowers grew. Goldie wondered where they were going this time, what the next route would be. Now they are heading north. That is where the new evolution zone should be. It took a week to get there. There was no way they could be late. They were heading north. What surprised Goldie more was that Perry seemed to have predicted the appearance of the zone, as if he knew something beyond the human mind. He asked her not to tell anyone about this after all. He was straight from the future and no one should know this. Only and only she. She made a firm promise that would definitely be fulfilled. The secret would forever be only between them. But even so, she found ordinary riding very boring, and she decided to use her power. The piper could come in handy. It would be much more fun with music, and she would also be able to practice her talent. He was very surprised by this melody. It reminded him of something familiar, something that evokes pleasant memories. Goldie was certainly wise beyond her years, admired Mozart, and used the classics to lift her spirits. But suddenly Perry stopped. The melody became too pleasant for him, or vice versa. The girl didn't understand at all what had happened, and Perry braked too suddenly, which no one expected. Here's the thing. That same rating began to show the strongest among all those who evolved. Not bad. Rose took 9th place among the survivors, which monsters were at the very top. Perry also thought her result was great, so everything was going according to his plan. Many strong evolved ones appeared, but Gloria still couldn't get here. But one thing was always stable. Perry, as expected, got to the best place, and at that moment the end came. Further travels will continue.